Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the NSE Stay Home series, supported by Monster Energy. I'm Will Viper Whittingham. I'm joined by Harry Dr. Evans. We're going to be taking you through some exciting games in this NSE Brought to You series. Harry, I said brought to you twice. How are you doing? Are you excited for some University League of Legends?
I do love me some good University League of Legends. It's true. We like the NSE. We like Monster. We like games, and there's some interesting, not interesting scoring situation here. But there's it's not all about the dubs. That's not how the prizes are going to work out today. So it makes for some interesting games if you want to break out what's gonna go on in these games.
Yeah, of course. This series is you still want to be winning as a university. We've got 8 of the top teams in the country coming up against each other, but we also have our Monster support in us. Just sneak into some lobbies, but we'll work on it throughout the day. Of course, all of these will be best of 3 series. We've got 3 series coming to you today, so plenty of League of Legends actions to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see how this shapes the meta. You know, we're gonna see like instant blind pick, first pick Sivir on blue side, and then the rest of the team is just trying to end the game as fast as possible. It's like, okay, we just funnel CS into one guy and end fast. It's like if the team in the finals are like they just pick someone that's like I don't know, Kane or something, someone that can just run around the map really fast, get to like 3 lanes, farm one's like, hey, we're gonna lose this game in like 5 minutes, but the amount of CS that one person's gonna have, and you play like that, it's a whole new meta coming along.
It's a whole new different type of funnel. Well, let's have a quick look at the 8 teams that will be joining us throughout the evening, or today and the evening. So a number of great universities. This bracket will be a standard best of 3 series. Quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals bring you our choice of games from each. And the first series that we're about to go into picks and bans for, DMU taking on Surrey.
Yeah, both teams facing off. DMU pretty well known. I think they did pretty decently in NSE for the last couple of splits. They're usually lurking around up the top of the table, so interesting to see what they in this game. I'm gonna say I'm not too familiar with Surrey. As it stands, I've seen them, out and about a little bit, but it's not quite at that caliber that DMU are as it stands. But we're just diving straight on into the picks and bans, zooming on through already 2 out of the way.
Yeah, Kalista and On takeaway, but it's going to be good to have a different kind of perspective because, of course, you're still at university, still very active in the NSE as a player.
At university is a strong term.
So you're active within the university scene in terms of play. You have played in NSE recently. I'm a bit of a dinosaur when it comes to university.
Play is a strong term.
I don't need more enemies.
Instant locked blind pick support Lulu autofill.
Sometimes, you have to just be your Of course, NSE came into existence the year after I graduated. So I saw the NSE developing and all of the advertising about it, but I never played it myself.
Never pick a fight.
I'm excited to see how these teams have developed in the couple of years I've been a real life adult, sadly. But the bans have all gone through. Nothing too crazy. The Callista's kind of an interesting one, I guess, but other than that, very standard stuff.
Bit rogue, as Callista is sort of she's coming in as it stands. As a top laner, she's pretty strong, and it makes sense to ban her on blue side because it's something you pick as a counter. You pick Callista versus a lot of very specific melee top lane champions, and she can have a really good time. For that reason, though, because it's a counter, it's kind of a bit rogue to see it banned on the first rotation. But if you want to really specify targeting one person, you can always hold those 2 bans on the second rotation, and you always know where those are going to go. So they just ban it out early, so they're not too worried about any other powerful picks. However, there are still a few out on the table. The Senna and MF are taken away, but Aphelios is still open and available in that ADC position, and also Syndra, a champion that is really high in priority in recent times. She's still very open. But I say Aphelios, actually, being a available pick. It's the Blitzcrank is a proxy pick for Aphelios, so we got that one sorted. And there's the Syndra as well. How does he do it? Draft King right here.
Draft Kingdom for Doctor. But Syndra, a champion that we talk about quite a lot when we cast together because it was seeing a lot of priority in the UK scene. just because of the level of power on the champion and the flexibility going between mid and bot lane. Of course, with Aphelios on the table, flexibility is kind of lost, but the power is not. Cassiopeia, Olaf, and Maokai being locked in for Surrey. So very strong champions. The Maokai is someone that we've seen increasing in popularity in the past couple of patches and is really stable in late game team fights.
I do not tolerate cowardice.
Very spicy champion, and we can see he's very countered by a lot of things, and Darius one of those, so that's taken away. But as we look at just the first 3 picks, we actually have really, really defined comps coming through already. You know, Jarvan and Aphelios is a really strong combo because he locks people down and keeps it inside. Aphelios is power pick. Jarvan does really well into Olaf as well, so it's a really nice pickup, very likely order of the draft going through here from TMU. And then having the Syndra, never going to go poorly. And it's a decent matchup into the Cassiopeia. And so it wasn't even a blind pick Syndra, you know, they get to see the matchup and they chose it. So that's a really strong full DMU. If we look over at the Surrey side though, they do have this like defined idea of what they want, which is basically just run forward with the Olaf, Maokai, and Cassiopeia. This is very, very standard front to back team fight. And now we'll have to see how they want to round that one out with their bot lane. It is a bit rogue to leave your bot lane to second rotation because it's usually a bit easier to blind pick them.
Yeah.
And on top of that, counters tend to matter more in the solo lane. So when you have that final counter pick, it's usually something that you want to put in a solo lane. And because they left it this long, we see that, you know, even more ADC bans are thrown out. There's the Varus taken off the table, and now Yasuo locked in.
That's certainly an interesting pickup. Marksman Yasuo, Marksman Cassiopeia.
Okay, so there is a possibility Yasuo could go either way. It also could be Maokai support, which is something that has come up a little bit recently. You start to see it sort of crop up more and more here and there. It's not great. You know, there's definitely other champions that do the same thing, but I think it is worth noting that is a possibility, and we may still be yet to see a top laner, or even a mid laner, or even an ADC, because you know, obviously Yasuo and Cassiopeia can flex all 3 of those roles. It's likely to be the Yasuo ADC Maokai top Cassiopeia mid, but it's not quite 100% locked just yet.
Looking over at DMU, their composition much more defined. The Aatrox and the Taric will be filling out the composition, so it will be Taric, Aphelios bot, Aatrox top, Syndra mid, and Jarvan jungle, unless they're going to try something really rogue. But final pick, do you say, could kind of be anywhere for Surrey. Don't expect it to be a jungle pickup, but the Malphite is locked in, which is there's a beefy front line for this. And does that suggest that we're going to see the Yasuo and the Maokai bottom lane?
Rock solid. See, maybe they've been a bit inspired by Whippo's performance over the weekend to lock in that Malphite. But yeah, so I'm assuming it is going to be the Maokai Yasuo bot lane, and that checks out. You know, Maokai has everything that you want if you're playing Yasuo, which is basically jump in on people and CC them. You know, that's what most people are looking for when they you know, lock in that Yasuo marksman. And then he has a few other things that you sort of don't really get from your sort of standard engage support. So he actually has really good bush control, which is really important when you're playing these sort of surprise champions. You know, things like, you know, Nautilus and Blitzcrank, where you want to be able to sort of hit them from extra angles. Just by having the saplings to be able to force people out of bushes is really nice on the Maokai support, because it means that you can then sort of get in there and you get a lot of extra threat and presence in the lane for pretty much for free just by having control of those. So it's nice. But he is kind of short range. Yasuo has that problem too. So we'll have to see how they actually play out the lane phase themselves. If that does end up being the matchup, of course, there is a chance that actually the Malphite was just a last place proxy pick and it doesn't matter. But we haven't been told about that, if that's the case. So I'm assuming it's not. Of course, it could actually be the Malphite support as well. But I feel like that is...
I'd be surprised if it's Malphite support.
Significantly worse, yeah.
Because Malphite support is specifically useful every, like, 2.5 minutes post 6. And isn't useful pre-6. So...
It's not great.
It's not brilliant. Like, the ult is really good. But the ult is very, very good with Yasuo. The problem there is you can't ult consistently that much early. And even in late game, I know that I remember watching you cast a game where there was a Malphite with 4 Cloud Soul.
When was that? Was it,
Soul? I can't remember what league it was in. But the Malphite it was like 38-second cooldowns. It was always like at times.
They were losing so hard. He was like
stupid.
full AP every single time he ulted. Like, yeah, Malphite. It was like he was so behind. It was completely like futile, but it was just really funny to watch. It was. Oh, I don't remember what league that was now.
I can't remember what the situation was, but I do remember it being really hilarious. We are just sorting out the prox picks and getting everyone back into lobby, League of Legends. Am I right? We'll get there. But
We're all here for.
We've talked quite a lot about the picks from Surrey. They've gone for a very interesting team composition. DMU seemingly have gone for something a little bit more standard. Nothing really stands out to me as being very left field from what they've picked.
Yeah. So the thing for the Surrey comp, just to double back a little bit, is that the Yasuo doesn't fully fit in their like front to back idea. And they are now going to sort of struggle taking towers as well. That's going to be a big issue. They can just really hard force fights, which is great. That's exactly what they need to do. But it is worth noting that if they cannot force that fight, if they're put into a sort of siege situation and they can't dive, it actually gets very rough for them. And the Taric lock-in from DMU is really nice because of that. Because having the Taric means that second you see, that Maokai ult come forward, you're like, okay, we're out of here, and just drop the ult and walk away. And being able to deny that engage like that is very nice. However, it's important to note that obviously the Maokai Yasuo, the Malphite Yasuo combo, that's pretty fast, and you're going to struggle to disengage that one with a Taric. But other than that, I really do like the Taric pick, and it goes pretty nicely with Aphelios as well. You think when Aphelios has, especially his Severum and his Chakram, those are the two close range weapons, and the lifesteal one, the Severum, obviously gives him move speed, makes it really easy to hit the stun. When you're nice up in close range, you're getting a lot of value out of the Taric Bastion shield and out of his stun as well. So it's a very strong lane in that regard. It's just not very good at being aggressive and moving forward. So it might struggle when it comes to punishing the Yasuo and the Maokai. However, you usually need a lot of range in your lane to be able to punish for Taric, who's not that strong in the laning phase himself. And by putting him up against a melee champion, he can have a pretty decent time because he can just sort of beat them down and keep proccing his passive and get a lot of value that way. So it's a really interesting sort of mixed match in the bot lane because, yes, they sort of counter each other in some ways, but they're not in other ways. And it's all very back and forth. But the important part, I think, going into this game is really going to be on Dido, on Jarvan in that jungle.
Okay.
When you're playing versus an Olaf, you are on a clock. Olaf is going to clear. He's going to invade you. He's going to outpace you. You need to be able to do things early to be able to stop that. To be able to stop him. Jarvan is known for doing things early. He's a very strong early ganker, really strong in the 2v1, decent enough in the 2v2s as well. And then when you have Syndra and Aatrox, you have these really, really strong solo lane picks that can help to facilitate towards that. So we need to see a lot coming from this sort of lineup from DMU, especially with Dido playing up and around that top side. Work together with the high prio, high kill pressure lanes, and you can have a really good time, and you can start to snowball and accelerate over the Olaf. The downside is you may struggle to be punishing that pretty punishable lane of Yasuo Maokai, and you might run the risk of Soxu on Aphelios starting to fall behind.
I do want to preface this with we're getting into getting towards delay, choosing layouts now for champions. It does look like you're going to be running the Yasuo mid with the Cassiopeia bot.
Which, or are they?
Well,
they've settled down for that one, which is an interesting one. I mean, theoretically, it could be a bait because
it could be a player swapping roles. It could be a GT situation.
Yeah. So, as I understand it, the rules are that obviously people have to be in the right order. But say you have your ADC and your ADC player, like Soxu, for example, in the ADC position, he could pick that Aphelios, finish the draft with Aphelios on Soxu in the ADC position of Champion Select, and then he could just walk top lane.
Yeah. You can. There's no constraints when you get onto the Rift. It's about picks and bans and your players having defined roles within the team.
Okay.
But Steeleye and Greyfart, obviously, is there a world? Do you think they're going to swap? Do you think that the Cassiopeia Maokai, because Cassiopeia Maokai as a pair doesn't seem to. There's no obvious reasons why that pair goes together in my eyes. Whereas with the Yasuo, you've got the Q knock up, you can kind of see where that's going.
Yeah, exactly. It's okay. Again, Cassiopeia still really likes being with anyone that can lock someone down in the bottom lane, and it makes it easy for her to ramp up. The thing about playing Mage's bot is it's mostly Syndra that you see pick bot lane. The reason for that is because she can one-shot people. Cassiopeia comes in a close second because she can still kill people pretty fast, and she. What's very important when you're playing a mage is you have to have short cooldowns because you're playing against someone whose trading comes from auto attacks. And so if you're playing someone with very high cooldowns on your abilities, you're just going to get beat down by those autos. Cassiopeia obviously doesn't have that problem with her E being so short, but she still doesn't really have the burst to fully abuse when someone's locked down by the Maokai. You're not really going to be able to get the just quick, fast kill, and then you run the risk that obviously the Taric can then shield and heal people up. However, Taric gives a lot of free armor, so playing Taric with a Yasuo is pretty rough. When you then pull the bait and switch, and then you put the Cassiopeia, you put an AP champion into bottom lane, it gets a lot easier to play up against that Taric. But you also now have the risk that you do have a double AP bot lane, and you really don't want to have that sort of cross. You think that when you see Syndra played bot, the best champion to play it with is Pyke, because then you have 2 damage threats and it's really hard to itemize against. Now there is the sort of slight issue that, we just pick up like an early Hex Drinker, some Merc Treads here and there, and the bot lane damage really starts to shoot down. So that could be a pretty hefty issue. On top of that, not having the setup for the Maokai. Yasuo not having the setup from a Maokai instead of basically playing it a bit solo now in the mid lane because he has an Olaf who also doesn't have a knockup isn't great, but there's always the chance that the Maokai or potentially even the Malphite could roam.
We're going to be getting towards this game very, very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. The first of the day. All these series will be best of 3, so game 1 of between 6 and 9, depending on how these teams do. But keep it out for kills, assists, and CS, because the teams or the players with the best on that will be getting their Monster Energy stock drops, but supplying them with the energy to get through isolation and lockdown. Of course, NSE stay home series. How have you been staying home? Have you been avoiding human contact? I know you're not much keen on the human contact anyway, so you should be fine. I went to the shops yesterday. It was a good time.
Dangerous move.
First time in a week I'd left my flat, and it was a good time. Bought some food. And, my life is exciting. It's a riot a minute in the Viperune household.
Hey, I was going to leave the house at some point. I was supposed to buy some milk today. Have not done that yet. And now, like you said, we're here for 3 best of 3s. So that's a worry. But I was going to leave the house next week, in fact, to go to the NSE finals up in Nottingham. Those, of course, not happening. So I'll be invoicing my travel instead of a train ticket from Portsmouth to Nottingham. My travel invoice for the event will now be my bed to my chair. That's as far as we're going for that one. The NSE finals still, of course, on, just not for land that we're also used to. Now, Will, we've got to do a bit of pausing shenanigans.
Let's pause
here.
at 10 seconds. Get everyone in the same place. Lovely production crew, if you could do the same. Just to make sure that we're all happy and at 10 seconds. And then we will get going as soon as possible into this first game. We've got a lot of games of League of Legends to play through today, and I'm very excited. Very happy to be here with the NSE. All right. I'll count us in. 3.
Oh, go on
2,
then.
1, play. And we're in, ladies and gentlemen, to the first game of the NSE Stay Home series between DMU on the blue side, on the red. Very excited to see how this game develops. It does look like we're going to have the Cassiopeia bot lane. Has gone for the Corrupting Pot, but also the heal, which would suggest the Marksman route. And we've got the Exhaust Ignite coming in from the bot lane from DMU, which is something we've seen a little bit more of in the past couple of weeks.
Yep. The general reasoning is heal doesn't save you from most things in this game and do a lot of damage. And as a result of that, a lot of ADCs just take Exhaust now, especially when you are shorter in range, as Aphelios is. Now we see that the early ward has been dropped there. So I will be spotting out a fair bit of information in the jungle there from Surrey, and there wasn't a response dropped by Olaf. And because of that, the information, bit of a discrepancy here. They're not 100% certain what Dido is going to be doing on that Jarvan. He could look for a level 2 gank, of course. Might go for the standard buff, Gromp buff, clear. Could just go full clear. We'll have to see what he ends up doing. But something that I'd like to sort of start to point out a little bit more, bring up here, is that we've got this matchup in this top lane we haven't really spoken about, which is Malphite versus Aatrox. Now, this Malphite was chosen into Aatrox, and my understanding of this is going to be that it's very rough for the Malphite. That's what I would assume, because Malphite is a tank. He doesn't do a lot of damage. And Aatrox likes those lanes because he can just beat them and sort of wallop them a little bit. So we actually Didal. I said level 2 gang.
Looking for the level 2. Gets the knock up onto both with a nice flash. And Cassiopeia is going to be burned out instantly. That's first blood going on. They're looking for more. Not going to be able to pick up onto the Maokai, who's going to be able to wander away. But that's a very, very quick start coming in from DMU.
Nice and clean. They have the setup from the Taric as well, flashing to secure the knockup. And it's a nice stun from I Want to Tell You. Most people don't level the stun level 1 on Taric, and you can see why it can be advantageous there. Now Salai playing pretty aggressive.
I don't know if that's Doctor having an issue or if I'm having an issue, but I'm just going to keep talking and hopefully... Oh, okay, excellent, it is me. So, welcome to the Viper and Talk Show.
What's going on?
Oh, he's back. Hello, you missed...
You didn't count me, gang.
The Viper and Talk Show, but...
I heard the words Viperoon Talk Show, and I said, none of that, thank you.
No, I've had none of that. Oh,
none of that.
We are jumping into a little pause. A couple of internet issues, you know, more people using the internet at home, working, of course, so things may be a little slower, but... Doctor, it wouldn't be our casting if we didn't have some pauses to talk through stuff, but you were saying some interesting stuff about Aatrox Malphite before you got rudely cut off.
Rudely interrupted. So Aatrox obviously likes laning. He's a bit of a lane bully and can have a really nice time against the tanks because you just sort of beat on them and there's not a lot you can do. Obviously, Malphite does like playing against AD champions, but a hefty part of Malphite is that he has this big attack speed slow, right? And that's something that Aatrox doesn't really care about. So although the Malphite is getting free armor from his W, from the passive portion of that, he's losing out on a lot of his sort of trade benefit, which is the fact that he reduces attack speed by so much. And because of that, I'm not 100% sure how this matchup actually ends up going. And this was something that was selected by Surrey, but realistically, even the parts about like, oh, well, how does the matchup go and the sort of minutiae like that, and how's the trading go? That's not the part I'm fussed about, because Soleil has gone for Comet, he's gone Scorch in his ruins as well, and I have a big problem with that. I despise people that go Comet and use Q to harass on Malphite.
Don't do it.
The mana to damage ratio on that spell is it's not good. You don't want that. It's not a poke tool, it's utility. He's going to run out of mana very quickly, and when you're playing versus a manaless champion, that can be a big issue. So I'm interested to see how this lane pans out and if Spirit is going to be able to just completely sort of abuse Solea in this setup, or if it's actually some sort of hidden, forbidden Malphite technology that I'm just not familiar with. And this is the secret to beating Aatrox, because I've lost lane to him a lot of times this week and have not been enjoying that. So
this week,
maybe Solea knows something I don't.
Is that some like Aatrox tech is coming back into the meta, or is because I haven't seen Aatrox for a long time?
Every game I play is versus Aatrox. I hate it. I've given up on jungling because my brain doesn't work so good no more.
Isolation's got to you.
Yeah, it really has. My pathing ain't great. My thinking's not happening so much. So I said, fine, you know what? I saw that tweet from Aragon. He tweeted about Leandri Shen abuse and how he was like D2. I'm like, Leandri Shen, that sounds quirky. I looked it up on YouTube, found out there is a Challenger Shen one trick that streams.
Well, I'm glad that he streams. It looks like Harry might have dropped out again for a second, but thank you for holding with us, ladies and gentlemen. NSE Stay Home Series, supported by Monster Energy Drink.
Where is my internet going? This is...
We paused. The players have actually paused because Doctor's having issues. It's
yeah,
not any
nice
of them.
Guys.
They're just like, oh, the color caster. We can't have Viperoon talking about analysis because he knows nothing.
My internet used to do this. It used to drop for about 30 seconds. 2 times a day, more or less, and then it didn't do it for like.
Well, you've had you 2 times a day, like so. We're good now, right? Like this is.
Well, it didn't do it for like a month, and now it's happened twice in 3 minutes. Maybe it might be like an ISP issue actually with whomst ever it is, the Chuffin man that was DCing. Maybe there are some issues in the southeast area with that ISP, because I'm assuming they're somewhere near Surrey, which is kind of near Hampshire.
Are you in Hampshire?
Maybe it's unrelated.
I thought you were in Portsmouth.
Well, I'm in Portsmouth, which is in Hampshire.
Oh
is
yeah,
the,
you're
the
right.
county in which this city is located.
I always think that Portsmouth is like Plymouth. I get the two mixed up constantly.
They're
very different.
not that close.
They're not even remotely close. They're on the south coast, but the south coast is pretty long.
It's quite wide here.
Yeah, as a country.
The width
Plymouth
on
is
that one
far.
ain't great.
Fun fact: if you want to go to Plymouth on the train, it just takes a while. Like the country is surprisingly long, and there's not all that much down there. We are back into game, though, ladies and gentlemen.
So are we gonna resync up? Probably a good idea.
What are you on? What are you on?
Honestly, I'm looking at our feed, and it is pretty synchronized with myself.
Yeah, I'm synchronized with the feed. So
that's not
we'll
gonna
just hold
last.
it.
We'll commit. We'll keep it as it is. That's fine.
Yeah, I think unless
we'll
people
do it live. Well, I mean, honestly, we could cast off of our feed and just have our ones here for.
I mean, solo casting, yes, player of late here.
We'll ask the players politely to do like
make everything really obvious in team fights.
Yeah.
Like, you can only use ultimate or big obvious VFX abilities in team fights.
Yeah, no, you want low VFX so that it doesn't alter the sort of like the bitrate. When more is happening.
Oh wait, we've got a bit of a fight going on. Olaf has been exhausted now, looking to flash over the wall. Will be able to do so, and actually walks away with the blue buff. So a successful steal there. The GG summons to do so.
Successful is a strong word. I mean, I was saying earlier about how on Olaf you want to, or when you're playing against Olaf, you're on a clock because he's going to power farm and then he's going to walk into your jungle and he's just sort of going to take it. And there's not a lot you can do about it. This time they do a little something about it, as they do blow his flash and some nice vision secured up in that top half of the map for DMU as well. Makes it a little spooky for Stoma to reappear over there anytime soon. He has also been double crammed over those being picked up by Didor, so he's a little worried about that one. Could be thinking about falling behind, but again, it's Olaf. Early game is his specialty, but so is also just mid game and late game. He just farms a lot, so whilst it's good for Didor, it's not game ending for Stoma. It's just sort of what Didor has to do. So right now, we see a pretty big wave building up on this bottom half of the map. We can see they're setting up for a slow push, which might mean that we're looking towards potential dragon, or maybe even a dive with this Jarvan. Guardian Taric does make it pretty easy to tank up those tower hits, and you can see that, well, up until that one also with the flamethrower, the MU were building a pretty hefty wave. Although now, you see the waves collapse, the second wave turns up, and we get a very fast push coming through here. We wonder what they'll be doing with that one, because Stoma did recall. He's no longer on the bottom half of the map. In fact, it looks like he's pathing up towards the top side. Didor maybe about to be spotted mid.
Will be spotted down a ward, but does have a sweep aid to clear that one away. Malachi looking for a knock back into tower, but he has knocked the stun back into Cassiopeia, and now is forced to move away. Shouldn't be going down, but a lot of damage coming in from Sotsu on the Aphelios. Forces any kind of engage to retreat. Sorry.
You can just see how these engages are panning out. For DMU, you look at the CS lead. 20 creeps up already for Sotsu just off of that gank. And nice wave control here. Pretty fine time to take a trade like that if you're DMU, because the wave is so big, you know the Greyfire has to be focusing the creeps during that time. Even if he's hitting you, you've got enough sustain with the Taric that it's pretty worth, even if he wants to trade back to you. But now level 6
from Malphite. Aatrox going to be forced to do the same. Obviously not going to be able to reach him, but should be able to move away quickly. Olaf doing a lot of damage, but Malphite turn on the flash board, gets the kill, and now he's chasing on towards Olaf.
He's got no flash!
A nice amount of damage, and Olaf, of course, does not have the flash, looking to dodge out the Q, will dodge the knockup from the first one, which will be enough to get him away, but they do lose one. 2v1. Dragon going down as well.
It's a scary time to gank a level 6 Aatrox. He could easily turn around the 2v1, but now Syndra's moving bot. Jarvan nearby as well. We could see another dive. Summoners are available, however, and that should be enough to dissuade the 4 versus 2. But Spirit with the 1v2 up top, and that's kind of how the Aatrox goes. It's dangerous to gank, and he heals up so much when he's landing those AoE cleaves. The damage just wasn't quite there. Solio using the ult very early when Stoma isn't quite in position to sort of get the chain slows going. That's what you want, right? You hit the knock up and then whilst he's CC'd, the Olaf is landing Qs and getting down autos. That doesn't happen, and Spirit lives long enough to be able to turn that one around. Excellent job for him, and he's going to come back to lane with a nice lead here with his Phage picked up, going towards that Black Cleaver. Interesting to note, though, he hasn't, or it doesn't appear to be going as it stands for the CDR rush, where you sort of do the Kindle Gem part of the Black Cleaver and then a Core Fields, which you're going to build into a Death Stance, and then you finish the Cleaver to just sort of get as much CDR as early as possible, because 20% CDR is very big for that man. As Battle's moving in bot, but
It'll be fine. Graveheart's
Yeah.
going to be able to slither away from that one, avoid the knockup, which is all you really need to do to stop the Jarvan getting too useful pre-6 in terms of gank. You know, as soon as the Cataclysm comes up, that is when Jarvan can be doing some work against the Olaf, right? Because Olaf, as you say, farms very effectively and is a very strong champion, but if he's stuck in the Cataclysm, his options are a bit limited.
yeah, they sort of start to go down pretty rapidly. And what I'm interested about here is we do see a Ruby Crystal picked up by Stoma, so he might be going for that sort of tankier build, just go Cinder Hulk instead of the Warrior Clue.
On to Sam J, but the exhaust is going to be used, and no follow-up there from the Olaf.
Yeah, Samjay maybe didn't even need to use the exhaust there, but having that one not available is now going to be very spooky, and Selai is happy to blow that heavy cooldown. Can now look for the all-in next time, but that ultimate is available, especially with the Ignite. Now both junglers moving in mid, but the bot lane from DMU.
Looking to get onto Olaf as the Cataclysm down, goes down in Ragnarok. We can see the bot lane coming up as well, moving top. Spirit trying to get some damage down onto the Malphite. Won't be able to hit the last knock-up. He's just back away, but the trades are so heavily favoured for the Aatrox that can just sustain up as well. It's really rough. DMU taking this game by the scruff of the neck. They're looking to get some plates as well.
Yeah, as you say, the Aatrox is just going to sustain. He's blown out his pots here. The trade's looking... It looks kind of okay for Soleo, but that is mostly just because of the Corrupting Pot, and now all of those charges are gone. Spirit's going to have a really good time. You can see that Soleo is building towards a Thornmail, or at the very least, he just wants the Bramble Vest before going into something like a Sunfire Cape. And this is actually a bit of a trap versus Aatrox, because his healing isn't that much like in lane in the trade. It's only really once he starts to get some levels that it ramps up. And also, Aatrox doesn't have to auto you. He has the choice to just not right click you and just slap you with the Qs only. And if he doesn't auto you, he doesn't apply the Bramble, and the Grievous Wounds don't go through. So it's sort of just worth noting that Spirit can just take trades with exclusively the Darkin Blade and then throw the Mutilator passive just onto a minion. It's not going to do too much damage before the Cleaver is finished anyway onto Solia, so yeah, in that regard he can get some really, really favourable trades that Solia can't do a lot into. And again, it's another reason that I am not a fan of this sort of comet and Q focused setup from Solia, because every time he goes to press a Q, he's going to stand still, he's going to press a Q, and that puts him nice and...
Jay has to press flash, and Kabu cut down by the Earth. Looking decides that it won't be enough. Yeah, so picking up the kill there, mate.
Honestly, I kind of thought the Sam was going to be able to just walk away from that one. I mean, he had the flash up, he's got the phase rush ready to go, and Stoma, maybe a little scared from last time, but apparently not. Just goes on straight on in, flashing in. Second, it's off cooldown. Finds himself a bit of revenge there in the mid lane. Or at least Salai finds it on his behalf, who has now finished off that Wit's End. Very nice to have that one versus the AP lane, but might not be too efficient when he goes to side lane versus the ADs later on.
Tell you need to be careful. The Olaf doing a decent amount of damage. The roam up from Malgai secures the first kill, but now the exhaust, the Ignite running down. Here comes Dino looking to damage onto Olaf. Spirit's in the neighborhood as well, teleporting in to grab the kill. That's his second of the game, and now moving in to secure some dominance around this dragon, because that's spawning up pretty shortly, and they're going to be able to secure that one. Looks like Dino might not be done with the fight yet. They're trying to set himself up for a dive, but going to be unable to do so onto a Maokai and is forced to back away. But Salai, my walking spirit, gets the ward down, gets knocked up one, doesn't get knocked up two. Can he get the last one? He can! And Salai, unable to slide away, has to use the flash. Malphite as well. Knows that he can't beat the Aatrox in a standard 1-for-1. Just there to assist.
That's a pretty hefty Aatrox, and just before I want to tell you was found out in the jungle there, I'm saying, getting the Wit's End is it's really nice for Syndra. It's pretty rough when you're versus when you're versus the the Aphelios in a side lane, or even the Aatrox, and we just see it right there. Just 2 Qs landing and an auto is enough to force out the flash from Selai. But what wasn't forced was I Want to Tell You's ultimate. Still has that Cosmic Radius available. Didal has flash and Cataclysm as well, and that is a very, very spicy combo. We can even see that Soxu has the best weapons for team fighting here, with the Chakram and the Flamethrower both available. But he actually uses the Flamethrower, so he's lost a lot of the ammo there, but he still has enough to ult with it. So Didal's looking for the setup.
Slowed by the sapling, though, means that he's not going to be able to get into
Flash
range
ult.
outside of tower. Doesn't get the slow either, so he doesn't want to flash ult under tower. Particularly, Olaf and Syndra moving down as well would have made a pretty big fight, but Priority trying to be gained. Of course, 12 minutes in, EMU do have the lead, looking for more, trying to get onto Olaf. Ragnarok has been burnt, but that's just going to mean that he dies faster as Sam J picks up the kill. 2 dragons to the good, 3 kills to the good, with a nice little 2k gold lead as well.
DMU are so ready to just jump on Olaf every time they see him. They know he doesn't have flash. They know that, like you said, when he ults, he just dies to beat Syndra faster. And they're ready to pull that trigger, and that is excellent. They're, again, just getting the lead on the Olaf early, just trying to set him behind by having some nice team coordination there. And now we see I Want to Tell You moving in towards this sort of mid lane here. Not having the Cataclysm is pretty rough for him. You think if you want to do anything aggressive with Taric, you need to ult someone who's going in. And right now, your options for that are the Aatrox and the Jarvan, who are not available to do that quite right now, but they are still happy to sit with their 20 CS lead here in the bottom lane. And now Soxu has picked up the Essence Reaver, and Greyfair the Saris Embrace. Also, the Archangel stuff, the basic version now, that's a pretty important distinction, because although they're both on 1 item apiece, Soxu's is a lot better. It's just more expensive, and it gives more stats at this current stage of the game. So although it looks pretty even, don't let that fool you. Soxu is pretty hefty right now, as he finds himself a plate in the last second there in the bottom lane, picking up that 4th plate. Is a bit of a kerfuffle, might be happening in the top side of the map. Stoma looking for the gank. Solia has ult, but so does Spirit, and we saw how that went last time, so Olaf gonna back away.
Speaking of itemization really quickly, I want to just draw your eyes towards the mid lane. We have seen Sam J going for the head-to-head fight, which is something that we don't necessarily see as a rush. The time on the Syndra, it's not something that's like, wow, this is crazy, why have you gone for this? But it is, the option has been made for that slow, a little bit more of utility. Selai gone instantly into the Wit's End as we might get fight in the bot side. Malphite goes forward, disengage, takes a lot of damage on the back end himself. Might actually be in trouble here. The Q snipe will secure the kill as Soxu gets the long range last shot that was required. Puts himself at 1-0-2 with a nice healthy farm lead as well, trying to get the dive down on to Gravebar. The ultimate comes through from Tag. It's too late to do anything particularly, but it will help him disengage from the Olaf and from the Malphite. That's a big ultimate. The tower goes down, but so does Aphelios. Tag will be going down shortly as well. Ragnarok will secure the kill with the undertone. And now it looks like the fight has finished. Nice turnaround from Surrey there. They do lose the first tower of the game.
They're rock solid as Solea comes on in every ADC's worst nightmare. Teleport, flash, ult. The flash I'm pretty sure was not that necessary with the Nimbus Cloak move speed and the move speed from the TP as well, but it's about sending a message. He says, look, I can't do anything without TP flanks anyway, might as well flash for style points, they have the same cooldown. However, once he does that, we do see Spirit free farming up in the top lane. He's looking to hit down that tower, get some good damage there, and he will now have a teleport advantage. And bearing in mind, he is the one dictating the control of the lane. That's pretty rough for Solea, so we should keep our eyes on that. But as it stands, that's not the top lane that will be having that advantage. That's going to be in the bot lane as they swap. As we do see the Rift Herald is up and about with the dragon spawning in 40 seconds. This could be a...
Running around, looking for the ult, but the stun comes down, but so does the ult, and Selai going to be able to pick up the kill onto Soxu. Syndra return to her home turf, but here comes Olaf, 3v2 currently. Trying to get the stun down, doesn't get off anyone, will be knocked back in. Will be able to help secure the kill on to Maokai, though, will fall down for his sins. Didal now coming in, has Cataclysm available, but isn't confident of the follow-up. Will back away. Much better fight there from Surrey. Still a little bit behind, but they're coming back into each them.
They're managing to find the advantage in that fight. It's 2 for 1. They're happy with that. This is the first time that Chuffin Man has been to a fight without being very low on the old mana and health, not playing under his tower this time around, so he's happy to see that. Now, Didal spotted out. Oh, look at that Comet harass. Look at the Scorched. Big Deep just coming through there as the Dragon is started up. It'll be the first attempt at a Dragon Force Slurry, and it is a Cloud Rift. If they pick up 4 Cloud Souls, this Compter just wants to press.
It's secured by the Olaf triple stun. Won't be enough to help steal away from DMU. So that's going to be the first Cloud Soul, maybe a 4, that he picked up for some.
Yeah, Cloud is definitely one of the stronger ones when you really start to ramp it up, because the 10% on its own doesn't really mean a lot. Your ult comes up, 3 or 4 seconds before theirs, but when your ult's coming up 20 seconds before theirs, you can really start to force fights. Like I said, you got the Malphite, you got Olaf, Maokai, people that just want to run in a straight line right into the enemy team by pressing their ultimates. Having extra Cloud Drakes is really, really going to help out with that. But once the Cloud Dragon was taken, of course, the response here is the Rift Herald, started up by Spirit. Dido is not there, but should be okay. That one should be going down pretty uncontested for DMU. Sorry, they already got what they wanted in that trade.
Safe. It's gone down very quickly. Spirit grabbed up the eye, looking for where he wants to drop it. May well look to do so mid lane, and with all the members of his team around, only person not directly in mid lane is Dido. He is moving up, and now we drop to try and get the charge down onto the second tower. Could they make this a quick double in the mid lane and really crack open the whole map for themselves?
Yeah, they could even look to push a bit further forward as well. I mean, Cassiopeia is still up in the top lane. They do see her farming that wave. Looks like they just want to go for the 1 tower push, and not going to auto it down, but I feel like if Dido was there, the threat of a sort of Cataclysm, if they ever tried to engage, could have just been enough to maybe walk it in, as now CLI might look for a knockup.
You'll have the lockup and won't follow up, because you don't really want to be engaging directly onto just the tank, especially when so many other members of the team
It's not the
area.
Optimal target.
No, not the priority target necessarily.
No. It's a better ultimates to land, especially when he has so much free armor. Let's see, he's spent some money on some of it at this point, but now Spirit is getting into a pretty spooky situation. He has almost finished his death stance, which is pretty rough when you're up against the Aatrox, but it's sort of important to note that he hasn't really got a huge CS lead in this top lane, as the Samjay spotted out.
Careful. Ragnarok will be that there's going to be no stun available. Nice flashing though. Will mean that Samjay can stay alive. Steps back forward, try and get some harass down, but there's no one coming to support. So Samjay, pretty happy with what he's gained there.
Yeah.
Away.
Yeah, trades 1 flash for 2. That's some stonks if I ever saw it. Happy to get that one. I think Samjay was just trying to recall, so that's a pleasant surprise. Because the flash is very valuable on the Syndra, of course, but having a flashless Olaf is absolutely huge when you consider the Jarvan ult. You keep him inside the Jarvan ult without flash, there is nothing he can do to get out of that one, and you are essentially turning a team fight into a 5 versus 4. If Jarvan... Speaking, I was going to say if he Cataclysms in, which he's thinking about.
He was looking for it, wasn't he?
But if Jarvan Cataclysms in, and then just EQs out, Olaf is doomed. However, with this sort of comp of the Taric and the Aphelios, you're not really looking to use the ult in that way. You kind of want to dive very hard, so it's something to keep in mind. There's now a lot of options open to Dido as we move into some of the more important teamfight stages of this game.
20 minutes on the clock means that Baron is now on the map. We are on a Cloud Rift, 2 dragons to 1 for the side of DMU, but the first Cloud Dragon did, of course, go over to Surrey. Taking stock of the items that we've got, as you say, a couple of items being picked up across the board. You've got 2 items, you've got 1 item and most components on the side of DMU right now, and we're seeing similar coming in for Surrey, but as you say, item costs can also must be taken into account, right?
Yeah, so there's some interesting item choices in this game, for sure. I mean, as you were saying earlier, the GLP on Samjay, not unheard of. Usually you just go for GLP over Ludens when you're looking for a bit more utility, and predominantly that is cheaper. So you're spiking a little bit earlier than you would normally with that Ludens build. However, you're against an Olaf, so the utility isn't too important, and DMU were ahead, but Hunter thought Kasaria just starting Baron.
They've started to rush it down. I don't know if this is the wise decision. Spirit will spot them out.
Aphelios
This is moving up though. 4K less on Dragon right now, so it looks like the fight could well
They have to commit.
off. Nice stun there onto Maokai. They've left the Baron for now. A lot of damage coming into Cassiopeia, but Spirit may well be burst out. He's already gone, and now the fight continues. Samche is the target. He's going to be cut down by the Yasuo. The stun won't be enough. As we see Zoro trying to use the ultimate to try and get onto the Aphelios. Malphite following through. There's so many tanky bodies. Malphite does go down though. Dino is looking to help clean up. Storm can't do anything about this one. Jumping Man is just standing, taking a beating. He's going to be forced back away though. Dino turns on the more priority target. I want to tell you, gets away on a sliver of health as well. A really messy team fight may well still be on. Olaf gets the last cut down. Dino looks for the knockout. Won't go to find the kill onto Maokai. Could well go down here to the Yasuo. He is on the hunt. He is speeding along. Dino can't afford to recall. There is the slide, the damage. The last cut down is the shutdown for the Yasuo. What looked like a pretty bad decision from Sorry ends up in them getting an ace.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't know how that happened. It was a decent start to the fight for Sorry. It was a good call. You see Aphelios spot, it's like, yes, we can rush. We have Olaf, Yasuo, Cassiopeia. The Baron damage is absolutely huge. And then as the Baron, or as the collapse came through from DMU, Sorry were very split. You could see some people were peeling out, and then, you know, it was just Soma on the Baron, and then Stoma peeled off, but Greyfair stayed on, and Greyfair was tanking it, which is great. And Greyfair goes down very early because of that. He's the only person in the pit. I think if they commit and all stay on the Baron, you just use the Maokai ult to zone because you know that you're in a 5v3, soon to be a 5v4, whilst you wait for Aphelios to then walk up to finally finish it as a 5v5. They could probably burst it down. Instead, they opt for this very strange fight, but with Spirit being taken down so early in the fight, he was the sort of big main threat coming through, and I'm just not 100% certain after that what really happened, but the huge sustained damage from Greyfire and Salai clearly enough to win out when you're versus this sort of dive, heavy burst comp with the Taric and with the Sindra of the Aphelios. If you make the fight go along, you're going to have a good time. And I was thinking about lambasting the choice of itemization for the Cassiopeia, you know, going for a Leandries, at the time just the Haunting Guys. When you're the only AP source on your team, you could look for just the pen instead, especially with the Grievous Winds versus an Aatrox. We think Morello's would be a much stronger item, but clearly demonstrated here why you want that sustained damage that Leandries can offer as well. Also important to note, Spirit, because of that fight, forced to recall earlier than he might have liked, has not finished for Death Stance, won't have that available when he teleports in to this fight. Baron at 4k, TP started.
Is being used up top. He goes going quite early. The Targon has been used, but the Baron is secured over by Sorry. Now they're looking to take the fight. Damage goes down. Sotsu's already been deleted as we see the running back towards Spirit. Damage coming down. Dino in the mix of a Spirit is so big, looking to cut down members, looking to deny Baron buffs, but double kick going in for Salai has turned the fight on its head. Only 2 members are left from DMU. They're going to be forced back away, and while they're high priority members, 4 people still have Baron.
And again, it's the Taric ult and the extended fight coming up huge this time around for Sorry. Of course, off the back of the last fight, they have the items, so they're just straight back onto the Baron. You can see it was at like 8k when Spirit finished his recall. By the time he started the teleport, or by the time he finished the teleport, the Baron's on 2k. And when they go in, Didal goes for the steal, and he takes the Taric ult with him, which is huge. Without the Taric ult, all that Sorry have to do is just wait it out. And then they throw everything onto Soksu with the Malphite ultimate. Just jump on into him, bamboozle him. He goes down fast, and the fight is lost for DMU. So clearly, Sorry have got their strat figured out here. They've got DMU's number, and they know what they have to do with these fights. Surprisingly enough, they Malphite ult the ADC, and it goes pretty well.
It looked so great for DMU in the early game, but Sorry have really turned on the burners in the past couple of fights. Ever since Baron's been on the map, you can see that they've been in control of the game, and while it doesn't look the most controlled we've ever seen, they, as you say, have DMU's number. Now they've got 4 members with Baron buff. Of course, don't have it on Olaf, who did go down to secure it, and we'll be looking to spread that one out and try and crack open the base. You want to be trying to get every single tower outside of the base on your first Baron. That's what you can consider good, because then you really own the jungle. You can really get that vision in, and getting future Barons and getting dragons, especially in this business end where every dragon is crucial. Getting that war vision is super important. So Sorry setting themselves up for a very strong late game period. DMU need to find their form that they have in the early game quickly, or else they could lose out on this first game of the series.
one where they're trying it is with this bush setup. Tarek and Syndra in there, and a very unknowing Surrey is lurking around the corner, but they're not trying to overextend and face check that one quite just yet. And so this bait not going to work out this time around, but you know, you appreciate the idea, you appreciate the thought, but not too much reason for Surrey to walk up there. Obviously the kill on Aphelios, tempting as it may be, isn't quite enough. They'd rather just hold the cooldowns and wait for this dragon spawn in just 40 seconds.
Interesting that they're on the complete other side of the map right now, though. No one around that dragon, but look at the vision that they have control over. We'll see any kind of attempt at engage coming in from DMU. DMU are going to have to walk up to it pretty blind. Going to be unable to safely traverse their own bot side jungle. And with the dragon spawning, this could well be the third one. Setting up for Soul on the next Drake, but this game, as it stands, may not be going that long.
Yeah, they've managed to get the resets in time. Yeah, it takes about 30 seconds. So what they do is they go clear through all the jungle, even including the top half, getting that blue buff onto the Cassiopeia is huge, denying a lot of golden XP away from DMU, really so smothering them out of the game. They can recall nice and in time. They've got the waves going, and they run straight into the dragon. Third cloud picks up, and we're getting into some ridiculous territory on the ultimate cooldowns. The Maokai, so the Malphite, 45-second ult cooldown. Not really something that Soksu is too happy about. That was going to be up every single fight, as they are spotted out by some thrown weapons and plants in that bush. You know, a couple of people lurking around here. Soksu not going to be able to steal away that red buff. That is indeed secured by Salai. As Baron has run out, so the game does slow down a little bit, but really, sorry, just looking to start to push out these lanes and get those side towers going. We see the Malphite in the top lane. Pushing that one out, has his teleport available. Salai farming up a storm in the jungle, just trying to get a little bit of extra gold. He does, of course, have his 100% crit chance right now, so anything else is just a luxury in these team fights, and we'll see what he's building next. I think it's going to be a Guardian Angel would be the assumption based on that cloth armor, just to make it real easy for him to follow those ults from Solio, and even if he goes 1-for-1, he will just pop right back out.
Because a 1-for-1 trade isn't really a 1-for-1 trade if Salai then just stands back up and keeps fighting. That's
yeah, some would even say it's a 1-for-0 trade. Yeah. Crazy how that works. Crazy.
You have to pay for it, but 605, almost 100 gold lead on his lane opponent. He's got the cash to burn, you could say, and
he's got the cash. He's got the monster to burn. He's got most kills and most CS.
Oh, he is looking towards that monster drop. Of course, keep your eyes open for those kills, assists, and farm, because top player in the tournament in each of those categories will be winning a monster drop, which is some monster energy drink. Thank you very much for the support of the NSE. And coming up to 5 minutes into this game, gold lead has swung to Surrey. The game has swung to Surrey, you could say. Taken over on kills, objectives, just the whole shebang. Still even on towers, but sorry, I'm going to mind that one too much there. 2-tank composition, which didn't seem to work too well early, has really come online, and now they're just looking to get control over the Baron area, spawning up very, very shortly. And we know that Surrey are happy to just start it up. We've seen them do it twice already, and both times it's been positive for them.
Yeah, and it might be a little too late for DMU in this game. What's really important to note is you look at the items, and Soksu has built a GA. He's tired of being dove by the Malphites in these fights, and you'd think that that would be a good thing for the DMU lineup. You think, now he won't die to the instant burst from Salai and Solio. Alright.
Ooh, nice flash. Makai also burnt though, so
yeah,
a lot of resources being used up by Surrey as Baron is on the map now, and DMU happy to take those away.
Yeah, Dido had to know that the flash was up for Greyfair to look for a play like that. So that was a conscious decision to trade the flash. We'll see if it ends up being worth, because now he doesn't have the ultimate for Olaf. However, Olaf does have a flash of his own to get out of the Cataclysm, but the Baron is started up. It's on top of a ward, but look at the damage coming through. Olaf, Cassiopeia, Yasuo, it just melts down.
Malphite's not quite there yet, though. The fight will kick off.
Big flank.
Nice knock up, nice damage coming in from Olaf. The flank on to the Tarek. Will stay alive. Syndra, though, still up, gets the ultimate down, gets the kill down, and is standing healthily at the back. Soxu now trying to turn on the burners, gets the damage down onto the Malphite as well. Salai looking to get some chills before he inevitably goes down as well. He does get the GA first and has to back away, but Spirit in the back, like keeping everyone else in check. Does go low, forces the flash from Maokai. And the rest of the lineup do need to back away. Spirit does burn down on the back from the Liandries. So overall, it is an even fight, 2 apiece. The Baron is crucially stopped for now.
Are able to stop that one again. I think, sorry, might have just been able to focus it and burst it down, but the fight definitely wouldn't have gone as well as it did. Like I said, the Baron is stopped, but kills are still picked up. And crucially, the GA is lost from Soxu. If this knock-up lands, he could be going down. The wave is here, but Silai, not too sure where everyone is. Not going to be looking for that one, but as if to immediately prove my point, that GA for Soxu, very rough purchase, because it locked his damage down by a lot. And yes, it kept him alive in the fight, but it didn't actually keep him alive at the important part of the fight. He already lived through the initial burst that he was so worried about due to a Taric ult. So you think, if he'd had more damage to be throwing out during that time, building towards something like Infinity Edge or another Zeal item, we see now he's going for a Last Whisper item. If he had more damage during that time, Sealai would have died, and the fight would have gone very differently. Sealai going very low there, of course. As it stands, the damage is now lacking for the team of DMU, and we wonder if they'll be able to do anything at a fight for this Drake. It's started up.
Gonna have to test it. This is going to be Soul of it's taken. It's melded through. It's taken away by Surrey. The full Cloud Soul has been picked up, and Chuffin now looking for the engage. Nice over there from the Malphite. Everyone piles on in. They've already killed Soxu before the Taragon even came down. It does mean that DMU will be fighting uncontested for a second, but now that one's gone. Now the Cataclysm's down, and now Salai is turned up. The game is as good as done. It looks like Surrey pick up 4. They're not going to be too worried about Samjay. They're moving directly towards Baron. They want to start taking objectives.
And the second the Drake dies, you are terrified if you're DMU. It's Cloud Soul Olaf. Oh, that's another one.
The Malphite ult comes back on. The Yasuo ult follows through as well. You're going to go golden at Syndra. There is no way out. The ace comes through. Baron will be picked up, and at the end of the day, who wins? One technically gifted Aatrox or Stones?
One Rocky Boy, 28.8 seconds cooldown on the ultimate. The lowest it can go. If only he had a... not quite. He doesn't have the 5% CDR rune in the inspiration tree. Not going to have that one instead. You see the Malphite ult pings in the chat.
It's back up. We just watched it.
Oh, no. Oh, don't clear that one.
No, don't. I want to tell you something. Nice double stun, though, doesn't mean that there's going to be a good fight coming through, because all the ultimates, you know what? They're available from Surrey, and yes, they're going to be forced away. The game has not ended just yet, but the base has crucially been cracked open. Baron is available on 5 members of Surrey, and DMU, they're going to struggle to find their way back in.
With the Cloud Soul now, Malphite presses ult, everyone dies. If he's not hidden range, Maokai presses ult, everyone dies. Olaf ults, everyone dies. You just get so much move speed, you can just run into people, which is exactly what they want. This is the perfect situation for this comp by Surrey. Very fortunate. They get the Cloud Soul, and they manage to pick up all 4 of the Cloud Drakes as well. Of course, once you lose the first Drake, they're like, we'll just tactically into the second Drake so that we can get the 50-50 on 4 Cloud Drakes this game. Which must have been the plan the whole time, of course, but now that one's been picked up, it's looking pretty good for them. They now just have to end the game. Just a bit of a formality at this point, just walk it in. Because when you look at the lineup here for DMU, we've got a bit of a problem. Of course, the Jarvan has been outscaled. The Aatrox has been outscaled. The Aphelios building so much, not utility, but things like the GA and the Reminder. Yeah, these items that aren't 100% maximizing your DPS, these sort of like auxiliary items, has really hurt the damage as well. And Yasuo and Cassiopeia are just too massive. I also really like the build from Stoma this game. I was a bit hesitant on it at first, but you can see how it really, really complements the team here by going on with the...
Yasuo. They know that Cassiopeia is not there. Here comes the Cataclysm. Here comes the damage from the Malphite, though. But they're just not able to break down the Surrey lineup. And Salai gets the first kill of the fight. He's already taken out Dino. The Stoma wants to re-engage. There comes the other coming in from Malphite. Gets onto Soapsuit, who will be cut down and will be killed. And now Salai in the backline, free hitting, doing so much damage. Samjay is untouched so far, but it doesn't take much to take him down. The exhaust comes down to the side of the Yasuo. And it looks like they're going to look disengaged. Not too many health bars remaining for DMU. They only have 2 members left. They're going to look to re-come in. Both Grave Bar gets the damage down. Looks to get onto Samjay. The Undertow will force the stopwatch to be used. And it's going to be the cut down. Last man standing will be Spirit. Can they survive long enough to defend the Nexus Towers? I don't think they can. They're being forced back onto the Fountain. Salai is keeping him at bay and will almost climb down.
The KDA!
Instead, the KDA has been ruined. But the Nexus does fall. Sorry, picking up the first win in this series in emphatic fashion.
Oh, absolutely! If he had one more assist, it would have been worth. It'd be 1-1-1-1-1, but not able to pull that one out in the end. But yeah, what a dub for Surrey boys. This is a interesting comp that definitely had some struggles early. We can see the game plan was sort of achieved by DMU. They knew what they were doing. They had their sort of synergy, but as the combos just started to be dropped straight on Soxu, and as the Tarek ult was used slightly suboptimally multiple times, the snowball really starts to get going. And that's the thing about Tarek. His ult is very... You have to be using it in the perfect situations. And as we saw, the Malphite was the sort of like the last pick in this game. It did sort of mention in Champ Select, like, oh, well, everything else that's sort of sustained damage is there. The Malphite ult, very telegraphed. The Malphite ult, that happens now. When it comes to the Tarek ult, it's pretty hard to get away from that one. A nice little counter pick to that pick in the bot lane that, of course, ended up doing pretty nicely over the course of the game.
Very exciting first game coming in between DMU and Sorry taking the win. But it's the best of 3 series, so we'll have to see if DMU can even it out and continue their attempts at this competition, or if Sorry will be able to dispatch them in 2 games. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to jump to a 5-minute break. When we come back, there'll be more from the NSE Stay Home series, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NSE Stay Home series for League of Legends. We're going on to getting two of our first series of the day between DMU and Surrey. I'm Will Viper Whittingham. I'm still joined by Harry Dr. Evans, the fastest hands in all of the NSE. And we're looking forward to our second game where, because honestly, the first one had it all. DMU really dominated the early game, but Surrey, their composition just worked so much better around those objectives, and ultimately that's what paid off.
Yeah, the DMU had like a really strong plan going into the early game, and that's what we expect from them. They have this sort of synergy between them. They all knew what they were doing. They had the plan going, strong dives, good jungle presence, mid roams, and so on. And you expect to see that with this team. They've been playing together for quite a while. They're quite well known in the sort of in the scene. So that was fine. Were you in the lobby?
I am not, though. No one's invited me.
Yeah, I told them to go, and forgot you're not here.
I don't need to see the game to play. It's fine. I'll just be like, Malphite ult hits 2, gets the kill.
True.
Which is kind of the story of last game, because while the Malphite pick in lane struggled a little bit, and we expected it to, right? Because go for those aggressive summoners or those aggressive runes, and then you just get killed by the Aatrox. The fights paid off.
The runes still bad. Here's the thing. The thing about Aatrox is that you need to play him right. He's playing well. And a lot of people that play Aatrox, and it's something that, like, I remember Whippo was talking about it in a podcast, that even in like LEC, Aatrox players will just sort of spam Q the wave and call it a day. And on Aatrox, you harass your lane, you out-sustain them, you out-trade them, you have these huge Q trades that they can't escape from, that you don't even take minion aggro back from, and when you do take aggro, you heal. And you force them off the wave, and you play between the wave and their tower, and it's all well and good. You know, you're having a fine old time.
Jumping into picks and bats.
What we saw in that game with hello. What we saw in that game with the Aatrox was sort of the same, that he didn't really do that. Like, he was winning trades, he's winning lane, but he's not actually denying anything from Solaya. Nothing was being lost in the top lane, and because of that, it's very easy for the Malphite to sort of sit back and say, okay, well, this sucks, I'm going to lose, a few CS here and there and most of my health bar, but he's not getting zoned. He's not being zoned off of XP, and so as the lane pushes it into the tower, he can just sort of free farm. And that is a bit of a symptom that, maybe Spirit not too sort of comfortable onto the more aggressive aspects of laning, and really sort of pushing a lead and punishing people as you have to. So interested to know what he's going to do in this game. Maybe he goes to just like a bit more of a tank or something similar as to the Aatrox last time, and then goes for a bit more jungle pressure, get some dives going on.
I do not tolerate cowardice.
Pick some bans to you very shortly, but can confirm Cass, Callista, Yasuo, Ornn, Senna, and Darius will be taken off the table. Interesting that we see DMU not want to take on the Cassiopeia and the Yasuo as they did last game, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so luckily you guys can see Champ Select, we can see Champ Select, we can't see that you can see Champ Select. But it's fine, Echo is going to be the first lock-in here for DMU, same size of the Rift as last game, so that's nice and easy if you guys remember who's with them.
Yeah, Callista still taken away, still a lot of respect being shown to that one. Echo as a first pick is a bit rogue. He's very strong, but he is very counterable. And I wonder what lane he'll be played in, because of course this could be mid lane, could indeed be in the jungle, which is where Echo spend most of his time in amongst the trees. And speaking of which, that's the top lane lock-in for Surrey. Once again, the
top lane knock.
Well, okay, allegedly.
You say that, but again, could well be it could go in either lane. It is a flex pick for these guys, and we saw it being relatively successful in the team fights late game when Chuffin Man was playing it. Wasn't the best in lane, I don't think. So it did its job, I guess.
I have never once seen that was the first time I've seen a Maokai not run it in lane. Like, most of the times when I get in a game, people playing Maokai support, they are building full AP and they are 0-13. So I still don't rate it as far as laning goes, but just to get some information here, Amumu is Aphelios and Blitzcrank is Xayah. So that is a Xayah Rakan bottom lane locked in there for DMU. We'll see what is going alongside the Aphelios if that is picked this time now. I kind of like the little bit of change here. Obviously, the Aphelios first pick wasn't available for the MU, but they did take it this time around. And now they're putting Soxu on something with a little bit more agency, especially up against this Maokai. And I like that a lot, because last time there were some issues with sort of how we wanted to use the character.
They cannot
I think
understand.
that you have the Jarvan who wants to run it in, you have the Aatrox who wants to run it in, you have the Aphelios who desperately needs it to stay alive. And then, of course, the whole issue with Malphite existing being a pretty big issue now. So now got Xayah locked in for Soxu, so he'll be a lot more comfortable, a lot safer to just sit back. Oh, if anyone comes his way,
Are you
have
certain?
instant time. The Olaf, however, still picked up for Stoma because it went so well last time, and I'm interested to see what he does with the build this time around, especially if they don't have the Yasuo in the mid lane, which has been banned away. So maybe we'll see a bit of a more traditional warrior build, or the full tank Cinder Hulk with maybe even like Redemption.
I'm absolutely
the nice,
livid.
interesting new build that we saw last game.
Moving to the second round of bans, Syndra, Fiora, LeBlanc, and Vladimir all being denied. Of course, the Malphite's still available, but without the Yasuo, is that even a pick that you need to be worried about if you're on DMU's side? Not if Kennen's locked in, not imagine.
Yeah. Not too fussed. I mean, see. Yeah, Kevin's already been picked, so like. What?
Does that mean that Malphite's definitely supportive? Because this
pretty-
be
yeah.
Kennen mid?
Well, it's not Kennen, but it's not. Well, I mean, I said it wasn't Malphite. I said it wasn't Malphite.
You said
Well, I
a
said it
lot
might be
of
Malphite.
things.
I've said a lot of things. Kennen mid ain't great. Very lax and wave play that you sort of need to get through that lane, and he sort of likes the just playing versus a melee top laner. You auto them, you run them down, and then you just use the E to get out nice to safety. You know, having that move speed boost, very nice, and you're not so put back by the fact you're in a long lane. Also, you can actually teleport out and flank, and then come back to a nice big wave if you set it up nicely. So you're not too worried about the same things you might be when you're playing top lane Kennen compared to mid lane. So pretty confident to say that is a top lane Kennen and a support Maokai. And that does mean that the final counter pick will be available for Surrey as we see what Shuffin Man is going to lock in for that mid pick, which could be versus. There's so many flexes in this game. It's either Echo or Mordekaiser it's against.
Echo, you'd imagine, it makes more sense, but
I've seen more Mordekaiser mid than I've seen not Echo jungle in recent times.
But if it's
And-
Echo jungle, then where's the Olaf going? Is the question, because
He's on the other team.
they're keeping us. Oh wait, yes, he is. You're
Yes.
correct. Who's their jungler? Who's the jungler coming in?
Well, it's either Echo or it's Trundle. Be the choice.
It could be Trundle top, but Trundle into Echo, Trundle into Kennen seems like a very bad matchup.
Well, I think it would be, but also maybe it's not because the Kennen doesn't have a dash. I'm not gonna lie to you. Never in my life have I seen that matchup. But the
Well,
Kennen
obviously-
doesn't have a dash, so maybe you could think like, you just pillar him, and then even the move speed he gets from his E isn't really enough. And having Trundle versus Kennen is always going to be quite nice because you can disengage him when he looks to engage. Every time he goes for the ult, you just boop and just pillar him out the way.
Hmm.
But in the lane itself, I'm not 100% sure. Interested to know how that one's going to play out. Mordekaiser mid is fine and dandy. If you want to play him in there, it goes okay. He can wave clear enough. You know, it's fine. And then you could run the Trundle jungle if you so wanted. Of course, Echo in mid lane, the final choice. And Tristana was the lock-in. We got out of chance to that very quickly, but Tristana was the final pick for Surrey.
It looks like it will be the Echo mid for Samjay. Looking at the way that they're locking in after the proxies have been confirmed. So, and it will be Deedle on the Trundle in the jungle, because Mordekaiser's jungle, not really a thing as far as I'm aware. Doctor, you're our resident
It's
high elo jungler. Mordekaiser, how's it do?
you know something about my high elo. I am in D3.
I thought
I
you were
get-
D4 to be fair, so that's actually more impressive than I thought.
We're getting there. I am in D3. I get
Oh.
+12, -21 for my wins. I am playing in Plat 1 games. better than the Plat 2 games I was playing in, to be honest
No,
with
but
you.
like, what have you? Why? What's the need?
Okay, so here's how it goes. What you do is
Okay.
you're almost in your D2 promos,
Yeah.
and then you lose a lot of games.
Don't do that. Stop.
I wish I should have thought of that.
When the fun stops, stop.
I never said I wasn't having fun. I was really enjoying having a 35% win rate Rorik and running it down on Foxdrop's brand jungle. It was a good time. My thinking, like I said, isn't so good in recent times. So I'm like, I'm not going to play jungle. Thing is, like, I refuse to believe I'm too bad to play Warwick jungle. And I watch Foxdrop's stream, and he's playing a lot of brand jungle in D2, and he's not like paying attention. He's just sort of like AFK, like not farming perfectly. He's not like cutting the camps the most efficiently. There's like a few tricks you can do, things like maximize passive damage, and you can like proc a brand passive level 2, things like that. Like minor things. I'm like, okay, I'm doing these. I'm not reading Twitch chat. I'm thinking about the game constantly. So how come he's smurfing on it and I'm running it down?
Is he just a better player than you are? Is that
is
that what that is?
But like that's the thing. I was like, I feel like we're similar, and I was like, I'm thinking, at least when I'm not running it. I was like, I'm thinking a lot. Like, and it doesn't help that the second you fall behind when you're playing something like Brand Jungle, your team just ult F4, which isn't great. Sort of reminiscent of my Kaiser Jungle games, which were 30% int, 30% pop off, 30% people just go AFK at 4 minutes in because I'm playing Kaiser Jungle. But
10%.
Yeah, 10%. Getting carried. I don't know, average games. I miss Kaiser Jungle.
That's race games.
Yeah, true. But I wish Riot had killed it. To answer the point, Riot have really tried to make Mordekaiser Jungle a thing. It's just not. But yeah, they've given it a go because they keep buffing his passive.
Excellent. Well, thanks for that. I'll keep that in mind. It's not going to be Mordekaiser Jungle. Spirit will be taking that one. D-Doll's going to be on the Trundle, and Sam J will be on the Echo. Some question marks over Sam J's performance last game. Looked good in the early game in lane. But then, even then, was kind of a couple of deaths. One in particular I'm thinking about where you think the Syndra's just out with the flash, but then just tries to sidestep abilities, doesn't sidestep the abilities, and dies. Now, given that Echo, who is melee and is going into the range matchup, hoping for a stronger performance this time around, because the Tristana mid is something that, again, I say this a lot, we've been seeing it on and off for this season. It's a bit of a rogue pick, but it was there's a lot of success on it in ERL League of Legends.
Yeah, it's not balanced. It's neither is crime in Portsmouth. That's not balanced either, apparently. Somebody's not staying at home because clearly sirens in the streets. But I mean, honestly, I'm just looking up Samjay to see if he's like an Echo one trick or something, because that's a very rogue blind first pick.
Yeah, it is.
Echo is good.
I mean, it's flexible. It is. I guess. Is it the kind of thing where Echo's a good champion and is flexible? Like, is it like Syndra, where we were confused by Syndra's being prioritized so much? It was like Syndra's a good champion, Syndra's flexible. That is apparently all you need to be a first pickable champion. And is Echo the same, especially if Sam J is an Echo player? Maybe.
I don't think so. I don't agree. I mean, I definitely think that if you have like a super Echo one trick, just first pick it. Yeah. That's one of those champions that's like really one trickable and people can really take over a game. But as far as the blind first picking, like, we might run it jungle. No, because Olaf exists. And we see Stoma played Olaf last game. And Olaf really has a good time versus Echo because you just walk into his jungle and you just kill him. Like, it's really that simple. There's not a lot to say about it. It's like, okay, what's he going to do? He can E over a wall. Cool, you've now taken 3 camps of his. Like, so maybe that was the original plan, was the Echo jungle. And then they went, yes, Olaf, the same champion that was picked last game. And then flexed into Trundle, who obviously has a very nice time versus Olaf because you can just disengage him. But I'm interested to see how it pans out, how it goes, what they do with that Echo. We'll be jumping into the game in about a minute as we wait out the end of the spectator delay. But to look at sort of the rest of the teams a little bit more, we've got a lot of disengage here on the side of DMU. We've got, Trundle and Xayah is very good at kiting backwards. But then also Mordekaiser's kind of doing his own thing. And Echo isn't really on disengage. He's kind of on picks. It doesn't really fit into the comp in the 5v5. And that was kind of an issue that was seen in the last game as well. But you have this sort of disengaged, play it back bot lane that has aggressive potential, and then the dive of everyone else. And it was a bot lane that could sort of match that dive, but then the comp was never fully executed as you might like it to be. And that really, really hurt DMU. Whereas if we look at the side of Sari, instead, we have something pretty similar to last game, where you just run in a straight line towards them. You know, you have the Kennen, Olaf, Maokai, very strong as a just pure front to back comp, and you can see why a lot of priority is put on getting the early picks on Maokai, because it worked so well for DMU last time, especially when it is this flex pick that you can throw down into the bottom lane. And again, with the Mordekaiser being locked in mid, that's kind of rough for the side of DMU, because the Tristana, the counter pick, was there. That one was locked in for Salai, and Tristana has a very fun time versus melee champions.
Right, we're just going to get our sync together, ladies and gentlemen, then we will be jumping straight into our second game of this series. So
we're all set up. Are we? I'm speaking on people's behalfs, but
we're in, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm in.
One thing that should be noted immediately is, of course, we do have Spirit in the top lane, Samjay in the mid lane. They haven't. There's no lane swapping shenanigans that we're aware of just yet. It's just a case of Samjay jumping out, jump back in for the proxy pick. But second game of the NSE Stay Home series, DMU will look to claw their way back into this one, into contention to get into the semi-finals. Sorry, want to be the ones to
know. Oh yeah, I was talking a lot about the Mordekaiser matchup for Trist, but honestly, Echo doesn't change. But speaking of which, Mr. Nice Charlie in production, if you could click and drag to move the Echo and the Mordekaiser's positions on the little scoreboard in the middle, that'd be much appreciated. Because they're in the wrong way. That'll be the top laner and the mid laner on the blue side.
Nope, that's the Trundle.
Not that one. That's the other one. You're halfway. The mid and the top.
The scary helmet guy and the guy at the top. Excellent. That's it.
Dota players, SMH.
It is the most fun when production is on a game that they don't necessarily play. I remember working with you when we were working with the London esports production crew for a League of Legends tournament, and they just did not have a clue what was going on. It was great.
It's bad that I have no idea what you're talking about.
It was a Wanyu in like February last year. Over a year. Oh my word! Over a year ago. Now.
Oh, you mean London esports as in London? You mean London esports production crew as in London esports production crew?
Yes.
I thought you were talking about like London esports as in the UKL team. I'm like, what production? I'm not on their pre-show. I don't know.
They're different.
But a lot of London esports.
There is a lot of esports in the capital of our fine nation. But we're into game. Harry, is there anything that's standing out to you in terms of runes or starting items? Anything rogue that you want to wax lyrical about until first blood goes off?
Oh, go on then. So I got an interesting setup in the mid lane on that Tristana. Halo Blades. Normally you see PCA on the Trist because it's pretty easy to proc and it amplifies the bomb damage. You know, you E and then auto them 3 times. However, Echo kind of slippery. So having the Hail of Blades, it's very nice because you can it's more likely you'll get those autos and you're going to ramp up that bomb a lot faster. I'm not going to lie, I'm not a Tristana mid expert. It could be just a stylistic choice. But most people I know that play a lot of Trist are going for the PTA. But the almost more important part is that you do often see Resolve secondary with a Demolish taken by those Trist players.
Greyfar may have been caught out. He has to flash away. The Ignite's running down. Sox who gets first blood. I want to tell you, actually picking out up on the Rakan. That was a very speedy play. DMU once again drove first blood in the bot lane.
Yeah. Not a lot of respect being shown by Greyfire and Truffleman once again. Not respecting the early CCs, and we can see a huge wave coming on in. That's a lot of XP that Greyfire is going to miss. He has 7 CS. That is the pressure of this Xayah Rakan. Their level 1 is so strong. They bring so much damage. Maokai kind of doesn't. He's not known for his laning prowess. Not in the top lane, and definitely not in that support position either. So a lot is lost. And that should be a BF sword there for Soxu. I can only assume. Let's have a gander. No, it's nowhere even close because they did not pick up the kill. But, you know, you can get some extra laning prowess here. We'll see the double Doran's Blade and even an extra longsword will be nice and simple. There is now some interesting pathing going on for Dido. He's moved on into the top lane and couldn't have been expecting to find all too much there, as maybe he was thinking that the Olaf would start blue and path up to top. And you can see he sort of lurks around the corner on the Krugs, waiting for the wave to go away, and finds that those are still standing. So he doesn't find the kill he was looking for, but should still be able to counter jungle if he wants to. However, Kennen is pushing out a pretty hefty wave, but he is spotted, so that gank will not happen.
DMU looking to engage back in the bot lane once again. Great far this time though, showing a bit more respect, moving away and trying to get a bit of a chunk off on the Rakan on the backside, unable to do so. Of course, DMU have it all to do. They could well be knocked out of this tournament. They will be knocked out in this tournament if they cannot give themselves a win this game and the next one. Sorry, can't afford to slip up, but I know they don't want to. Of course, remember, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on the kills, assists, and CS, because all of these players are also playing. Not for Trundle coming in, looking at the side. Greyfall's already gone very low. Will be going down. The second kill for Soxu in this game. Or the second kill for the bot lane in this game. I want to tell you, of course, Nav in the first one for himself. But it's another successful play in the bot lane. And DMU, we've seen this one before, though.
We have seen this one before. Didal getting a little threatened there by Stoma, who of course has his red smite up and available, so it's a scary 1v1. And Stoma, knowing this, should be able to walk on in and sneak away some chickens here. He will be spotted, but not going to feel too comfortable to go for those, as the bottom lane do move up.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be engaged from the Rakan. Lands on to Selai on the Tristana. His ultimate. No, not even. Just going to... Just auto-attacking while he jumps away, giving the illusion of an ultimate being used, but in fact, we'll be holding on to that one. Selai.
Yeah. Selai in the comms now, like, yeah, guys, they think I got him. I've baited them.
I'm outsmarted this play by play cards, so we're all good.
Rakan has no idea that it was his own E. But a nice reaction there from Soxu and the Rakan player, whose name I can't see, I want to tell you. Because they were... I think they were looking to recall after that one, but they see the invade. They can move on up the river. Quite nice. Find the flash there of Stoma. Of course, Rakan going back in, not going to accomplish all too much, because it was pretty low on the old mana. Selai takes a lot of damage, but that is kind of how the Echo do. Of course, Echo has his recall. He's already bought and teleported back to lane, and now Selai will be picking up the first items of the game on that Tristana. Interested to see what it's going to be. It looks like it will just be the standard Blade of the Ruined King. So strong. When you jump on in, slow them, guarantee you're going to get your bomb shots off. As now a big wave pushes into the bottom lane, and Trundle is in position to capitalize on it. Might want to look for a gank.
Exactly, moving in towards, and Jumpman will be knocked up once again. Too far extended, will be able to get the root down, but in a 3v1 situation, Aphelios is going to be no help, and that's another kill. Didal picking up this one there, sharing these out quite equitably in these bot lane plays, but one thing remains constant is that the bot lane from Surrey need to show more respect.
I mean, they need to show less Maokai support. This is kind of what happens, but what is important to note is that DMU have had really strong wave control. You can see that these, and it's a strong communication. Again, this is what we saw last time. It's how you know that a team has been playing together for a while. They've got that synergy. They have the communication. They know what they're doing, because when there's the big waves coming in, they are calling in the jungler, and that's something you can do way ahead of time. But Solia
in the death realm, Mordekaiser flashing forward, trying to get the damage down, but the ultimate has been held by Kennen. Gonna use it, but he is still so low, and Mordekaiser not going to take any damage, but won't get the kill. And now find the bot lane. It's a 3v3. Chopperman getting onto. I want to tell you, the damage isn't there, but he's going to be able to stagger away. Didal now coming in to try and get a kill himself, but needs to be careful. Echo now coming in to make it a 4v3. Won't get a stun. Won't get the damage in time. Doesn't manage to trade the kill over. We do see Didal fall in the river, but there's 2 kills going over to DMU. They're looking to chase down onto Olaf before he can escape. The E, the damage, the speed up from the scuttle will mean that's going to be a 3-for-1 trade in the bot side, and absolute domination in this area for DMU right now.
And again, it's the communication. We see Samjay come down to match that roam, and you should not be roaming versus the Trist mid. She should have the pressure, but because it's an Echo, he can clear waves safely enough that he can still clear that one out and move on down to the bottom lane. You can see that Didal was baiting pretty hard. He knew he was going to die, but he's still running in circles, tanking the Aphelios, making Greyfair focus him so that Echo can come on down and find out those kills. Lovely roam. And again, just like I was saying, this is a team that has worked together, they've played together, they know what they're doing with their waves, and they're planning stuff ahead of time to bring in the jungler. constantly getting the engages through onto this bottom lane and burning summoners left, right, and center. However, both flashes are now available, so a little bit of safety, potentially, for the Surrey side. But important to note, kills being shared out. You know, the wealth going all sorts of places. Dido getting some, Samjay getting some, Soksu getting some. Ordinarily, this is pretty good. You're sharing your lead across the map. But that's not how you get the whatchamacallums, the monster drops. You gotta get the most kills, the most CS, the most assists.
I think that's why I want to tell you took first blood. It was like, oh, leave it for the time. He was like, nah, man, I want some energy drink.
My monster.
Jumps in, gets that key down, and gives himself the kill. But of course, you're more likely to get those drops if you do get towards the finals. Chuffin Man is going to be roosted up, taking a lot of damage. Has to flash away once again. And as you say, the Maokai not being too effective. We're going to see Samjay jumping in immediately onto Olaf, but Sea Lies there, making this a 2v1 very, very quickly. The ultimate comes back. He wants to turn back to the clock. Sea Life wants to flash over that pillar of filth. I know it's called Pillar of Frost, but it's very filthy with his skin. So
I miss Old Trundle.
All I'm saying is that people sleeping on Constable Trundle as a skin, I've never seen it used in comp, and I do not know why.
People sleeping on Old Trundle lore.
Yeah.
People sleeping on this dive, maybe? Echo doesn't have ult.
Chuffin Man is really low, and there's 4 members there. Chuffin Man will be the one taking the damage and will
Kennen
be
has ult.
Down. Olaf coming in.
Maelstrom.
Will be able to get the Maelstrom down. Will be able to get the first stun. Great Fart was taken into Death Row and taken out.
July
on the cleanup, gets a double in the river, and now Olaf has to be careful. He's going to back away, but Tristana, thinking about it for a second, decides against it. But again, I feel like we've got some deja vu here, because the first couple of fights were all DMU, but in this first big engagement, Sorry turned it around.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty reminiscent of the last game. However, this time Spirit is able to teleport down. He finds himself a nice kill there onto the Ophelia, so it's not really worth the most, but at least this time they get something as the teleports are traded. However, now the Dragon is started up. This is not reminiscent of last game. Of course, we saw the first 2 Drakes go over DMU, and then the next 4 to Sorry. Dido hasn't got vision in the pit and hasn't got the wards, but no flash means he's not going to be able to steal this one. Maybe Echo.
Can he though? It's not going to be stolen away, but Olaf once again giving his life for the objective. Chuffin Man going to try and back away, but it's taking a decent chunk and will fall as well. Seali could also be on the table. He's going to be taken out, trading 3 deaths for Dragon. Not particularly worth at this stage in the game.
And you can see this time around, DMU have chosen a much more aggressive bottom lane because they know they're against a Maokai. They want to get that punish going. So you go Zyrakan, and they are just all over the map, getting kills left, right, center. Yes, the Dragon was taken, but I want to tell you, he was able to find that kill onto the Olaf. So it works out. Meanwhile, in the top lane, something has happened to force Solhair out of lane, and now a huge wave is crashing. Mid lane as well, massive amounts of XP being lost by Selai, and huge leads across the board are being accrued by the DMU team, and we have to see what it is they're going to be doing with them. The Herald is being picked up by Dido as we speak. He is soloing that one out, and that will be enough to finish off the top or mid lane towers and their plates, if that's what he wants to do. He has a minute and a half to decide where that thing's going to go and deploy it before those plates are going to be lost, and pretty important to get those ones. It's a lot of extra money. Greyfire missed the first ward, landed the second one, did not see that they had recalled, but is pretty confident that that's what happened, so they will now push out the wave in bot. So you just look at the items. Essence Reaver compared to Caulfield's Cloak. It's not great to be the bottom lane of Surrey. No. It's pretty good to beat DMU.
And Zyrakan is such a strong combination. They're going to keep being able to dominate. And with these item advantages, it's going to become even more rough. I'm worried for the bot lane of Surrey, but at the same time, things across the map not looking terrible for them. You'd expect the Kennen maybe to have a gold lead over the Mordekaiser. That hasn't accrued, but Olaf doing okay. Tristana doing fine. There are still points that are fine for Surrey, and we know that they didn't have the strongest early game last game, so there is hope and maybe expectation of that again, but...
So, a big thing about last game is they were not this far behind early. They were just sort of pushed into their tower. It wasn't... DMU weren't punishing them very much we're not forcing dives, which we might be about to see, as Trundle's fighting in the bush, has not been spotted.
Trundle looking to get onto Olaf Ragnar.
Oh, good
But the
pillar.
Echo coming in as well. The pillar holding him in place long enough, Echo, to secure that kill, and that will give up the jungle to Didol
And the tower.
Samjay. And the tower as well. Members moving in. Everyone's getting involved except for the top laners, and here comes the Rift Herald's Eye. This is going to pick up all of the plate. Well, the plates have just fallen off, but it's going to pick up the tower.
Yeah.
Could well look to get a charge on the second one as well. It's all going DMU's way right now.
Yeah, the Herald a bit unnecessary when you have 4 people there. You can probably just finish off the tower. A bit of a shame that it wasn't used against any plates. But like you said, they can now look for the second push with it instead. And the mid and top towers, very low, can be knocked down. Basically, the second Didol turns that lane into a 2v1. But no defense here in the bottom lane. So maybe a conscious choice to hold onto the Herald. They know they can dive. They know it can go well. And we saw that pillar being a prime example of why people like to play Trundle versus Olaf, because they find out that kill pretty easily and carry on. And again, sorry, were in this position last game, but they weren't this far behind. And what's very important to note is the carries they had were a bit different. They had this sort of super scaling top lane, which is the Malphite, who doesn't really care if he's behind. He only still does one thing, which is tank and ult. That was going okay, and they still have a similar top lane, but Kennen does need a little bit more gold, and he can be bursted down if he's behind. He is not. Yes, he is still TP and ult, but he's not quite the same as Malphite, because if he falls behind, he is a bit less relevant. Also, the strength of the Malphite was that it was instant, whereas the Taric needed the sort of a delay on his ultimate in the fights. We actually have the opposite here, where Echo and Xayah can ult instantly, and the Kennen has a bit of a ramp up, so that's a bit rough. But also, we now have a double AD threat with this Trist and Aphelios, who is really strong team fighters in their own right, and definitely get rid of the tower taking issue that was potentially going to crop up in the last game. But they are both AD, and this makes it really easy to itemize if you're on the side of DMU. Just get some Tabby. Frozen Heart on Trundle is a really strong item. Pick that one up and you're going to have a really good time. And there's not too much that can be done about that by Surrey. Solea not in a position to 1v9 this game right now, and potentially is something that could have been recognized. Oh, there's a nice bit of scouting there from Solea. Does have the ult forced out. And yeah. Not great time to lose your ultimates when the dragon is up and about, as that one will be started. Sea Light should get a bit of pressure into the mid lane, but again, he doesn't have the Demolish, so he's not threatening at tower too much, and in fact, without any vision control either, he's not feeling too confident about walking up.
It's going to be forced out of that mid lane as well, going to be completely cleared. Second Cloud Rift that we're going to see this series, as first Cloud Dragon will be picked up by DMU. Taking stock of the game, 17 minutes in. Nice, hefty 6k gold lead coming in for DMU, and that's only going to be increased with the take of this mid lane tower. That's their 4th of the game, unreturned by Surrey, and seemingly 2 very different teams to the ones we saw last game, because Surrey coming into this series, they've got the first win. They needed one more, and right now DMU doing their darndest to force through that best of 3, that third game decider. Of course, there's still only quarterfinals of the NSE Stay Home Series. And it's got 2 series after this one, so keep your eyes peeled all day. I know that me and myself and Dr. Will will bring you all of the action. Second tower gonna be prioritized by DMU, and in the bot side, Spirit. Yeah, an excellent game 1 in laning phase, and it's still showing that Kraus hit, keeping Aphelios at bay.
Yeah, he's not able to look for the kill right now with the guns that Greyfire has. Very suited for the 1v1. So Spirit not looking to make that ult. However, he is now getting collapsed on, so he might want to be ulting Chuffin Man real soon, if this does turn into a bit of a 3v1 situation, as the rest of his team nowhere to be seen. But he senses something's up. He knows it's dangerous to push this far. Spots out Olaf on the ward and backs away, as now we look towards the Rift Herald spawning in just a few moments. It should be appearing onto the map. And that can be taken pretty easily by the DMU side, as they are confidently in the lead of this game. They'll take that Herald. They can knock down the top tower pretty safely without it, because they have already taken the mid lane tower. So they just have to go set some vision control in that north quadrant. And then once they've got the Herald, they can then use that to look for an inhib tower push, and possibly even the inhibitors themselves. But Stoma not looking to give this one over for free. He's in the area with some of his team.
Chubbin Man is coming in as well, but it looks like they've called the Olaf out. He's going to have to run away. We'll have to use Ragnarok to prevent the slow. The knockup will land on the Chubbin Man, though, and he might have just traded his own life for his junglers. He's going to be cut down by Soaksu, fourth of the game, tracing on towards Sea Lion. But here comes the cannon. The ultimate is big, but it's not able to kill anyone. And now with the root and the damage coming in from Cannon, he might have just signed his own death warrant. He's going to try and get away, but Soaksu, once again, no mercy, takes him out.
It's a nice attempt at the flank from Soleo, but Soaksu has the sums up, is able to flash away, get out of that one quite safely, and then Spirit coming into the fight as well just really secures it for the DMU side. They get the kills and they now move back over towards the Herald. After being so rudely interrupted, they'll be picking that one up. Baron spawning in just 30 seconds. They should be able to get this one. They got 20 seconds to take it. They'll be happy to grab that. And then we think about what's the Baron situation, because the team is not taking it as quickly as we saw that Surrey were in the last one. Surrey with a perfect comp for that, and definitely not something DMU have this time around, but they do still do it fast enough if that's the choice. So keep your eyes on that Baron, especially if Spirit builds a Leandries and then goes to help out, because that one will go down. Not insanely fast, but confidently fast. And either way, Surrey not in a great position to defend it. Maybe forced into conceding it. It was what happened when we tried to fight for the last objective. But then you have to think, well, how many things can you concede before you just lose the game? Because at some point the Nexus does go. But right now, teleport used to come and flank the Aphelios.
We're finding a lot of trouble. So many members coming down. That's an easy kill.
It's really not worth, but even burning the TP for one kill, not a good idea. It's a pretty long cooldown thing. They actually lost all pressure around the Baron, which isn't great because you want to be setting up your vision around there. That vision could have been cleared out. And there was even a chance that the Baron is just attempted with a Tristana Olaf. There's a lot of damage there. Maokai there to tank. But because Tristana and Olaf not as fed as last time, they're not going to do it as quickly. But they're slow to react. And now the wave is pushing on in the team here. Should be able to just take away the inhib. Rift Herald deployed mid as well.
Play's looking more and more worth by the second. Rift Herald should be able to take out that second inhibitor tower, and the fight might break out around it, the debris. It looks like damage coming down onto Olaf, who has to flash away, looking for stun. Sailor gets a nice stun in the backline, but he's not doing any damage. He's going to be taken down by Soaksu as members of DMU are crashing into the Surrey base. Rift Herald's still there, tanking up from the Trundle, and they're going to be able to get the first tower with it. The first Nexus tower. Will they be able to get a charge onto the second one? They will. Are they going to be able to get a charge onto the next one? Are we going to see the Carlton in this NSE? No, Rift Herald will fall. But after 21 minutes, DMU stamp their authority on the series.
Right, so
That escalated quickly.
yeah, good people of NSE, when we do finals next week, if you want to just change where it says Dr. University of Portsmouth, just put that straight to Clown College, because clearly that was a very worth teleport coming through from Echo. There they ended the game off of it. I was a bit worried about a potential Baron Rush, but yeah, they got their Herald, so just run it straight down through that lane. Don't think anybody on either team thought that was going to be a game-ending play, but
here we are.
Here we are. They had the waves. They had the wave mid. They had the wave bot. They had the squad. Just move on in, end the game. That one went over pretty quickly. I'm thinking we're not going to see a Maokai picked this time around for Surrey.
You'd hope not. The laning phase was not brilliant from that champ, and
yeah,
honestly, last game it was kind of covered up because the team fighting was pretty good, and having that dual frontline of Maokai and Malphite meant there was loads of engage, and it was taking DMU so long to break anything down. But in this game, the Maokai and the Aphelios, they weren't on the same page at all, and Soaksu so able to capitalize on that. Massive props has to go to the Rakan as well. I want to tell you, because the engages throughout the whole first 10-15 minutes were flawless, and being able to get so many opportunities with Dido coming down as well, it just basically removed Aphelios from the game, and Maokai never really got there.
Yeah, so what we didn't see last game was this aggressive play in the bottom lane from DMU. Now, they had the strong sort of core going in there. There's good things happening in the mid sort of jungle area, but they weren't really able to then translate that through the course of the game and then sort of, close out when they needed to, and a few rough fights here and there, and it all fell apart. In this game, obviously, we have the really, really strong bot lane, and they are playing, Xayah, Rakan. This is not Ophelia's Taric. This is a lane that can actually be aggressive. They can actually push forward. They can actually look to all in, harass, threaten, and punish on levels 1, 2, and 3. They're having a good time. Maokai is a very, very punishable champion. So when you're playing this champion in support, you're just getting 1v2'd very often. But it's not even the lanes and the sort of picks that have really made that game for me. I think it's just the coordination, the communication, I'm assuming between sort of jungle and AD, because that's sort of how it tends to be. But there was really good working around just on wave control alone, which is, it seems like a strange thing to be like, wave control POG, but that's actually one of the really hard things to execute in competitive and in a team environment, to not only manage your waves really well, but also work with your jungler around them, because waves take time to build up, to move. If you know how the wave is, it's not good to know, we have a 1 creep advantage now. It's good to know this means that we will be pushing 20 creeps to their tower in 45 seconds. Mr. Jungler, please come. It's that sort of coordination that you get from a sort of storied team like DMU T1 that really shows up in those sort of situations.
We're going to jump to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we will be seeing who can walk out of this quarterfinal victorious and who will be continuing in the NSE Stay Home series. Don't go anywhere. We'll catch you in a few minutes. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the NSE Stay Home series for League of Legends. I'm Will Byron Whittingham, still joined by Harry Dr. Evans, and we're going into our deciding game between DMU and Surrey in these quarterfinals. Surrey took the first game after a long, drawn-out period of back and forth, but DMU really dominated the second game, and they're going to look to carry that momentum on, aren't they, Harry?
Yeah, they went fast and went next. 21-minute game, very quickly over, and a very decisive, very showing of the strengths of DMU T1. So I'm excited to see more of that coming into this game and what else they'll be trying to pull out. I mean, this time around, they had the strong bot lane. They were very ready in that regard. They had something they could play around, play with, and then use to push the lead across the map. We saw in the first game, they sort of had this strong Jarvan and Syndra, and it was okay, but then Syndra got caught a little, and the Jarvan can't really do a lot to really start to snowball the game. When your kills are loaded onto a Xayah and a Rakan, who are also collapsing on every single play that the Olaf tries to make, you're shutting down the enemy early game jungler, and you are now moving the squad across the map so that they can start to knock down towers, get dragons objectives, and so on and so forth. It's all going very well. You're also just chain killing the enemy bot lane, which is always just a nice little cherry on top, you know? So we want to see more of that from DMU, because it shows their strengths, which is communication, coordination, and working together as a squad, as the boys. For Surrey, we kind of want to see a little less Maokai support. It went okay in the first game, but it just sort of wasn't as exposed. And then it really got shut down in that second game. So clearly you'd have to think they must be thinking the same sort of thing. That, okay, it went bad first game, it went really bad second game. So I want to see what they actually go for next, what they pick up, and what they want to change coming into this game. They had very similar team comps, very similar goals in the first two games. The first game was not clean, but they did eventually outscale, and had some very specific sort of niche ways that they found the win in that game. And the second game, they never even got a chance. So will they try the same again? Or have they got a new secret strategy that they want to pull out in the final game of this best of three where elimination is on the line? Let's find out.
Need to pick some bands, ladies and gentlemen, for the third game of this. No, we're not picking bands. We're being baited.
People were getting bugs again.
Yeah, it's
Legend League.
It's League of Legends. Sometimes there are some bugs, but we're getting that one to you as soon as possible. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's not only winning the series and winning the whole tournament that matters, it's also picking up some of those lovely monster stock drops. If you are the player with the most kills, assists, or CS, that's a lot of energy. And someone who's going to need some energy are both these teams, because they've both shown strengths and weaknesses in this series. You've already gone over them, and you've gone over some of them, of course. And I'm hopeful that we're going to see something different from Surrey. I'm worried that they might just double down.
Yeah, you don't want to see that.
We've seen it before.
We have seen it before. The sides have not changed. Surrey still on the red side. DMU still on the blue. Same teams for all three games, and we'll have to see what changes with the bans. Right now, not a lot different happening. And are we going to see the Maokai ban? Big respect coming through from DMU. Wow, crazy.
Oh, sorry, going to ban the Maokai.
Maybe.
You can't pick it if it's banned.
Shuffleman's like, yeah, don't worry, guys, this time for sure. And they're like, no.
The hugest respect ban is when you respect ban your own team.
Your own team, yeah. Respect. That's definitely the term I would use. Banning your own team. Do you ever have one of those games where someone gets like autofilled, they don't say anything, they just ban your hover and then lock in like Disco Nunu? And it's like, you could have just asked for your role. Like, try it. Oh, no.
The Malphite ban is pretty rogue, because that was not something that was banned last game. They banned the wasn't the Malphite? It was something else.
It was the Callisto. The Callisto was banned both games.
Yeah, it was the Callisto, but they've left that one open now, and that could be a sign that they maybe want to pick it up themselves. Don't be confused by the ordering, ladies and gentlemen. These players have not decided to I believe, have not decided to switch everything completely up, and it's going to be the Echo priority pick once again. Sam J had a very successful game in it last time around, and looking to repeat that here.
He did. Rakan also banned away, so Xayah Rakan not happening this time, but there are still options, you know, Nautilus and AP Kai'Sa, you can go for the new Ashe build, but that's not really a lane bully. You know, Lucians exist. There are still some strong lanes that can do the same things that Xayah and Rakan were doing. Maybe not to the same extent, but the Kalista being open is a spooky one. There was a lot of respect paid there, and we wonder when sort of do you want to pick it up, because it's mostly picked as a counter pick, is when you do usually see it. But the other interesting bans, I believe Set was banned out both times. I think it was.
Set has been banned at least once.
I think that Set was banned twice by Surrey. I'm pretty sure they didn't change their bans between games 1 and 2. Ooh. And that is now open because of the Kalista ban. So, potential, if that one was a spooky champion for Surrey, that one could still be locked on in for the DMU side.
I'm very excited to see this bot lane come again from Surrey. Lucian Braum, something very different from what we've seen from them in the first 2 games, and much more aggressive, much more needs to dominate the lane to be too relevant, and the Ezreal is going to be replying. It's going to be the Ezreal Yubi coming in as the response. Very safe, very
guys,
boring.
We did so well on Xayah Rakan when we had an aggressive lane. We had such good lane control. We clapped them. We worked with our jungler. It was going so well. Let's do it again. Rakan has been banned. Guess we have to go for the next best thing, Xayah Rakan. I'll see you in 30 minutes.
Sejuani has been locked in as the jungler for Surrey as well. So first round of picks have all gone through. Bans coming out. The Trundle instantly going to be taken away so that they can't counter the Sejuani. Again, the Echo could be flexed into the jungle, but they've kind of shown... DMU have shown their hands in that they know that Sam J likes this champion. They know Sam J played run on that champion. So you can kind of assume that's going mid.
Ooh, interesting Vlad ban, because I feel like Vlad does well versus Kalista. And the Kalista pick could still happen here. It's interesting to know what the... You usually want counter pick mid. Counter pick top is broken, but counter pick mid usually a little bit better because it's sort of usually works better with your jungler, right? The mid laner can then roam bot, and you can work with your jungler a bit better, and you can to get things happening at Drakes and Heralds and invades and blah blah blah. So you often can end up blind picking your top laner in a situation, and that means that we could see the Kalista come through, who has made it all the way through the bans up until this point. Although it was, of course, it was banned by Surrey in the last 2 games. Was it Surrey banning it? I think it was. No, it wasn't Surrey. No, it was DMU that were banning it. Yeah, it was banning it. So I'd assume that Vladimir does well versus it, but that one has now been taken away, so it makes it still an available option for Surrey, but DMU could still look to pick it. However, maybe not. If they were banning it, you'd sort of assume that it wasn't something in their wheelhouse. But when you look at the comps here, it doesn't really now fit. So this is all for nothing, because Surrey have just picked another marksman. They got Lucian in bot lane. Azir, who is allegedly a marksman according to Riot, picked up for the mid lane. You probably want someone just a little beefier to go up in that top lane to enable that team fighting potential.
Is that big disrespect from DMU to look in the Maokai? You top Maokai support, let's go.
Oh, ha! So, we got a comp on our hands here. The thing with the Olaf pick here is you now have no prio bot lane and you have no prio top, we can only assume, because you're going to have a counter matchup into a Maokai, which usually goes very badly. It's not great when you have a Maokai who is getting bullied, because he's a pretty bullyable champion, pretty punishable. Yes. And that makes the Olaf very hard to then execute on, because you kind of need slightly winning lanes with him so that they can come with you and you can go with them and you can really take a hold of the game. That might not be an option for Didor now, but he has the allegedly counterpicked Echo and the allegedly counterpicked Maokai, because admittedly the Echo was countered last game with a Tristana pick. That was a chosen matchup and it didn't go well. This time around, they're choosing the Azir to go up against the Echo. Maybe that will go a little better, but I don't really see that being the case, because Azir is not strong in the early game. He really needs a lot of levels and he needs 2 items to really get on board, but Echo just kind of needs the one, just wants to get his proto belt, and then can really take over a game. I don't see how Azir is not going to lose to him, but I don't see how Azir is going to shut him down either. So this could be a potentially worrying sign for the Surrey squad as we round out the picks and bans and hop on into our spectators delay.
What are you watching out for in this final game of this series? What's the matchup that you're most excited for, do you reckon?
Shen Maokai, because I keep playing it and I keep losing it as Shen because I'm a Shen one trick now. It's not that interesting. But personally, I just want to see Shen. The thing is that with the Seju, the mid lanes are both so rough. Like for both sides. If I'm playing Sejuani versus Olaf, I'm terrified because Olaf can invade tanks pretty easily and take a lot of their camps. He just out farms them. He doesn't exactly get out pressured by them because the ganks from a Sejuani aren't as potent as something like a Jarvan, Lee Sin, Elise. They're strong, but they're not quite that good, which is where Olaf really gets worried, is those like super gankers. So they get out farmed and also out dueled, so they can't contest crabs, and he can sort of walk all over them. But they had the counter pick in mid with the Azir, but Azir is also very not strong early, so that kind of doesn't count either. But then they had the counter pick on top, and they picked Shen, and that also is sort of pretty similar. Shen can beat around a Maokai, but he's not exactly going to force him out of lane and really be able to come bail you out, although he does have his benefits versus Olaf later into the game. So I don't think that the Olaf could sort of run the Sejuani can defend herself from Olaf. I also look at the Olaf side, I'm like, well, it's a Maokai, it's a Echo, and it's Ezreal Yuumi. They can't really back you up, so I'm not sure how that dynamic is going to pan out, because it looks to me like we've sort of set up for 2.5 losing lanes. Well, really, I say 2 losing lanes because Maokai is pretty consistently losing, and then Ezreal and Echo are sort of both going to half lose this and then scale.
Okay.
And the Olaf doesn't really have a chance to get a lot done. But as far as Shen and Azir go, they're also not really doing too much. There's a lot of people not doing a lot in this game. And in that regard, scaling is sort of on the side of the team with the Azir and the Sejuani, the team that doesn't have an Olaf. However, the one side of all 3 lanes that could actually get something going is going to be this Lucian Braum. Aggressive lane, like strong, powerful ganks, really strong level 1, in fact, with the Sejuani and the Braum here. So we could see some shenanigans coming out to really open up the game. Shen Taunt as well is going to be huge there. But the Lucian Braum really need to take over the game, really need to just do what they can to shut down the Ezreal and the Yuumi and get a snowball going so that Surrey can scale up into this game and get to this sort of late game team fight dream that they have with the Shen, Azir, Braum, Sejuani as well, making a really strong frontline to enable that Azir. Thing is, you can't really muscle out an Ezreal Yuumi in the traditional sense. So a lot of different variables coming into this game, and especially when we consider how the waves have been going in the bot lane, and the wave control has been on DMU's side for the whole series. They've had exceptional understandings of how to use these waves. Ezreal Yuumi is not a lane that sets up waves well or can really use anything off them, but just knowing what's going on and how to sort of use those waves or how to counter what the enemy is doing with the wave could still be very nice for the DMU bot side. Even if they can't do anything aggressive with them, they can still try to shut down the opponent.
Fascinating compositions, fascinating matchup, and this has been a very good series. We're going to bring the third game to you very, very shortly once we have all synced up and got ourselves ready.
And get everyone in the right orders, as we now have to explain to our resident Dota player what is going on both of these teams, because it ain't great.
Oh, I reckon we just let Charlie
figure it out. Figure it out. All right. Well, he's seen Olaf in 2 of these games, and he's seen the Echoes. All right. The Maokai could be a bit of a switcheroo. Obviously, it's an interesting situation. All right.
We're ready when you are, Mr. Production Man. We're into the game, ladies and gentlemen, for our third game and our final game of this series, but obviously not of the day, between DMU on the blue side and Surrey on the red side. Same sides as they've been on for the rest of this series, and winner of this will go through, loser of this goes home. Remember to keep your eyes peeled on the kills, CS, and assists, because the players with high numbers in those could be in with a chance of grabbing up one of
What?
those monster supply drops.
We said level 1 shenanigans. And this is how you get that high kill number. You start early. See, the 5-man stack in this bush looking to punish Dido, who has gone for that early ward trick. Does it every game. Are they going to punish him here? Well, no one has been spotted, and maybe that spooks DMU a little bit. You know, it's quiet. It's too quiet. They're scared to walk up.
Away, chuffing as well, and it looks like they've given up, and members moving away from Surrey. Syndra and Shen still happy to sit around and wait. Could well look to catch someone out. The Spirit.
I've noticed some. Oh, Stone.
Comatog needs to be careful. Actually, taking the undertow could well get slowed down again, but there's only Maokai to follow up, and I don't think anything's really going to be gained here. Dido actually using a lot of mana there, and
yeah, he does have the talisman, but what they do gain is pressure. They've pushed him out and they've split up the top and support. Obviously, this is a 1v1 or 2v2 that the Olaf is going to win at level 1, and by pushing Sejuani out, maybe if she was grouped up with the Shen, you can think about it because she can stack her passive with him very quickly. But when they're split apart like that, no risks being taken there, and early aggressive moves from Dido. Now Stoma is going to be trading this back and moving into red buff, and actually
everyone's moving down. Dido taking a lot of damage in the mid lane though, as Selai just taps on the wave through. Stormatog has the information and is backing away, but here comes Olaf, flash through from the Sejuani, followed up by the Olaf, and now the fight is happening in the river. Both of these teams want to really get at it. It's actually going to be Dido going down for first blood, picked up by the Braum, and now Sanjay needs to be careful. He's going to be cut down, and the Yuumi has nowhere to go. Jumps onto Soksu, who is going to look to escape, but that's a disastrous series of events for DMU. Sorry, pick up a quick double.
And it started off so well for DMU. They had the quality invade. They knew what they were doing. They had the prio in mid lane, level 1 Ezreal, level 1 Echo push is real strong, so they were able to get that going. But big overcommitments and very early aggressive flashes in from Dido, bringing in the Yuumi as well. They're really trying to find those kills, not respecting that Lucian Braum potential, the Sejuani stuns as well. And off of that, they weren't able to find out any of the kills. They do end up going down as well. And have a teleport lost by Ezreal, by Echo. E-Champion's confused. That's pretty big, to be honest. He's very keen on sort of just being a corrupting pot abuser and getting a strong early recall and then teleporting back to lane. That's something he won't be able to do now. And although Stoma has been set behind greatly by that invade and losing out so many camps, the same has sort of happened to Dido, and the Olaf will be able to recover faster, but it will still take time. Still going to be time that he's a bit scared to look for anything too aggressive. Because of that, Stoma can feel a little bit safer for the coming minutes. However, with that said, a big wave is building up in the mid lane, and Spirits is pushing out top as well, so it's a pretty free chicken camp for Dido to pick up. He's going to walk on in and nab that one away for himself.
Yeah, taking the opportunity where he can, always important on the Olaf, and as you say, Echo can get priority quite well. Maokai, while not being too scared of this Shen, can also step up, sustain, and keep himself active. Spirit, a player who's been playing very well in the 1v1 situations. We saw him in that game 1 get the 2v1, turn around, kill, and escape with his life as well, and now on something a bit different, on the Maokai.
Yeah. Now, Sejuani is going to be spotted top, but I mean, it's a smart invade from Dido because Sejuani was actually level 1 at the end of all the fighting still. So he knows she's going to have to go and clear out her bot side jungle for a Grump or something like that. She's definitely not going to be able to clear anything top at only level 1. This is pretty safe to assume that stuff's not going to be up. And you know she's got a lot of gold, so pretty safe to assume she's going to want to go clear. Sorry, she's going to want to buy. And so he takes away both of those topside camps, which is very important because his bot side is all still available. So I said there was a brief moment of respite for the Sejuani, and that was kind of it, because now Dido will be able to full clear through this jungle, really gets a big XP lead. However, right now Stoma has got the item advantage after recalling if they're looking to set for a gank bottom lane, and maybe try and turn that into a dragon. Sejuani moving down.
Aggressive play from Grey, fast stacking up onto the Yuumi. She's going to be able to just jump away, and so difficult to gank this bot lane. And proved once again there by Sexton, I want to tell you.
Yeah, I think there's maybe a slight window where they could have maybe found the stun on the Yuumi. Whenever she's detached, it's very dangerous for her, of course, but she detached in order to be a living ward, and it worked out pretty well. As they spotted out Sejuani and got out of that one nice and alive. Dido still yet to recall, and actually clearing in a bit of a weird path. Of course, he could have just sort of gone for a Krugs through to Gromp clear after that, but instead just clearing up bot quadrant and sitting on a lot of money, kind of wants to recall soon, one can only assume, but he's still hanging around, still looking for a gank here. You have to think maybe Yumi's baiting.
Yumi is stunned up before he can jump away, so it's very low, but Dido now trying to use that bait. Chuffin Man might be in trouble, but Sejuani quick to respond and allay any fears of a kill going down there. So bot lane, once again, is the hub of all the action. We thought it would be with the Lucian and the Braum being the most aggressive champions in the matchup, in the whole map right now, and it hasn't disappointed just yet.
No, it has not, and Chuffin was very low. You'd think Dido might look to nab a flash there, try to go for the kill, but backed away as the Sejuani turned up, and she was on a ward, so I really wonder, because there was no pings, but I really wonder if Dido saw the Sejuani passive go onto Braum. Because he didn't hit her, but you do sort of see their hands glow like a little bit just to indicate that they can stack the passive. And if you saw that and went, Sejuani's here and bailed, that's big brain. It also might have just been that he didn't have flash and knew that Guardian was up and healed as well, thought it wasn't worth it to commit to too hard, but he has now gone back to clearing his jungle and is still yet to recall. He's sitting on a lot of money and is clearing in a really weird path. Like, this is not an efficient setup to move through the jungle. And because he's spent so long without buying, he's not as, ahead as he could be. He could be really in the bout and running it through the jungle. And he kind of just isn't right now. But now that the item's been bought, maybe that will change. There's a big wave crashes on in top lanes. Both top laners have their teleports available. Soli are going to be able to ult out and TP back to lane, or just use his teleport to match Spirit, if that is the play. And interesting enough, Spirit actually does have a slight lead in this lane when it should be pretty Shen-sided, especially when you think that Spirit has gone for Aftershock here. So he's losing out on a lot of trade potential, but still coming out ahead in terms of the CS.
People moving around. Dragon, of course, won't be the Cloud's soul this game because it's going to be our first Dragon, which means we'll see something a little bit different. Once again, people kind of magnetizing towards the bot lane, decide against it this time. No, Echo moves back towards mid lane and takes a decent chunk of damage from Salai on the Azir. When he steps up to farm, could well be a theme that we continue to see going forward in this lane, with Azir being able to, not a strong laner particularly, but so able to bully melee champions.
It's the second the Proto Belt is finished, Samjay has a very good time. It's also, he's now got the Revolver, which allows for one good trade every wave.
Goksu takes the culling out of matter as well, but Samjay taking a decent amount of damage mid will force the eyes away, but Ezreal does get out again, very safe with that Yumi. Dragon's going to be started up this time around by Didol on the Olaf. DMU trying to take those early objectives as quickly as possible, knowing that they've got priority in the mid lane. No bot lane is there to come in and assist.
Well, I think I've learned something today.
Okay.
Silai is running Hail of Blades, and that seems pretty bad in my books, because you don't actually auto on Azir, you use his W, and that is not an auto spell.
Bot lane, the Sejuani ultimate catches out the cat. He's going to be unable to jump away and will fall down the final chapter popping, but it's not going to be enough to skin a kill on Soxu as well, who does manage to escape. There's no chase on that one. But that's the third kill for Surrey, and their bot lane in this game, it's a much different beast.
Yeah, and when you're playing Ezreal Yumi, you're kind of not meant to die. That's the point of the lane. We see now, I want to tell you, maybe a bit too detached in situations where they shouldn't be. But now,
Sejuani coming in mid. Echo turns back time and manages to get away on the spot.
Yeah, loses the ultimate, but not something he needed too much, not in too much of a threat of being engaged on by Anazir. Maybe danger of being ulted under a tower, but not so much other than that. Happy to lose it, but now the Herald is being started up by Dido, and Samjay looking to recall pretty soon. We see he's very close to the Proto Belt, should have that one very soon, but with Dido being spotted here, could be a dangerous Herald to take. Stoma
so she needs to be careful. Already half health. Silai comes up to make sure that he can get out okay, but does mean that any kind of contest on the Herald pretty impossible for Surrey. DMU able to pick up that, and while they might be losing out in these lane matchups ground for ground, they're still picking up the neutral objectives. So not a bad position to be in. We'll be interested to see where this Herald is dropped, where they want to try and funnel the money.
Where are you putting those plates is probably going to be into the Echo. We're not seeing what we saw last game, where it's used to take out 2 towers and then, the game with the second one. So probably funnel that into the Echo. Interestingly enough, he went for the... I think he actually might have been able to finish his Proto Belt, but instead opted for this sort of defensive Null Magic Mantle. I'm not sure if he already had the Dark Seal. Didn't quite spot that one before, but I'd assume if you have the option to finish Proto Belt, you would have. So a little bit of defense here, picked up by Samjay. Probably going to turn those into Mercs, which is a very, very smart pickup versus this team, as Juffin-Man ganks his own lane, but to no effect. But we take stock of the game, and so far, the scaling team has gotten the early kills, which is pretty nice, but they are starting to fall behind in CS. You can see, 2 or 3 waves down in the carry lanes and up in the top lane as well. It's not looking too great in that regard, but the kills will even that out, and especially with what's happened with the early game for the Olaf, that's something you're always happy about. Now, Sejuani lurking in the bot side, and the Herald is deployed, so the gank's definitely not happening. She's just going to come back and defend that one. This is just going to force down 2 plates, maybe a third, but the tower not going to fall quite yet.
No, it's very unlikely to do so. And Braum takes a decent chunk of damage, but it will just be the plates going over. All 3 of them are taken up by the Herald, though, so that's a decent chunk of money going into the pockets of Deedle, Suksa, and I want to tell you. So nothing should be sniffed at.
Did Soksu and I Want to Tell You get any? Because it's based on how recently you attacked it, and I'm not going to lie, I didn't see if any of the money flew over towards them.
I did not. I think the Ezreal got some gold. But
I could rewind it and then try to resync myself with our feed, but that's a dangerous move, and it's frankly not that important. Yeah.
We'll put that one as a no from me.
Firm pass, but Dragon now spawning, 50 seconds, and some strong item spikes have been picked up here, with the Mirror Mana and the Proto Belt now finished on the carries for DMU. Might look to find some picks before we see the respective buys from Silai, although Greyfar, with his early kills, has picked up the Essence Reaver. So again, exactly the same as what we saw in the first game. Yes, the tier item is finished, but Essence Reaver is just strictly better. However, Ezreal now grabbing that Sheen as well. So big poke damage is now in the bottom lane. When you have a Yuumi on top of it, it really starts to get just a little bit ridiculous. Let's now move on towards that Dragon. Now, both top lanes have their teleports. Solio has ult as well. And we see the reset from Spirit. He's recalling on this wave. This could be a big fight breaking out at the Dragon. Looks like the setup is slowly starting to build as mid laners try to clear out the waves. And with Drake, looks like it's being started up by Surrey. How much are both teams willing to commit? We see Spirit not recalling, sitting under his tower. Might be looking for an ult.
Teleport. Final chapter has been used as well, but won't catch on to anyone except for the Braum. Sejuani's in a bit of trouble, but the Shuriman wall will stop any further engages. Zulia is now here on the Shen, trying to catch out. First kill of the fight goes onto Sejuani, who will fall back, and Azir might actually be in trouble, has to shift away, and 1 kill picked up by DMU. They're going to pick up the objective as well. No, they're going to lose out the objective, but they do pick up the killer. Now they should get a decent amount of damage on this mid tower.
That should have gone very differently for Surrey. A bit of hesitation on the Shen ult, that's fine. Comes on in to the wall from Azir, not great, but it's fine. And then the Olaf keeps going, flashes in way past his team, does have the Yuumi with him, but pretty alone for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
The ult is about to time out, and the big thing about Olaf is he lifesteals a lot when he's low. He can't lifesteal when you have a Shen W, because he won't do any damage. We're not hit people, and we're not heal up. Yuumi is a very disgusting champion, but at this stage of the game, her healing's not, that scary. It's on a pretty heavy cooldown. I feel like when the Olaf flashes in, this is a pretty good opportunity to take the 3v2/3v3 that was presented there for Surrey. Yes, a lot of their team was split over the wall, but that's not to say that all of DMU were going to be there as well. I think that could have been pretty heavily capitalized on. There could be a bit of a room for punish there, but a lot of respect being shown towards that Olaf Yumi. Potentially not at the stage of the game where it needs to be. Of course, as we go later into the game, as this Yumi gets stronger and her respective carries do as well, it's going to be really terrifying. But there is an Echo and an Olaf. These are two champions that do very, very well with a Yumi. They enjoy the move speed she gives, man. Just the attack speed, the healing as well, the extra Q slow to chase people down. Very disgusting. If anyone watched Twitch Rivals a few months ago, it was about 2 months ago, NA streamer Shifter was playing Echo ADC every single game with a Yumi. They lost lane for 20 minutes and then they won the game every single time. It's a disgusting combo. Keep your eyes peeled on that one as we move into the game. Although we have said several times, Surrey do still have scaling on their side because they have a team with an Azir.
You're trying to catch up. Sejuani has to Arcane Assault away and
What?
going to take a lot of damage. Ragnarok will be blown directly into the Cull. Has to back off. Sejuani goes down once again. Is not the tankiest customer at the moment and does need to be careful. We do see a tower falling in the top side as well, or in the bot side, I should say. Now in the top side, I'm ahead of myself, is what I am. But nice pickup of double objectives, triple objectives with this Rift Tower going down and the kill as well. Big shift of momentum going in DMU's favor. You can see the gold on your screens at the top there as well. They've got 2.5k gold lead while being behind in kills.
Yeah, and it's just all because of the waves. They've now lost their lead in the bottom lane, but they still have that one lead camp up in the top lane. And of course, one wave lead. None of those words were right. One wave lead up in the top lane, and one or two sitting in the mid lane pretty consistently. But of course, the big lead is here for Didal. He is 10 camps up on Sejuani, as that is what the Olaf does. As he really starts to take over this game, nearly finishing his Black Cleaver as well. Like I said, when you're against the Olaf, you're against the clock. 2-level lead on the Sejuani, and this is why he's able to pick up that kill so very easily when you start to chain those slows together onto her. Yeah, she's not slowed for the first few, but eventually that passive does run out. You can see she walks straight past the crab, not going to try and contest that one. It's too scared of the Olaf, is the Sejuani. But this is a bit worrying for Surrey, because yes, they have the scaling on their side, but they also have the strong bot lane. They had them for quite some time with those early kills that were picked up. But it's been 15 minutes, and no more kills after the initial 3 have been picked up by Surrey. They had the strong lane. They could look to press the advantage, but instead they've lost 3 towers. And you think, well, yes, it's Ezreal Yumi. It's hard to punish, but surely you can look for some wave clear, maybe get a roam, maybe help out your jungler a little bit, look for some Drakes. There just hasn't really been the setup or the aggressive moves from Surrey. Yes, they again have the Azir. They're happy to go late, but they are running the risk of falling behind a bit too much. And there's a really, really strong mid-game spike with the Olaf Echo Yumi combination.
And we've seen from DMU, they're happy to close out games before it gets to late game. And are likely to see the same speed of game that we saw in game number 2. They'd have to close out pretty drastically in order to do so, and unlikely to take place. But they will be picking up a dragon. That's the Ocean Drake. We are on the Ocean Rift, so a little bit less aggressive, a little bit more passive than the Cloud Rifts we've seen in the past. But variety is nice, and no complaints from me here.
It's just even more disgusting with this Olaf Echo Yumi. But even the Maokai healing a lot, grievous wounds, need to be picked up very early for these for the side of Surrey.
Yeah. Oh, Olaf might be caught out. Ragnarok's to get out of the CC, but so much damage coming through. That's going to be Kernan's Grave. There needs to be careful. The stand together will be used, and they've caught out the Ezreal. That's a double kill, triple kill with the Yumi going down as well. Sam J in trouble. Has to ult through, doing a lot of damage, and with the Maokai there, has a bit of beef in front of him. Laugh at Chubbin, gets away. Maokai has to flash. Stormdog chasing on the Sejuani. You can see Sealight and Soliar want to get this tree down as well. He's going to engage back in. The Twisted Advance isn't going to be enough, and he is going to fall. You must imagine it takes a while, but it's going to be Sealight on the Azir picking up that one. Sorry, turn on the gas once again and again. For the third game in a row, the first real big engagement between these two teams goes the way of Sorry.
And because Surrey are strong right now. I was saying they have to do something. Okay, what they did was get invaded, but it worked. They are strong with the big spike on the Lucian, with his Essence Reaver finish. You know, Azir likes 2 items, but Nash's Stoof is fine as one. They have the damage, they have the strong team fights, they just haven't been using it so much. Yes, it's hard to make things happen into an Ezreal Yumi, and yes, when you're against an Olaf, you're sort of always on the back foot, but when they can get the fight going, they are going to start to win it. And now, even after winning that, they are still behind because of the CS lead and just the massive, massive jungle gap that we're seeing right here, but it does mean that the game is now a lot more even. And again, there is a really strong mid-game spike with this composition from DMU. Obviously, Ezreal known for his mid-game spike. Echo, huge mid-game spike. Olaf is sort of really strong through all of the early and mid-game stages. And Maokai is pretty disgusting right now as well, especially when he finishes that Spirit Visage. So having an even game right now isn't great for Surrey. They really just have a few more minutes that they can use this lead to try and get an advantage. But I like that we now see Morello's picked up here for Silai. It's really important that you get your Nash's Leandries as early as possible when you're playing that champion, but he just understands that, yep, I'm the best person to build Grievous Wounds. Morello's is expensive, but it's absolutely vital in this game and versus this team. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw Greyfar pick some up later on as well, because you just really need that Grievous Wounds, especially on the Ocean map.
Probably not the Morello on the Lucian, though.
Well, it's W, it's magic damage.
Not the best utilization
Not
of the other
well.
sides.
Somebody has never played AP Lucian. I know a guy that was a disgusting AP Lucian one trick. He was D1, except for on the account where he only played AP Lucian. Then he was about D4, sometimes D3. But
I feel like
he only plays it in ARAM.
Yeah, I can see that. Sejuani coming in, going to be tricky once again to pick out Soksu. And I want to tell you on that Ezreal Yumi, but game is still in the balance. It's very, very close.
It is and it isn't, because these are some really, 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 really big spikes for the side of DMU, and just in time for the Baron to spawn. Now, we've seen how the Baron turns out for Surrey in these games. Of course, they got the sneaky one last time. Damage, again, pretty good with the Azir to take down the Baron. Not quite what we saw in game 1, but you look at the teams. Prosabelt Lichbane, huge for the Echo. Muramana Ezreal with the Triforce. Big. Yumi, close enough. She's got her Athens. She's already a broken champion. And then also having these double tank items on the Maokai. Again, the Spirit Visage is absolutely massive for the healing. He actually gets a lot of damage coming through from that Spirit Visage. He is massive. Very hard to kill right now. And then Olaf is doing Olaf things. From here, it's all downhill as the Olaf. Like, you have to have a lot of momentum. Once you get into this stage of the game, you have to have a lot of momentum to carry you through. Yes, he definitely has that right now. But sort of 6-item Olaf isn't great. But a 2-item Olaf, 23 minutes for your Cinderhawk and your Cleaver and a 2-level lead. Only a 1-level lead right now. That's pretty good. So keep your eyes peeled. We should see some fights breaking out pretty soon. And although the gold would indicate that it was relatively close, in fact, just over the course of the last few minutes, we've now seen what was a almost even game turn back into an almost 3k lead for DMU, just off the back of how they're playing around the waves and farming up a storm in the jungle.
You're saying it's almost a 3k lead? It's not even a 2k lead. I don't know.
Okay, look, maths isn't strong for me. It looked like it was more than 2.5 when I said that. So I was like, it's closer to 3 than it is to 2.
So Johnny coming in, trying to steal away the ocean. Drake is in the pit. Is in the mix. Looking to do damage. Smite has already been used, though. The dragon is still hopping off, but Azir on the side is looking to bring up the fight. Soksu will get the kill, and Jumping Man will be the next to fall. DMU with their spikes allow the triple, chasing on for more. Didol for the undertow, catching them both down. Soksu on the backline, looking for more damage. Sealai will look to go away. Not going to be caught up. No pentakill as Didol will pick up the 4th of the fight. And it looks like it's going to be the Maokai picking that up. You can't get a Petra anyway. It's fine. Soksu might be feeling that one later if he doesn't manage to pick up that monster energy. But with the ace looking towards the Baron, great position for DMU to be in.
Just sprint straight over to that. Should be able to pick it up quite nice and easy. They're not made of damage with an Ezreal and a Maokai and a Yumi, but they should find it eventually. I'll take that one down nice and slow. But we were saying about how strong of a spike it was for DMU, and it's just demonstrated there. However, there could be a bit of a contest. Teleport coming in from Sam J just to really secure this, really guarantee that they get it. He blows out the blast cone as well. However, Stoma is nearby, doesn't have the flash, but Sam J trying to zone.
Sam J does have ultimate available if he needs it, but it's just causing issues. Just trying to be tricky. Does pick up the Baron, and all 5 members of DMU will be happy to back away. And as you were saying, the power spikes, you said, like, this is the time that DMU want to be fighting. They caught a good fight, got both the objectives off the back of the big ace as well. And now DMU, what do they want to be doing now?
Ending the game, pretty much. They are very strong right now. And that's pretty useful. They want to just walk it in at this point. You've got the Baron. You can look for a 1-3-1 if you want. Of course, you don't have the teleport available on your Echo, but you do still have it on the Maokai, so you can match the Shen. And if you're pushing in 3 waves with Baron, even a Nazir is going to struggle to clear those. It's just as long as you make sure that you're knocking down the inhibs at the right time. Now that you have the Baron, you've taken control of the Baron area, and Dragon spawning in 3 minutes, you're fine. Sometimes you run the risk of taking your inhib too early and just sort of giving it a free farm, but these ones are definitely going to cause something. They're going to create pressure, which is going to allow you to take out that Dragon. Braum, for some reason, ulting down a nice corridor. That'll be up at some point. That'll be up before the Dragon spawns, but right now, very, very strong on the DMU side. And Yuumi building a lot of Chalice items. You see the Mikhail's picked up. It's not like perfectly optimal because you kind of want to get things like your Ardent, but at the same time, you're worried about the CC from Braum. Maokai, he's not too worried about CC. Yeah, he's.
Eli should be a bit more worried. Though. Look at the health. Oh! The ultimate from Soksu will take him out. Excellent play there from the Ezreal, 4th kill of the game, and looking at the bot lane. Savvy just like, I'm just going to take this objective with my Baroned up minions. If you could stop attacking me, Sejuani, that would be great. Stormer Dog just trying to chase her away, but in the mid lane, the colors having to be thrown directly into Deedle and Spirit. It's not even leaving a scratch as the first inhibitor tower is taken out. The inhibitor will soon follow, and it's going to be on DMU to see if they want to just continue pushing or if they want to rotate. They're going to move down towards that bot side, take out the 2nd inhibitor tower and the 2nd inhibitor to boot. Now they've got members, they've got Baroned up minions, and they're doing a decent amount of damage to the defenders. They're going to look try and get onto the Nexus towers. The first one will fall before Sejuani can even respond. But Azir is up now. 2nd tower will be going down. The ultimate is used and cleansed away instantly by that Mikhail. As the fight breaks out, the tower is still standing. It will go down though, and it looks like the final stand may not be enough. Sealight doing a decent amount of damage, but the ultimate from Echo will allow him to get onto the Azir. He is going to fall down. The Stand United wasn't enough to keep him alive, and now Spirit in the backline taking up so much damage should go down to the Lucian, but the Sejuani will not be so lucky. Lucian now will be taken out. The Ezreal damage is too much. Triple kill at the end, and DMU advance.
DMU perfectly playing around their spikes there. They know, just chill, vibe it through the early game, and then you can get to disgusting fights like that one. Just roll people over with the Maokai healing, Olaf healing, Yuumi healing, and then Ezreal and Echo with their huge mid-game spikes, really able to just roll that game down. Lovely, nice and controlled from them, and we saw just superior play in sort of all the lanes to get those advantages, especially in the jungle. Didal creating such a massive lead that meant that even though they were down those early 3 kills and then they lost another fight in the enemy jungle, the gold was always in their favor.
They just looked so strong in that final game. And yes, in the series as a whole, they looked very good. The first game, very questionable play in a couple of fights, really turned the tide in Surrey's favor for that one. But since then, DMU have looked unstoppable, and they're going to be advancing to the next round, which I guess they're going to be excited about. There's only 4 teams left in this NSE Stay Home series, and all of them will be looking to get into that final, get into that pantheon of teams that are going to have won this tournament. And obviously, the longer you're in it, the more kills, assists, and farm you can get, and the more likely you are to be able to fuel yourself with a bit of monster energy as well.
Yeah, Soksu doing pretty well on the back of that game. He's getting the eight kills. That 260 CS. He's close. A lot of assists picked up for I Want to Tell You as well. But interested to, I don't know if we have any idea at all, sort of what the current standings are looking like. But,
No.
Shouldn't be too pertinent until the final game. So, in any case, we're back with our next series. Well, who's that going to be? We got.
It's going to be Notts versus Kent, I believe, are going to be going. So all change here. not the casters, will still be with you after the break, but we're going to see two new teams as they battle out for that place in the final in a best-of-3 series. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the NSE Stay Home series, brought to you and supported by Monster Energy. I'm Will Viper and Whittingham. I'm joined by Harry Dr. Evans, and we're going into our our first semi-final, our second series that we're watching here on stream. And if it's anything like the last game, it's going to be exciting.
It'd be a bit of a spicy one. Last game back and forth. Second game not so much, and then the first game all over the place. Very exciting gameplay. And I wonder what we have lined up this. We have some very high tier players in this game. Lots of diamond ones in the chat. Ones and twos across the board. So very exciting to see that. You normally get some quality gameplay out of these folks. And we look over and we see it's a few familiar faces. The Heathen, obviously known from the UKLC Spring Split. Speaking of which, Will, repping a not competing brand on your shirt because it is now a dead company.
True.
I feel bad now because I saw that was the first shirt I saw in my drawer when I went to get changed to this, and I thought,
oh, you didn't wear. Oh, I couldn't match
easy one. And then I thought, well, I shouldn't, wear like a company shirt on like a stream, and then the company doesn't exist anymore. Also, LVP and NSE. There was NSE were at the finals. That's probably a fine working relationship there. NSE were invited to a Christmas party. And you know what? Nobody turned up. On you there, Charlie.
There's a lot of talk about this t-shirt. It's just a black t-shirt that I just took out of my drawer because
I've got nothing else to talk about whilst we wait for people to join.
Kent versus Notts.
Oh, I still need someone from Nottingham to add me. Sean says he's added me. He hasn't. Full of lies.
Some of these players we've seen before in multiple different places. If you've been watching University Scene for any amount of time, you will recognize players like Articuno and Moa, who have been around for just ever, seemingly. They were playing. I'm fairly certain that I've played against Articuno in University Esports before, and I am an old man. So clearly he has been around. The Heathen, of course, played in the UKLC on Diabolus last year. So a big name there. Looking over, Sean, player who we saw in Proving Grounds, did good things.
Oh, yeah, that's where we
there as well. So there is talent in these two lineups. Of course, getting to the same finals, you'd expect that. And I'm waiting with anticipation, bated breath for this series to get underway. Best of 3 series here in the NSE Stay Home series. So you will be seeing at least 2 games with these teams, maybe more. Both of these teams did 2-0 their opponents in the first round, I believe. In fact, we were the only series that was not a 2-0. So massive props to NSE for choosing the correct game to observe. Hopefully we get a nice best of 3 here as well. And we're going to jump into Champs League very, very soon.
Soon TM. We've got a lot of R's in the chat from everyone. There's also someone who's been invited but isn't here, but we're very full, like all the players are here, so sucks to be that guy, I guess.
No invite. Well, there's an invite, but you're not getting in. This is
exclusive. We're at capacity. The League of Legends client bouncer is saying no to that guy. But they're not in order. Oh no.
Okay, we're gonna just wait a second so that everyone can be in LCS order, or LEC order, I should say, just to make sure that our lovely production team knows what's good and popping, because this is in Dota.
If we didn't have these Dota players in our production, then it wouldn't matter. We could fix it in post. But unfortunately, fixing it in post last time was not a possibility. There was a lot of people in a lot of the wrong places. It would have taken about 5 minutes to go through on that one. So
I mean, the game didn't go that long anyway. It was a pretty quick 28 minutes, I believe, the final game of the series. 21 the second game, and the first game was a longer one, but that was because it was so back and forth and a bit all over the place in terms of not only macro decision making, but fights in general it was ordered chaos from Surrey in that game in order to win those fights, but their composition kind of called for that. But 2 new teams, hopefully we're going to see completely different priority and completely different decisions and champions being locked in, because we've seen our Maokai's, which is kind of like, oh, this is quirky, but we saw Maokai 3 games last series. I'm kind of done with that champ now.
I think most Maokai players are sort of similar.
I'm pretty done with Maokai, to be honest. Yeah, it's like I've seen one Maokai, I've seen them all, and
Seen enough. Yeah.
yeah, it's not okay. So Maokai's one of the champions. Well, I like seeing him. Great guy, love him to bits. Not the most exciting champion to watch play, right?
Yeah. And then you see his healing, like even the fight where he's 1v4, he's got 1 and 2 halves of an item. And he's just tanking 4 people. He does eventually die, but you're like,
But it's like, it's gonna take him a little while. And Echo being the first ban, if we do jump into picks and bans, University are Knots on the blue, Kent on the red, is what we've got going into this first one. And Echo being the first ban away, something that we saw a couple of games last series, very devastating in the wrong hands. But as we say, these two teams, very different styles, will see very different bans, and the Elise is a great example of that.
Yeah, Elise, not seen it all last game. We did see last series. We saw the Jarvan, who's kind of similar, but that was only as a response to the Olaf. It was very high priority in our last series. So banning something like an Elise could be an indication that you want to play the Olaf. You know, you're looking at champions that really ruin your day.
Yeah.
When you're trying to sort of power farm, take those out, but. It's an interesting ban because you don't normally see you don't really care about Elise herself because there are other champions that do the same thing. It's not the champion that's the problem. It's just the sort of the strategy that champion wants to employ. But the Ziggs is something that's a little bit less seen as well.
It's not something we necessarily see very much, but the Syndra is something that we see quite often, being flexible and powerful. We talked about it in the last series, even though I only saw play one of those games, I believe, and will be taken for this first game by Knots, and very interested to see what they decide to reply with.
Yeah, we've seen Articuno play Syndra a handful of times, I believe, and as the name might suggest, is an Anivia one trick, I do think, or Anivia player, for that one, and Syndra close enough with that control mesh. But we're talking about champions like Elise ruining your day, having their early ganking plans, and Karthus, definitely someone who would have his day ruined by that, Not a fan of early aggression to Karthus, no, he wants to sit back and farm. And we're assuming that lock-in will be for the jungle. Now, last time we saw Sean play, it was mostly with a team comp that was Kayle, Olaf, Orianna. It was very common that you see the Olaf, Orianna specifically, and then his top laner was also playing a lot of Kayle. I wonder if that's going to be similar or different in this game. Of course, with the Karthus already picked in, Orianna loses a lot of pressure because a lot of her strengths because you really like pairing her with an Olaf. He runs the ball in, she shields him, speeds him, lots of working together. Is Sean just an Orianna player, or was it specific to that comp? Interested to find out.
Well, I mean, Sean's playing in the jungle this game, if we're taking positioning to mean anything, so...
Are we?
Unlikely to see the Orianna jungle, I'd imagine. I don't know, you're the jungle expert, but Rek'Sai and Varus both being locked in. Good to see some variety from the first game. Some new champions to run the rule over. And we're just going to see what is going to be the final lock-in of this first rotation of picks and bans. And the Lucian is being hovered, and don't be fooled. That is a solo laner. Could be top or could be mid.
Yep. Pretty confident that one's going in the mid lane. Lucian, very happy to play up against the Syndra because he can sort of just dash in over the balls, and Lucian always looking to dash forward, play aggressive, and having a Karthus with that is pretty nice because Karthus needs prio. He wants to be clearing, and then he works on camps. He wants to get crabs, look to invade where he can, and capitalize in various ways, and having a Lucian really allows for that because Lucian is a very, very aggressive laner. That means you're going to be drawing a lot of pressure in from the Rek'Sai. He's going to want to try and capitalize on that because it's a very squishy marksman, and if he's dashing in, he suddenly becomes very immobile. So keep your eyes on the jungle matchup because the 2v2 is going to be very important here. You've got some heavy burst on the Nottingham side, around the Cabbage community side. What a name. They are not so much on the burst side, but just for general control and sustained DPS. So there might be a lot of 2v2s happening there, or if it's played correctly and sort of strong execution, we could just see that actually Lucian keeps the Syndra under her tower all the time at half health, and then the Karthus just walks on in and takes away the chickens and various other camps as he so pleases.
Looking across the band to Leona, Ornn, and Rakan, so supports being the focus, and Ornn as well can be played support, more likely to be seen top, and the Nautilus will round out. Not too many strong top-tier support champions left, and could see some more wild picks in this role for this game.
Yeah, but this is pretty beneficial for the Nottingham side because Misfortune always needs someone to set up her ult. You know, you need someone to synergize well with. That's why we see the, Nautilus and Rakan taken away, but also Leona banned away by the team with the Misfortune on, which is a little bit rogue, but she does also pair nicely with the Varus. I was going to say that with the Lucian mid, you want a really aggressive top laner as well, and I was going to say Renekton would be a really nice pick. Before I could, they went ahead and insta-locked that blind. So you've got a really strong top half of the map for the Karthus to work with now. Expect to see a lot of pressure put onto that Rift Herald. However, very AD heavy. You've got an AD mid laner, AD top laner, and of course your standard marksman. Yes, Karthus is a huge AP source, and this is very beneficial for him because he can build up a lot of magic pen, with the boots and with the Oblivion Orb. But as the game goes on, even though he'll be doing true damage to most people, his teammates are going to start to fall off now. A solution to that is put a bit more magic threat in the bot lane. But again, you need someone who can threaten with the Misfortune, and you are also sort of lacking in engage and frontline with this Renekton pickup in the top lane. So not a lot of options left for the support role, but apparently Blitzcrank is one of them. This does not really cover any of the bases that I just outlined, but it does make for some exciting games. And if you're trying to get the most kills, most assists to get yourself a stock drop, this is a pretty good way to go about it.
I mean, if you're looking for assists, then the Blitzcrank's probably not the way to go, because with a champion who can give a shield or a heal, someone like the Karma, obviously throwing that back to what the Heathen would play in this game, able to just drop down that Mantra E and just pick up any assists that ensue in the rest of the fight. Blitzcrank's less able to do that. Just need to get close and personal to get the ultimate off, to get any AoE damage. Does need to land those hooks, but a champion that always makes the game a little bit more interesting. So
yeah,
appreciate that from Kent to be bringing that one in. And I'm looking across these two rosters, and there's a lot to like in both of them, but there are also some big question marks.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about sort of how this draft has panned out. Of course, the huge overwhelming amount of AD and sort of lack of tanks does make scaling a very big problem for the Kent side, and that's something to keep an eye on. But strong early aggression to work with the Karthus should be pretty good. And I seem to remember that Sean's team was pretty good at that when he was playing in Proving Grounds. So even if he wasn't the sort of main shot caller in that regard, we can only assume that he's picked up some skills to do that along the way. Should be able to pull that out today. But we also look over at the side from Nottingham, and you like what you're seeing. Yeah, the Rek'Sai picks as an early counter to the Karthus. It's not so much a counter, but you have the early aggression that Karthus might struggle to match. Obviously, Syndra very strong. You get the counter pick or the chosen matchup up in the top lane, because I would think that Renekton would have a decent enough time there, because you can sort of just E in, E out whenever Aatrox goes for a Q. And if he holds onto a Q for too long, you stun him. With the empowered W, he loses out. Might not be able to drop the second and third one. But it was a matchup that First Order Traitor chose, a name that I also recognize from somewhere.
Yeah,
other than Star Wars.
Where is that from? Again, it could just be that this roster has played in tournaments.
We may well have just seen Nottingham play before. That's pretty sad. But then also, if we look down the bottom lane, a lot of poke here. Varus and Karma, and this makes sense. You ban out all of these engaged supports who can be a bit of a threat to the Varus, and synergize very well with the Misfortune, and then you just pick yourself some nice poke to go alongside that Varus. Of course, options for the Varus could be going for lethality, could be going on hit, likely to be lethality, as that is what we do tend to see more often in recent times, and also, like we said, synergizes with that Karma poke. When you want to go for something on hit, you tend to need a bit more of a front line, not only on your team, but kind of on the enemy team as well. You need someone to actually be able to hit, but also someone to defend you. When you go for the lethality, you can sit miles away, well out of range of any Karthus Qs and any Renektons, and just snipe away at people.
I've worked it out, Mr. Doctor. I know where you know these players from.
Yeah.
Last year, we cast some NSE stuff on your channel.
We did.
We watched this Knots team play against the University of Exeter.
Where do we know NSE from? We've casted NSE, but that checks out.
Yeah, that's where we've seen these players. Pretty sure Exeter came out winners in that, but they did not have did not have the Heathen on their team in that case.
Yeah, we casted every Exeter game, and they won all of them.
They did.
Well, every Exeter game for the first few weeks.
It was what, summer NSE? I think we cast 3 weeks. 2, 3 weeks.
Yeah, I think it was 3 weeks. I think it was maybe 4. And then we didn't do the finals because that was LVP day and we were working. I got a sad DM from Exeter said, "Are you streaming?" I said, "No." Pepe Hands. Apart from I don't think Pepe Hands existed at the time. Maybe it did. I didn't say it though because I probably had better social skills at the time than I do now. As quarantine has made me resort even further to just speaking in Twitch chat language. But either way, we should be diving into the game relatively soon. 30 seconds or so, just finishing off the end of the spectator delay. Bit of load screen. Look at the runes. Do you see what's going on here?
Looking over the runes, is there anything particularly strange? There's double comment in the bot lane, but that's not too bizarre.
Yeah, a bit of harass there, and very spooky times to be hit by any of these skills. Normally, you do see Aerie sort of on the Karma to buff up her shields as well, but yeah, double comet to go very aggressive. Of course, the Blitzcrank is actually a pretty nice enough pick here into this because something like a Braum is just going to get really poked out. Many of the other available aggressive options with Misfortune get poked out, like Thresh could get poked out. But Blitzcrank, before you can even get poked, just hook someone and land a kill. However, you are going to have some slight range issues here, as you could well just get outranged by the Karma and Varus. Interested to know how that lane pans out. Other than that, very standard across the board. We do see Phase Rush picked up for the Syndra as well. Not an electrocute this time around versus a potentially squishier enemy lane, but just looking to really run away the second that Karthus turns up and the smooth move.
So ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into this one very shortly. We do have an initial pause as soon as we got into game, so just going to be ironing out a couple of technical things on the player side, and then we will get going. But of course, guys, remember, if you are watching this stream, keep an eye on the kills, assists, and the CS, because the player with the highest number, they'll be walking away with a Monster Energy stock drop. And
maybe game 1 is just cursed.
What do you mean? Well, because last game was game 1 was cursed.
Well, I just DC'd again. And
oh, hello. Well, don't worry about that. I was just talking about Monster Energy and how the players can be grabbing some if they perform well. The two teams, there's a lot going on in these two sides. I just want to get into the game to start discussing it further because it's one of those things where anything could happen, and talking about it from a theoretical standpoint is all well and good, but there's no point discussing that when we don't know what's happening. I guess the only question that I'm going to ask, and this is the big one, is do either of these teams want to invade?
It's a good question. Taking comps, and the answer is pretty much no. You do have a really strong level 1 with the Kent side. That's the Cabbage crew. But you don't really have any way to use it. You know, you have a lot of damage, Lucian level 1, Karthus level 1, Misfortune, Big Deeps, and Blitzcrank hook to boot.
Yeah.
But if you hook someone and then they flash out, or you miss the hook, you've really got nothing else. It's not like you have consistent CC to go there and lock people down. And because of that, I think that there's just really not a lot going for you in that regard. Like, you could invade if you hit the hook, great, but the risk of putting all of your people in one place and losing control on the map, maybe a bit too much.
Well, we are about to get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. We're just syncing up, and then we'll be ready to roll with this series between Notts and Kent. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Team Notts on the blue side, Kent on the red, and two teams that have got this far, got to the semi-finals of this NSE Stay Home series. We'll want to go one step further and grab the finals. They've got a best of 3 to prove that they have the ability to do that. And it's starting right now.
No level 1 shenanigans quite yet. Going through this game.
Blitzcrank, you can always...
It's always a bit of a threat.
There's always a chance, right, with Blitzcrank. I Blitzcrank as well. Fancy skin. I usually do a bit of skim review at the beginning of games when they're slower, but I haven't really been doing that this series. Probably won't start now. I don't really like Blitzcrank, but that's
Well,
all I'll
neither
say
do
about that
Riot
one.
because it is a competitively banned skin.
Is it? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, there are some skins that are not allowed in the various thralls of competitive play. Now, I don't want to flex too hard, but I noticed that I was a second out of sync with the stream. I then made it significantly worse, but have now
That's
fixed
not-
it perfectly.
that's not a flex.
Basically on accident, fixed it perfectly.
You're
And we
bad at
take
bragging.
those. We take those. This is
Jungle
You
stars, both on the bot
rough.
side. Pretty standard stuff. Karthus obviously would love that blue buff, can do Gromp
Oh,
near
good
enough at the
lord.
same time as well. And Rek'Sai
Yeah,
moving
we
into
got
jungle.
Rek'Sai is not good level 2. Not a champion.
Karthus also not the strongest though.
Karthus is okay. But sort of more importantly, wow, this is a very cheese gank here, but
Oh, the flash in! Here comes the knock-up, here comes the damage. Can Sean get away? I don't know if he can. There's no flash available for the Karthus. And one more from Mao will secure the first blood. The not a champion, as Doctor said.
okay.
Let's kill Karthus level 2. And now looking for Ray. Moving through on that Lucian. Will be able to escape, but Harry, how is it? Like, are you doing like a full year degree at Clown College? Or is it a shortened course?
It's integrated masters.
Oh, okay,
So, yeah, 4 years, but I get the masters too. But I was thinking like, well, there's no, gap closer on the Rex side. Doesn't have the burst. Obviously, when you go Halo Blades, that is so that you can get your E off faster by stacking up more autos. I'm like, but there's no
Be
gap.
careful, ignite down.
Yeah,
Decent
okay. Yeah, a lot of sums just blown there, and that's of course how Blitzcrank does versus enchanters. But yeah, I was thinking there's no gap closer, and then he just instantly flashes the second he sees the Karthus. Of course, having the red buff works out pretty nicely to secure that kill and get a nice early lead going over this Karthus. Of course, it's sort of similar to what we were saying about the Olaf in the earlier games. The Karthus just kind of farms up a storm, and there's a lot of pressure on you as the Rek'Sai player here. But now, Rek'Sai is level 3, and although down a flash, can look to try and contest the Karthus here on the map. Maybe with a counter gank of a top lane, or just go for the double crab route instead, of course. Right on time for the one in that top side of the map, and now soak a bit of XP on the way through to go and grab the one bot side.
He even does need to be careful, try to put a little bit of poke down on the Karma though. Champion that we don't see too often being picked up, but with the big amount of bans being placed on the support role, was what the Heathen decided to go for. What do you make of this pick?
Again, just sort of lines up with the poke agenda that the
Yeah.
Varus has down the bot lane. Poke very nice versus Blitzcrank, but Blitzcrank very nice versus Poke because he can just sort of hook the squishy Poke champions in. He just sort of has to hit the hook, Of course, eventually he will get poked out to the point where hooking people in becomes a very dangerous idea. But by having the Come here, you're also really enabling your Aatrox and your Rek'Sai to go in later on in the game. As we do see that right now, Karthus is actually vibing in the Nottingham jungle. There's a bit of vertical jungling has encountered here. Mauer invading as well, so no leads being found here. But it is a little bit beneficial for Mauer, as it does kind of ruin the pathing and the sort of clear, straight line clear that the Karthus might want to look for.
Yeah, when you're
Kind of okay with that.
you're disrupting the natural order of clears down the line, can recall or look for a gank, and then just does it all again. If you're taking up camps at weird times, it can really mess him up, but if he's invading as well, he's not losing anything immediately for that.
Yeah, well, now Mauer is lurking in the jungle, trying to get a bit of vision, wait for the Karthus. Of course, Mauer hasn't bought yet, but effectively neither has the Karthus because he's only come back with a Stalker's Blade, doesn't give you any combat stats. But there was a big wave pushing through for Ray Soju, and on that Lucian very mobile, able to move as well. Might look for the collapse here as Rek'Sai is spotted. I'm not sure what she managed to take away there. Let me glance over. I think they managed to get the big one because the camp did fully reset. So I think that's enough, but bit of action in the side lanes around it. And now Mauer has picked up items. Mauer's come back with the 2 long swords
Articuno taking a lot of damage from the curl. Ray might look to chase on. Articuno still has the ultimate available, but has been exhausted and goes down before he can even react. Nice kill there from the mid laner from Kent. Even up the score 1 apiece.
Yeah, nice kill, but I don't think Ray was looking for it. I think Ray was just trying to harass, poke, put a bit of threat out with that ultimate, and then when Articuno walks up, yes, obviously walking up gets you out of the culling, but if you just walk down to the tower, you probably won't die to it. The creeps are coming in, and then you're nice and safely under the tower.
Yeah.
Soju now stunned up.
Stunned up, knocked up, taken out. Articuno with the reply. Didn't get to use the ultimate in the first kill. Got to use it there.
Yeah, I think both us and Soju thinking he was pretty safe from that stun there, but just clipped on the end. Nice snipe there from Articuno. And that kill, with the pressure that this bot lane has had, is going to mean that they'll move on towards this dragon. Mountain Dragon, not going to mean a lot in this game, to be perfectly honest with you. Nobody really trying to build any resistances. We're not made of tanks here, but it does open up for more dragons to spawn further down the line. And I guess when you have a lethality stacking Varus and, you know, Karthus looks to build some pen as well, having the little bit of extra resistances can be nice to counter those.
It's never a bad thing to have the resistances. You're going to want to pick it up if it's a free take as that, and Nox will know that. Ray trying to do some more damage onto Articuno, but the trades are much more even. Mauer coming in just to make sure that they're going to remain even in his team's favor. And Magic Fridgeman and First Order, two players we haven't seen too much of so far this game. It's been relatively quiet for two quite aggressive champs, but I guess they just cancel each other out.
Yeah, which is kind of why I'm intrigued about the Aatrox one here. Aatrox probably going to spike a little bit harder with the cleaver pickup, and also especially when you get onto that Death Stance. But again, this is kind of a matchup that was chosen by the Aatrox, and
yeah,
it's a champion that does not scale too well. I mean, Renekton doesn't really either.
But if either one of them can get a lead, they can really start to demolish their opponent. So potentially we see some junglers coming up to the top half of the map. Of course, Sean doesn't actually have to.
He is now level 6 on that Karthus. He's also very low health to the red buff, but
will go down to the red
he
buff.
picks it up. He got it. He managed to grab it eventually. I mean, it's like the samurai movies where they sort of both dash through the field and then
dash
both
through each other.
of them end up going down. Yeah, bit like that. Not quite as honorable and noble. Bit more of
well,
like
no,
he's
you've
one of
died
my...
to a neutral camp.
Yeah, bit more like he's one of my colleagues at college. But,
yeah, you know,
we're all the same.
if there's an open day on, and Mauer now coming in to try and get the gank down on to the Magic Fridgeman. The flash will avoid the knockup, but the flash return will be enough to secure the kill, and it's going to be taken up by First Order Traitor. Very nice play on the top side for Nottingham. They extend their lead just a little bit, but Futon has to be careful. Herd gets the knock-up. The damage comes in from the Misfortune Ultimate, forcing the flash from the Varus, and Heathen will just help him escape.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there in the bottom lane potentially as Futon sort of turns around for the ult, but Heathen not quite there to commit. However, hold that thought as action maybe on the top half of the map now. Herald started up, teleport coming through from Mr. Magic Fridgeman. We see that Karthus and Lucian lurking nearby as well. The fight could be brewing.
Ray Soju jumps into the back of the pit, looking to get the damage down. 700 health on the Rift Herald. It's going to go down, but going to be secured by Mao, who's going to then pick up the eye. He needs to be careful not to get caught out, and Magic Fridgeman moves up towards his lane. Ray Soju may well be in trouble here, as it looks like he's the target, but no stun coming through, no follow-up, and no kill there. That's fine for Nottingham, though. They do pick up the Rift Herald, which was the objective, and they get out all hands alive, so they'll be pretty happy with that.
Yep, not a lot cost for them there at all, and Mauer sitting on a lot of gold. Gonna be happy to go back and spend that one soon, and take a second to take stock of the items. Looks like a cleaver, Blade of Rinking, being built up here by Mr. Magic Fridgeman up in the top lane.
Makes sense.
Interesting adaptation. Normally people go for the cleaver rush, but there's a lot of health being picked up by an Aatrox. Sustain, very important versus that champion as well. Otherwise, if you have none, he'll just sort of bullet you out and out-sustain you. And then also, when Aatrox is so cooldown gated, something that's based on auto attacks is very nice. Of course, once Aatrox gets a bit of CDR, that one's not going to be as pertinent. But here,
Oh,
See
Futon
some
needs to be
action
careful.
bomb.
The hook does not land though. The rook comes down onto Blitzcrank. Mara coming in for the assistance. It looks like they're going to turn this one around. They get the kill on to DPP, and Sean has to float away, unable to make anything change down here. Nice catch there from Knots. What can they get on this?
We do still have the Rift Herald Eye on the bot side as well, which means that that could be used to break down some plates. Not throwing it down immediately because you want to be throwing it into the most resistant part of the tower. And it will be dropped after the plates. This means that this is going to be able to take down the first tower of the game at the 11-minute mark, and it's going over to Nottingham. Dragon now on the cards. Going to be a Cloud Drake, meaning that we're going to see a new Drake Soul and a new Rift.
Could be Ocean again.
True, actually, you're not incorrect. We've seen Cloud too much. Anything but Cloud is new to me. And looks like DVP coming in to try and catch out Articuno. Oh, that's a very nice read from the Flash. Articuno does manage to get out, but the ultimate from Carvers will be enough. The culling was just there for Flair, and they do manage to pick up the first kill on the fight. But Mao coming in, trying to chase Sean, won't be able to do so. But DPP, you couldn't write it.
I really have to question how intentional it was, but because it looked like it was the kind of one that you're hoping she'll walk.
It's yeah, I can't get enough of hooks like that. The prediction, if whether or not intentional, was great. Did secure the kill as well, and
It's really doomed, but yeah, we'll call it intentional.
We'll call it intentional. We'll give benefit of the doubt for now. Credit where credit is due. And now it looks like Nottingham, even with losing that, still have a bit of a lead. Still looking reasonably okay in the position that they're in. And they do have some champions that do well going into late game, of course. Rek'Sai maybe not the jungler you want to have at level 18, but Renekton's not really that champion either.
Yeah, and this is going to be a lethality Varus, so again, it's a mid-game champion, not a late-game machine, but then again, neither is Misfortune. And something to point out is this first item already finished by Futon. He's gone for the very, very, very cheap Umbral Glaive. It gives the least lethality of any of the lethality items, but it's pretty efficient when you pick it up in terms of its cost, and it's very broken.
Oh, nice catch onto the heave and a decent amount of damage. The Misfortune uses the ultimate, won't land it. The Ignite sticking down. Not enough for a kill, it would appear, though, as the Heathen manages to get away.
Yeah, no Carpus ults this time. Even slides out that one alive, but to rewind a little bit, the Glaive works out very nicely when you're playing any ranged champion because you can clear wards in one hit from a safe distance. It's even more toxic when you have it in lane and you see people putting the ward down, you just instantly kill it. And even on Varus, that's pretty nice because it's going to proc up your attack speed. You get to ramp that passive, go very fast. So keep your eyes on that because it will make a very big impact on how the vision war pans out in all stages of the game. However, now, Futon, no vision in top lane, very far up.
Doesn't want to get caught out here, but Magic Fishman goes low before getting the kill. The Rek'Sai might not be able to return it, though. Mama needs to be careful. Heathen comes in, but no shield available means the double kill comes in for Sean. Looking for a third, potentially it's only to support. The Syndra is moving up in the bot side. Gregors needs to be careful first. Order Traitor on the Aatrox looking to catch out the extended marksman. Flash away, will avoid the knockups. Now looking to turn a bit of damage around, but not going to be able to do so. The fight does end with 2 kills for Kent, but it was close.
Yeah, that item finished up on the Renekton. Makes him pretty hard to take down. A lot of sustain through there. Was able to find that kill even versus 2.
Ooh, ultimate from Syndra almost.
Ooh, not going down to that one either. Very nice, but I have a question about this Renekton.
Okay.
His name is Magic Fridge Man.
Yes.
Is this in reference to the sometimes common tale told by parents to children that there's a man inside the fridge that turns the light on when you open it?
Is that a story that your parents told you?
No, but I remember reading about it in a children's book, I think, and I've heard of it since. I think that is something that some parents tell their children because lying to children is just fun. I think we can all agree.
But that's not even a lie that's worth telling.
It's just one of those things. I remember reading a story. Someone didn't realize until they were like 20 that their parents were having a bit of a giggle when they told them that the GPS voice was a person living in the car. Yeah, just as like a person living under the seats or something.
But again, why? Like,
Just because lying to kids is just funny. Like,
No,
there's no
but like, there's lies that you tell kids to avoid like having to explain stuff until later. Like, right, there are those conversations. But which kid is like, how does the light turn on in the fridge?
Man, it's just funny. Like,
who's then not just like, oh well, it's electric. Like, that's just
because
how
you
it
just
is.
want to know, like, how long before the kid like realizes that wasn't true?
Fight is breaking out. Mauer has been caught. Will go down. The eye is still on the table. It doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to pick it up. Futon has been hunted down. He even has to back away. Nice stuff from Articuno. Will not get the damage because of the exhaust, meaning that Soju stays alive. DPP looking for the knockup. Will land it. Looking for the damage. Will find it. Articuno will go down. Carthus gets away on a sliver of health. First all trigger in the bottom side. Can only sit and watch as his team are annihilated. The eye was not picked up and has now disapparated. Bit of a Harry Potter reference there. He even does get a snipe out finally to take down the Carthus, but the ultimate, the Requiem, will not even be needed. The kill comes in from Rei Soju anyway, and that second Rift Herald goes to waste.
Yeah, a bit of a waste on the Requiem as well, but they still get the kill either way. It's just one Dark Harvest stack being lost there.
That's also the cooldown, which is a bit of an issue, but, you know, Carthus not going to be too worried. We'll just have to do a bit more farming. Might not be able to change the state of a team fight that he's not in quite as easily as he would with that ability. Mauer sitting over the wall, looking for Lucian. Does manage to find him, gets the knockup, gets the damage down, and Mauer still chasing on Rei Soju. Will be ulted and will not be. He will be taken down. DVP almost stopped him in his tracks, not able to get the kill in the end though, and has to waddle away.
Get out of that one pretty safely. Dragon spawning in just a few seconds. Of course, do not say the same for Soju. He was taken down there. Now the tower is the focus. DPP lurking on the side, might try to make a pick. Traitor does have teleport if he wants to join this fight, but Fridgeman already there. So would be able to hold onto that summoner spell advantage. Nice hook.
Oh, nice hook onto the Heathen once again, but the damage was not there. Even with the Misfortune ult, the snipe comes through to deal a little bit extra, but so we're going to come to nothing. It looks like Nottingham are just going to turn their attention towards the Dragon, the first Infernal of the game, their third Dragon of the game, though. And while some of the fights haven't been going their way, particularly with an Infernal Soul, which could well be got in 5 minutes' time, that could really change the face of this game.
Yeah, having that Infernal Soul is absolutely huge when you're playing such heavy poke champions. I mean, not only the Varuslan, the Karma, even the Syndra, but even Rek'Sai can poke out with the Q, and that's going to throw so much extra damage on it. It's usually ability just used for scouting, used for vision, use for the ult, but when you have an Infernal Soul, it starts to become a little bit of a threat as well. So very nice for that one to be picked up by the Nottingham side. Of course, there's still a chance for Kent to go ahead and grab that one for themselves. 4 minutes till that's potential soul pick up. As it slows down a little bit, we have the Herald not going to be spawning, of course, already taken. We are just that late in the game. It is the Baron coming up soon, and it's a relatively fast Baron for the side of Kent with a Carthus on the team, of course, and having that Lucian mid, even Renekton with the Blade of the Rune King, bringing some extra damage as well, but nobody going to be looking towards that one quite yet, as there are still a few towers standing. Articuno
needs to be a bit careful. So does Soju, taking a lot of damage from the ultimate, forced to back away the Unleashed Power. Not going to secure the kill, but DPP has overstepped, goes down to Mauer once again. Rek'Sai now moving away. The teleport does come through. Magic Fridgeman looking to get the damage down, can't get a stun. The Requiem is there, is enough to kill the Rek'Sai. It is not, but it's enough to get big enough chunks on the rest of Nottingham to force them to back away from the fight.
But not enough to force them to back away from objectives. We see that Futon already gets the top tower, and there's not a lot to be done off the back of that fight for the Kent side. Teleport used in that fight, the Requiem as well, big cooldowns being blown there, and they aren't able to turn that into anything. You know, no towers picked up, not even really getting any deep wards in the enemy jungle or taking away camps. Very neutral that play ends up being, and pretty rough to lose those cooldowns, especially Bearing in mind, they didn't even get the shutdown onto the Rek'Sai. You know, it's not a lot, but still a nice amount of money to have. And whilst Kent do scale, with, of course, having the Karthus, they also have this triple AD threat, so it becomes very easy to build armor to itemize against them as the game goes on for the Nottingham side. So they kind of want to get this game going now, really start to win out those fights early if they can. And when they don't, it's a little bit spooky.
Could prove to be. Just that way, Soji taking a lot of poke in the mid lane has been the victim of quite a lot of this damage throughout this game and doing his best to dodge out as much of it as he can. Members are in the wings. DPP there.
Mawa there as well for both sides, and it's gonna be difficult to break this deadlock. The game has been quite a pace. Both of these teams know that they haven't maybe got the strongest late games, and that is shown with how aggressive they are playing. And it's a nice change of pace from the last series where a lot was being placed on the late game. And yes, it didn't always get there. In fact, the 2 games it did not, but there were champions that never really came to the fore of what they could do. And in this series, the majority of champions are already hitting those spikes, doing their damage, or maybe even already peaked.
Yeah, so the thing is that both teams don't really scale that well. They don't have any super scales. Artiku, no, not quite hit by that hook. Goes and right between the goalposts. But because it's sort of nobody scales, nobody falls off.
Yeah.
You're not getting outscaled, you know. Yeah. So in that regard, it's kind of okay for both teams. But then, well,
oh, nice engage onto the Karthus. He's already gone down. Still going to use the Requiem in the fight, though, but everyone's full health. It's not going to do too much. Futon below half health, though, is a little bit of a worry, but the tower does go down. Very nice catch there from Nottingham. They're going to peel away. They know Dragon's up very shortly. Less than a minute on that one. Reset and get down there to try and collect their song.
yeah, it takes about 30 seconds to recall, so that should be enough time. Sean will spawn, but he'll be a little bit slow to get there. He will get to Drake sort of just after it spawns. So using this sort of advantage that we have right now for Nottingham, move forward, get a little bit of vision, and they can actually start up for Drake, potentially even before Sean gets there. But they should at least have a nice bit of control of the area in the brief 5v4, which is actually looking more like a 5v1 right now. And important to note as well, Requiem not available for this fight. The rest of the ultimates are, but that one is a pretty hefty one for the side of the Cabbage community. DPT looking for a hook.
Nice hook onto Mara, forces the flash on the Rector. That's a big ability to blow just before a neutral objective fight, and looks like this could be the turning point. Nottingham trying to clear out vision, trying to take control. They've got the area around mid lane, but this is a nice build choke, and the fight may well kick off. DPP takes a lot of damage, things flying through onto Karthus. Not enough to take him out just yet, but he's super, super low. Ray Soju forced to back away as well. Blows the blast cone, not using it though, and looks like Dragon's just going to be started up. Vision control is also in Nottingham's favor, but they have caught on to Traitor. He's gone down instantly. No damage done by the
Why is he
Aatrox. Now
Zhonya's?
Kudo's in trouble. Zhonya's at the wrong time goes down, and now it's just like that. Kent may have taken control of this Dragon area. They have members who are low. It doesn't look like Nottingham are able to contest. Mauer might want to look for the steal. As he can, goes in, doesn't get a steal though, it's secured by Sean, and they're going to secure the kill on direct side as well. Another disastrous fight, and this time, Nottingham lose out and Kent take the spoils.
You have to try it, you have to go for those. It looked like Mao was pretty close to getting it. That Drake got very low. I thought maybe Sean not having the smite. Sean holding on very long for that one, but the dragon is secured. Cloud denied. Tower picked up as well, even trading flashes with the misfortune there, and a lovely series of hooks from DPP, and blowing the flash on Rek'Sai always vital so that they cannot flash onto your carries, especially the immobile ones like the Karthus and the Misfortune. But a lot of cooldowns were blown sort of in the name of getting that early initial poke off, especially onto the Karthus and the Renekton, which is fine, but they then healed up a lot. And then once the further CC chain started to come through, especially with Articuno, Sonya saying sort of just casually in the middle of a Misfortune ult in the river, it all starts to go a little bit downhill from there. Once the fight gets committed, Cabbage community have a really good time. And this time it looks like the poke wasn't quite enough from Nottingham to dissuade the potential fight. Of course, that being how poke comps usually like to operate. You get a lot of poke, someone who can disengage, and then poke people out and never fight them. Nottingham not able to poke them out enough, and because they don't really have a hard disengage champion like the Gragas or the Trundle, once the fight actually does start, they're a little worried.
26 minutes on the clock. Gold is dead even. About 200 gold in it for the side of Nottingham, but things could... I was going to say things could not be closer. They could be closer. Nottingham do have the lead. They do have the control over objectives and have more towers taken down, but we just saw from there, Kent is still fighting, still able to take these plays and make these decisions that can positively impact their gameplay. Baron is the next objective on the map. You've got to imagine it will be hotly contested. Vision, of course, trying to be gained by both sides. And right now around Baron, it's looking pretty bare. Owned by Nottingham for now, but not really.
Yeah, Nottingham very shallow on the ward front, but they are at least in the river. They're getting up there. It's more than we can say for the Cabbage community side, and those pinks, very nice to have for the Nottingham squad. And this is sort of another part of the Umbral Glaive coming in here for the Varus, is that keeping vision control is very easy. You can see you walk through, hit a killer ward in one hit, and when wards are placed, especially people trying to ward in the pit or just ward around corners, when you already have control of the area and wards are being dropped just to stop face checks, just brief wards to get any vision, those die in under a second because Varus will just kill them in one hit, and they're completely undefendable. And there's only a limited number of wards that DPP can hold, so it's worth noting and seeing how the Varus and his itemization will be used to control that area once the squad move back on over towards the Baron. Of course, the Dragon is spawning in a minute and a half, so that one could well be the focus, and we see the Baron not attempted, but now...
Blitz has been caught out. DPP forced to heal away. Gregors now does not have that one available, and a decent attempted catch there coming in from Nottingham. You can't really get too much off it, but now they're pinging towards the bot side. Milo to try and get onto Magic Fridgeman first, or the trader has him locked in toe-to-toe combat, ready to winning those fights, but with members moving up, has to back away, looking to potentially grab up this tower in the bot side, but a quick response from Kent will mean that the siege is broken once again. It's going to have to be a fight. Raytoju goes aggressively forward, doesn't get stunned, but takes a lot of damage, and that was a very aggressive play that could have spelled disaster for Kent.
Yeah, but luckily doesn't quite come to that, which means that everyone will be up and ready for this Dragon spawning up in 40 seconds, like we said. Enough time to reset if you are the Nottingham side, but it is going to be pretty close. And actually, Heathen not getting his reset off in time might be a bit slow here. And of course, he's the one with the wards, very vital that those get refilled before this fight, but control is going to be hard to come by. It's going to be pretty rough to get actual lockdown of this Dragon area for the Nottingham side, and because of that, we see the classic Blitzcrank sit in a pink warded bush and wait strategy.
Triggered up very, very shortly. Could be Soul coming in for Nottingham, but domination currently of the area by Kent. Ooh. DPP forced to back away. Sean will be caught out by the CC, and the Carpers will go down. Mala has been hooked in though, and that's the junglers from both sides being taken out. The Requiem will flow down on it to members. And now Soju looking for the damage, and Lot coming in from the culling and will kill onto members. Articuno flashes forward, tries to get stun, will get the stun. Can he get the ultimate? He cannot. He can in the end, but the exhaust means that he's not going to be able to escape. Gregis has to flash away. DPP and Heathen playing some supportive combat on the backside, but DPP has the support. He's called his brother, and Magic Fridge Man comes in. It looks like this is the second Dragon to be denied away from Nottingham as Kent started up.
But this could be contestable. Aatrox doesn't have the ultimate, but he does have a Karma to back him up.
Dragon's down on 2k health. Golden on Gregors. That's the stopwatch being used. Hurt has been forced away. Gregors now being chased onto DPP as well, but that's the misfortune going down. It might well be the Renekton going down as well. He's going to be rooted, and the flash from the Heathen. He misses the Q though, and the Mantra Q will not land. The Ignite was still ticking, and the Heathen chases on.
One more.
One more is all he needs. Gets the speed up, but then the return from the Rage and looking for the damage. Can he do it? He's going to get rooted up. They even turns around for the damage. The Dragon's still alive. First Order has to flash over the wall so that he's not slowed by the Carver's Dragon is still going. Mao is the one keeping it alive. And now Magic Fridgeman's still alive also. Taken out by Articuno in the end, who's looking for 2, gets 2, and is fighting in enemy lines, behind enemy lines for the Syndra. Dragon is still being taken up, and this time there are enough members to maybe do it, but they're all so low. This is pretty risky, but it will be secured, and finally, Nottingham pick up their soul.
Oh, that's a big TP flank from Articuno in that fight, and solid defense from Traitor and the Heathen. We saw it right there in that fight what I was saying earlier, sort of in the last series, about how Bramble Vest is not effective against an Aatrox. Because he can choose to not auto you. They had no healing reduction outside of the Bramble Vest on Renekton. And so when First Order Traitor chooses to then focus through the Misfortune with Qs, and you're not hitting the Renekton, he's just healing up, and even in the 3v2, is able to nab the kills and force people out, regain control of the area, and then secure that Infernal Dragon. Now, of course, the soul has been secured. Big damage coming up on the poke there for all of those poke-oriented champions. And then even, as I said earlier, Rek'Sai has that long-range Q, and it's pretty nice for Aatrox as well. He likes big AoE damage, and he'll be healing from it with his Death Stance. So everyone very happy to get that soul.
Well, not everyone. I imagine Kent are not particularly happy about the situation. But
that's just selfish of them, really. Then,
yeah, you should be happy for others, Kent. But
yes,
everyone has to reset. Baron is on the map, and it's going to be started up by the newly Infernal empowered Nottingham lineup. Members of Kent are in the neighborhood. Everyone, in fact, except for the Wellington, is in the neighborhood. Teleport available for Magic Fridgeman as well, means that he can get into this fight if he wants to. The hook will not land this time around, and it's not going to be available until the Baron goes down, but a lot of damage from Misfortune will force members away. Mauer goes low, but the fight is continuing. Traitor causing a ruckus, manages to take down the Carvers, turning around. Renekton's gone as well. The Requiem comes through. Will it be enough? It won't be enough to secure any kills, but Final Traitor has already gone down. DVP grabs a second for his team as Mauer is secured. The Baron will now lie fallow, as there's no junglers available. Neither team feels too confident, but the inside track on the top side, Nottingham trying to gain it.
Yeah, the Baron not secure, but the top tower should be. Sean going down in the pit there. It got to about 2k. Maybe you could have tried to finish it with Carthus just hitting it in the pit. It was inside his defile. Get the boys to focus it, but really, that's a heavy 50-50 that you just don't need to take. So instead...
Oh, nice hook onto the Heathen once again, and this time it will not be enough to secure the kill. Heathen seems to have some plot armor as Futon goes low as well, getting him out. But the Heathen, definitely the protagonist in this game, isn't going down that easy.
Lives through that one somehow, and you saw Wraith Surge blow that QSS, tried to go aggressive. So pretty hefty cooldown, but fight probably won't happen until it's back up. Something really important to note about the Baron fight was actually the positioning of Gregor's ultimate. He threw it just off the Baron. So it didn't do any damage to the Baron itself, and instead was aimed as much as it could at the enemy. And he probably could have done a little bit more damage if he threw it just on top of the Baron. However, this is Syndra, Rek'Sai, Aatrox, and Lethality Varus. Very slow Baron take.
Oh, Marlowe looking to engage on to Sean has instantly gone down and won't even be able to get damage on the side. As the members sweep away.
That's a bit of a rogue pick. Baron is the objective in this game. So, it's all like, you shouldn't expect Sean to be on the bot half, but Sean was definitely not expecting Mauer and First Order Traitor to be there. They know it's like, yeah, he's a Karthus, he probably wants to go get his blue buff. We'll just nab a free kill, he's never going to expect it. And then they move on over to the Baron. Again, they don't do it very quickly. But now with Sean dead.
Hooked onto Traitor once again, but he's now in the back line. Can't escape, goes down. Culling lands first into the Baron and then into Futon, but they're still looking to take this one up. But the members of Kent are looking to prevent this. The Ultimate from Misfortune will land onto absolutely no one, though. Articuno goes golden to survive the engage. The Heathen gets the damage, but they have managed to hook in and kill Futon. Kent will be assisted by the Baron. Takes down one, but he's looking to get one on each side as DVP's forced to back away. It's on 6k, and Gregors and Soju want to get involved. He even comes in, but Mama gets the inside track, looking for the Lucian, gets hooked in himself though, and will go down to the Requiem. This fight is chaos, as the Heathen is the only one to get away from Nottingham. Kent now turn towards the Baron, and they can feel pretty confident in securing it.
And Nottingham can't do Baron. They don't have the speed. They have a lethality ADC. And just burst across the board. There is no sustained damage. However, they had the 5v4 advantage, but then when the hook landed onto First Order Traitor, there was a really weird sort of, oh, are we peeling off? Are we fighting? And maybe if they committed to just taking the Baron,
First Order Traitor denying it. Gregors goes down. Sean is chased away.
Again.
And Baron is actually taking more lives in this game than either of these two teams.
Oh, you can't keep getting away with it. First Order Trader just teleporting on in, slapping people about. Now regaining control of the Baron. Mala is up and alive, but surely this time it is not attempted by nothing. Oh, they're walking very close. Oh, no. You don't do this. You don't do this fast enough. The Elder Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. They will not take 30 seconds to do this Baron, but they're losing control of Elder. However, there's no real contest coming through here from Cabbage Community. It takes some time, but the Baron does go down. However, DPP getting vision in and around that red buff. It's all well and good, but Nottingham are running in from the mid lane, and Soju is doing red. This is not the time, my friends. Elder Dragon spawning up onto the map. Vision is there for Cabbage Community. They can see this. Is it time for another God hook here from DPP to start this fight? The Elder Dragon hasn't been initiated yet. Again, Nottingham, no, they don't do it very fast. They don't have the waves on their side either. If we look at the side lanes, however, Articuno pushing in the mid. Magic Fridgeman going to catch that. He does have teleports. And this is pretty good for Nottingham. They can just look to poke. Of course, they're not really hitting a lot right now as they have no vision, but all they have to do is just hit one random Varus Q, and the fight's very much in their favor. However, now, with the priority in the mid lane, they might just look to push through for a tower.
Looking for the inhibitor tower, but the minions aren't going to tank for too long and have to bring in the next wave. Members of Nottingham staggered between the dragon and the tower. It means that they won't be able to get the tower just yet, but Dragon is now very much controlled by Nottingham. The track is set, and Kent looking for a way in. Dragon once again has not been started, but the poke coming through is pretty brutal, honestly. Nottingham trying to do their best to stop anyone coming in and gain vision again, but Kent are able to do just that. It's a slow dance, this one, but it's going to be difficult for Kent to be able to shuttle effectively between the two. They've now sent Aatrox mid from Nottingham to bring these minions up and make them harder to clear, and they've started up the Dragon. Lucian's still around. Carthus, Blitz, and Misfortune all moving in as well. Magic Fridgeman has engaged onto Aatrox, but here comes the fight. The culling has been used. Dragon is so low. It's going to be secured by Mauer on the side of Nottingham. And Kent will get away with all of their members, but the objective crucially goes down.
An Elder Dragon with this much poke is terrifying because you can genuinely die in just one spell. With a Varus Q onto the right target, throw that onto Gregors, and he will drop, especially once he gets just all that final item. But of course, the Bloodthirster now, but maybe a bit more armor pen to be seen later on. However, reset did happen immediately afterwards, so that's a bit of time lost on the Elder Dragon. Now, surely the team just move together into the mid lane. We see Articuno picking up the blue buff as well, quite literally. But now, use the Baron, run into the mid lane. They were doing it before very well, having someone with Baron pushing in mid just to scare Cabbage Community and split up the map a little bit. That allowed them to get themselves that Elder Dragon. And potentially off the back of that, it should get them the game.
Pushing through, take the first inhibitor tower off the game. 40 minutes
That's
in,
Elder.
It has been a long one, and the Elder Dragon will get the kill onto DPP. Futon with the long-range snipe there, and
basically one spell.
Yeah, basically one spell. There are some
It was the
add-ons.
QE, and then it was like, just a little bit. Maybe they would have died to just the burn from the QE.
We'll see.
Of
But
the
no, we won't. Here comes the dragon, and now they're looking towards these Nexus towers, getting the damage down onto Carthus. Goes Golden, but first Order Traitor will dunk him down and is looking to take the rest with him. The Red Whip comes through. Will it be enough to get a kill? It should not be, and it will not be. Arcuna goes Golden, has to avoid Soju, gets exhausted, and does go down. It's one in the fight so far, as Renekton is knocked up. Very tanky customer, though, should be able to walk away, but crucially for Kent, they stopped their second Nexus tower going down.
Yeah, the final snipe not picking off Rei Soju there. Getting very low to the Elder Burn, but will not fall. And yeah, the second tower does stay alive. It's not every day that you lose a fight or don't win one when you have the Elder Baron, but not the Elder Dragon. But a bit of overconfidence from Nottingham, maybe. They were memeing it up a little bit. You saw how deep First Order was going there. And they weren't quite able to finish off that fight. Now, we do see Morello has been picked up by Shaw, so that healing reduction is real nice for up and against the Aatrox. But we also saw the Traitor has picked up a Spirit Visage, so not only was he healing a massive amount, but also taking a lot less damage than you would expect from that final Carthus ult. Because again, you would expect a lot of armor to be built up by this Nottingham side when they're versus such a full AD team. And we can see a couple of tabbies here and there, and Zhonya's picked up by Articuno, but really it's not as much as you'd expect. Or you'd expect to see, but also their heavy poke comp. We're seeing this in action. They're never really even in range to take the damage in the first place.
Yeah.
Which is pretty worrying for Kent.
Not a great position for Kent to be in. The second tower in that bot lane will fall down. 8th of the game for Nottingham, and look at that poke damage coming down. Soju needs to be so careful. Sean as well. Both not looking the healthiest I've ever seen champions in League of Legends, and the push will continue. The siege will continue with the super minions in it as well. It does make things a little bit difficult for Kenty, but another catch onto Mao. The GA will keep him alive as he resurrects, but Futon does miss the ultimate. The Misfortune ultimate will be instantly stopped, cleanse away to try and prevent any follow-up there. First or on the side. Needs to be careful, but the inhibitor tower does go down. Inhibitor number 2 will likely fall as well. DP gets the knock-up, looking for the damage, but only finds it on to Articuno, who's going to be stunned up by the Renekton. The hook comes down out of Golden, and Futon trying to run away with his life will not be able to do so. Articuno will fall to the Requiem as well. Double can actually taken up by Magic Fridge Man, and First Order Traitor deep behind enemy lines will not survive, will go down, gets the knock-up, but it's not going to be enough to skill the kill. You've got to imagine the Flash Wave Evolution will secure that, and Aatrox survives a lot longer than you maybe should have thought he would, but does survive. Another staunch event from Kent keep themselves in this game.
Sort of on the back of another God Hook from DPP, trying as hard as to keep the team in this game. Again, they are slowly getting outscaled again, just sort of by the fact that people can't build armor, but right now it's going okay for them. As long as DPP can keep hitting these hooks, they can keep stalling and then try to make some sort of miracle run when it comes to the Elder or to the Baron. The game's still very much in Nottingham's hands in terms of map control, but again, when you look at things like gold, it's going a lot closer than you would expect. So even though there's an Infernal Soul on the poke team, they had Baron and Elder at the same time looking to pick up another Baron here, I still wouldn't write Cabbage Community as completely out of this game.
No, and they're showing that they're not out of this game. They've been fighting tooth and nail in their base, have won 2 engagements in there, and with Baron back on the table, Elder Dragon being available as well pretty shortly. It's a good time to be another nice hook onto Mao. It seems that Rek'Sai is always the target, always lands. Oh, it does manage to get out of this one this time around, though, and the DPP, the hooks have been sensational throughout this game.
I mean, there's a little bit of a ridiculous amount of healing on the Rex side there with the red buff, so it's not too important there, but Rex are now finishing off their item at the back of that fight. The Baron not started in the end because the Elder was on the table. This time around, Cabbage Community do not have the vision control that they had to defend the last one. That was when DPP ran in and got the wards down whilst the Baron was being done. It is blind for both teams. However, the inhib is respawning mid. So Nottingham have to get this wave. They have to get a little bit more manually. Now the team is very split. Magic Fridge Man is in the base. Gregor's farming the wave. Only one of them has teleports to get to this fight instantly. But as it stands, it's not quite starting just yet as Nottingham know what they have to do is wait for all of the blue trinkets to be used. That has now happened, and it's very difficult for Cabbage Community to now take this fight. They have to be very worried about if the Baron or Dragon has been started. DPP looking for another hook, but
All he gets
don't
is
manage.
damage. That's all he gets. No hook available this time around. DPP forced to back away. The fight may well coming off. A lot of damage coming in onto Renekton, but actually not as anywhere near as much as I could have expected. And the ultimate comes down from Misfortune. Fight on two fronts in the river. First Order Traitor doing a lot of disruption. Gets one, almost gets two. Sean goes low. GA is popped onto Renekton as well, and he will be taken down in short order. North going to pick up two in that fight, and they decide, will we go for Dragon? No, they go straight for the enemy base.
That's not even a poke fight this time around. That was just a straight 5v5. There's a little bit of split from a Cabbage Community, but when First Order Traitor manages to get onto two squishies, they go down. They go down fast. Finally, Nottingham are able to end out this game. It was hard fought tooth and nail by Cabbage Community, but Nottingham going to move on towards the Nexus, finish off this game, and take a lead here in the series, leading 1-0 in this best of 3.
And if the rest of the games are like that, we're in for an exciting series because those two teams are so evenly matched, it could be said. And yes, Nottingham always looked maybe the slight favourites to win that one across the game if you take it on like in general trends. But
Yeah.
Kent were never really out of it until the very end, and excited to see if they can come back in game 2 and go one step further and take a game in this series.
And DPP was really trying on that Renekton. Oh, sorry, on the Blitzcrank. Because we're looking at that and thought, Blitzcrank, bit of a rogue pick. Not fully cohesive with the squad goals, but decent enough versus poke champions if you can get in range and land the hooks. And he definitely landed the hooks, even though he was 4k down on his lane adversary in gold. Still managing to keep his team in that game for a very long amount of time.
And listen, we're going to be coming back with the next game of this series. Can Kent get their way back into this one, or will Nottingham be securing their position in the finals with a quick 2-0? Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the NSE Stay Home series, supported by Monster Energy. We are into our semi-finals. We're into our second game of this best-of-3 series between University of Nottingham and University of Kent. Nottingham came out victors in a slogfest of a first game. I'm Will Vibrant Willingham, joined by Harry Dr. Evans. And Harry, what's your favourite flavour of Monster Energy?
The white one. The white sugar-free one.
The sugar-free one. Why is that, Harry?
I don't know what it's called. I don't know because
Is it Ultra?
Ultra. Look at that Chinese shilling in the production. Annoying. Off by heart. Prepared for this moment. That's the one. Because it's sugar-free and it was the first. I looked at the ones that were in the shop above our office, and then I wanted a sugar-free one, and that was the one that was there that I saw. And I grabbed it, and then I'm like, okay, that's good. And now I just have that one every time. So that was sort of it. Wasn't a lot of thought put into the decision. Apologies to the Monster marketing team that put countless hours of their lives into sort of refining the colors and the branding and whatnot. It was really just the fact that I saw one word and then liked the taste, and then that was sort of all I needed.
It's not a bad recommendation, I guess. So that's fine. Yeah, production. Love an Ultra too. I'm myself a fan of the Doctor, Voodoo Doctor. So
I feel like I am legally obligated to try that one based on my name.
That should be the one for you, really, right?
Wow. Yeah.
Lewis Hamilton.
You think so?
Good
for him.
Wait, is it Lewis Hamilton? Who's that one? One of them's Lewis Hamilton, but it might not be that one.
He has like his own name one, right?
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking of someone else.
I don't know, but.
Rossi, there we go. I knew it was a race car driver. I hope he's a race car driver. Or I've made myself look very stupid. That was a good flavor, but I'm also a big sugar-free fan myself. It's crisp. It's a crisp flavor. It's not heavy on my stomach.
We rate what you call it? Just the normal one as well, the classic.
Well, the black one with the green.
Yeah.
I'm the classic is good. It's hard to beat.
I like pineapple, so
is that,
a lot of people.
Is that the flavor?
I think it's
is
sort of
that is.
Like in the same way that cola is caramel flavor. It's
no
that's the sort of base name of the original ingredient that someone was working with at some point. Even and then as the recipe changes or whatever. Maybe you move further away from that. I actually have no idea. I'm not a monster lore expert, but I'm pretty sure that when you check it's either mango or maybe it's just tropical fruits.
I feel like it's not pineapple. I feel like that's incorrect. But
I feel like we got to do some aggressive googling here whilst we wait for the jump select to go.
Yeah, we are. We're just waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, don't you worry. Speaking of Monster Energy, keep an eye on kills, assists, and farm because the player with the most of those. Honestly, I could do with one. Monster, if you're listening, hit us up. But
so if that box, if the art for the was the other way around, we could read the ingredients on the back and find out what it says. I see one person in an 8-year-old Reddit thread asking to describe the taste says pineapple juice, and that has backed my point up.
I don't know if that's how. I don't know if that's how things work.
I'm just going to go to Monster's website. It probably says on there.
While my Caster is doing some lore analysis on the lovely.
This is lore right here.
We're just going to be hoping to get into our second game of this best of 3 series. And if Nottingham win this, they booked themselves tickets to the final, which is today, later on. So stay tuned for that one. If Kent win this one, we'll go to our second we'll go to our second 3-game series of the day, because of course the first one we watched was between DMU and Surrey. That one went to a best of 3, and first game in this one, closest game we've seen so far. Long game, both teams had opportunities to win it. We're jumping into picks and bans. Hopefully it's another exciting game.
No, I'm going to be excited to dive into this one. Of course, teams have swapped around. Not something that we saw in the first series.
Yeah.
But now a bit of side selection has come into play. So Just be aware of that. We've got, of course, Nottingham now on the red side,
I don't need more enemies.
with Cabbage up on the blue.
Why do you think they're called Cabbage Community?
Honestly, I've got nothing. Oh, I didn't ask. I meant to ask in the pre-game chat about Fridge Man and what that meant. Whilst we're talking about names, but I don't know what the... Cabbage Community, maybe any RuneScapers in the chat? I don't know. It's
One thing that I do like, and
people
I
like
respect,
Cabbage in that game.
is Magic Fridgeman's clan is called DPP, and the support is called DPP. So we stan
He
Blitzcrank.
is the clan.
And honestly, performed exceptionally well. While the team did lose out in the end, Shining Light won those blitz hooks. Very clean, very intentional, we hope. But was always catching out Mama on the rec side. It was hard to catch out the rec side. It got to a point where the GA and the knockup and the flashes weren't enough to escape, but now looking towards this game, bans very similar. The Syndra has it taken off the table this time, though. Don't want to see that one on the blue side, because of course with the swapping, there's a couple of champions that need to be banned out by red that don't necessarily need to be banned out by blue, but
Yeah.
looks like Head have gone for the same 3 bans they did last time, and the Echo ban away means that it's pretty similar. Only the Syndra is the only difference here right now.
Yep. And Syndra was pretty spicy in the last game, but this time around it's another blue side Varus pick. However, not the same team. Cabbage Community respecting that one, and they'll be looking in for themselves, interested to see if that's going to be lethality or on hit. Lethality tends to be the more popular one, and that's what we saw at last game. Now, Misfortune locked in again, not for the same team as last time, and it will be paired up with a Jarvan. So already a lot more synergy here for Nottingham than we saw Cabbage Community have when they had the Misfortune last game.
Misfortune and Jarvan creating that Demastian Death Bowl that is so loved by teams that want to go for an easy team fight situation. Braum is available though, so could be picked up by DPP. The Zyra actually going to be locked in. Expect that one to be going to support role. Could see Fringe play mid, but I'd be surprised.
It could be jungle, right? I've been, again, trying to sort of make jungle for a while. But...
Nonsense of we're making mages jungle for some reason.
I
don't
just-
know why Riot are doing it. It doesn't need to happen. Stop it. Basically,
It's just that they tried to, they're trying to make everything jungle, you know?
But why? Speaking of jungle, Kindred has been locked in. That's actually a jungler. So congrats. Kent, I
Instead of fixing jungle, right, it's just like, we'll just put more champions in. We're like, no, that's not the problem.
It's like jungle was broke. It's like, well, what did you play Darius in it? It's like that's not gonna solve anything for me, right?
What
It's
about
like,
nah?
It's like great. I appreciate that you're giving us champions that we don't want to play because they're not champions that have traditionally been in our role. Therefore, we do not know how to play them. There's like the one Narman who's like, yay! And then plays one game of jungle, realizes it's not top lane and goes back to top lane. But Nautilus being locked in as well to round up the first round of picks into the second lot of bans. Lucian already off the table.
Yeah, we're zooming through this one. We've got a nice setup here for the Misfortune with the Jarvan and the Nautilus, but it is worth knowing that there's a bit of anti-synergy there. Obviously, you are going to struggle to hook in to a Cataclysm.
Yeah,
That's
you are.
no, that's probably going to just throw his hook right on top of that one. So that's a bit of a struggle. However, the Kindred is a very nice pick to note here, because Kindred, pretty decent against the Jarvan. You can just sort of hop out of his ult and hop out the way of his EQ, and because of that, you have a very nice time against him early. You can look to invade him a little bit, and if ever you find him in the river or in his own jungle, a big problem that Jarvan always sort of has, that all of his damage and all of his CC is also his gap closer, and Kindred can dodge that and then kite him very easily. So we want to see a bit some high prio solo laners, at least in which lanes you know you're going to have the counter pick. Unfortunately for Cabbage Community, that's only going to be one side, as no solo laners have been picked up by Nottingham yet. But you want just high priority laners so that you can move up with them and try and get yourself that cheeky scuttle crab, get yourself the marks, and try to press an advantage. And with Varus, Zyra bot lane, you already know that you've probably got yourself some decent priority down there. So now you just want your mid or top lane to have some too.
Gangplank going to be locked in as the top laner, leaving mid lane open as the one that's going to get the counter pick, unless they're going to be very weirdly flexible with their picks. But Now comes the question: what do Kent want to take into this gangplank, and what do they want to blind pick mid? Some pretty strong options available for them. What do you think is going to be the decision into gangplank?
There's a lot of options. If you want to see something a bit spicy like last game, you could go for... okay. I was going to say something like Lucian. There are some interesting things you can play into gangplank to really abuse his... whatchamacallit? His barrels.
Yes.
The thing about Shen is that Shending LP, current rank 7 challenger player, I believe he is, actually has a full matchup guide for Shen that he's written and published. He says that Gangplank is the hardest possible lane for Shen and permabans it. He says that is the champion that he bans every single game when he plays Shen. Now, Shending LP is not in this game, and there's not a pro Gangplank player, or challenger Gangplank player, I assume, on the Nottingham side. But that's what I know about the matchup.
Interesting decision then. The Orianna also be locked in, so that's going to be going mid, and looks like the Nico's going to be the response to a champion we do not get to see very much of, and unless you play Teamfight Tactics, in which case, see her all the time. But that's a very interesting pickup.
Yeah, now, obviously I like the Shen's pretty nice with the Kindred, just whilst we're at it. She gets very low, he ults, she lives guaranteed, he comes in, and then she still has the shield for a little bit after the ult ends, so that's always nice. But to talk about the Nico, that goes really nicely with the Jarvan, as does the Gangplank. So we've got ourselves a very hefty wombo here for the side of Nuts. And unfortunately with the Nautilus, that means that they actually don't have a full TFT comp. I'm not saying it would be a good TFT comp, but I think that all those champions are in the current set, except for Nautilus, so unlucky in that regard.
Yes, if they've got the right skins.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's all about the skins, isn't it? But they do have a very hefty wombo outside of that, so worth noting. Keep an eye on that one. The team fight's very destructive. This is a midline Nico, so we can pretty safely assume it will be AP. Probably going for something like the Glacial Augment, which is usually what you see on Nico. And again, that is just going to really add towards that team fight, that utility, pick potential CC, and just add on to that whole wombo in general.
Couple of minutes, obviously, to get the spectator delay, but Mr. Doctor, sir, time for clinic hours. So, tell me why Magic Fridge Man is the one with Orianna and Reisoju is the one with Shen.
Don't even worry about it. Sean said something in the pregame about first timing every role. I don't know who he was talking about. I didn't read the chat, but maybe there's some autofill shenanigans going on here. Maybe that's the strat. Bait them into blind picking Gangplank so that you can counter pick it with Shen and then forehead your way into playing top lane Orianna. Who's to say?
Could be a clash bug where you can't swap champions. That was a fun bug.
Was that a bug? Did that happen?
That was our first game of Clash was a first time Malzahar mid because he couldn't get his Shen. And it was pretty painful, honestly.
There's worse champions the first time than Malzahar.
All I'm saying, right, okay, this is thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I know that we're not grandstanding, but how come if you lose your first game of Clash and then win your second 2, you get 2 on record and you don't get a skin shard? But if you win your first game and then lose your second 2, you get a skin shard.
Because you play versus worse people, no?
But not even though, because the tournament is not seeded, so team 1 and 2 could play against each other in round 1, and then the second best team in the tournament doesn't get a skin shard. Or a token.
Honestly,
I
didn't know that skin shards were an option. I've never made it that far.
Oh,
I play with Lee and Mike. It's not my fault.
I've won with Lee in Clash before. I've won a Clash with him.
Okay, what a flexer. Did we? No, we haven't won.
You
didn't win the one we played
won
with Nick.
3 or 4 Clashes.
Oh, I've only played twice.
Oh, I played like 7 or 8, I think. I won the first ever Clash there was.
Okay.
I won one with
you won the alpha test and right?
Yeah, I won the alpha test Clash.
Yeah.
And then I won once with Lee, and I won once with the first team boys. Yeah, okay, I've won 3 Clashes.
I was busy for a lot of clashes, and I don't.
I'm
remember
often busy
why.
for clashes. I like
What have I been doing on the weekends? Like,
casting.
I would
Go-
assume so, but like,
But this weekend was the last
casting
one.
what?
You didn't play this weekend, did you?
no, no. Well, this weekend I was asleep, but
Yeah, I mean, I
I got a
don't know.
message from Lee at like 7 a.m. saying like, "Hey, do you want to do it?" I'm like, "Mate, I'm going to bed." Like, I got places to be.
Yeah, I played in Leeds team last weekend. It was actually a game. We did go 1-2. Oh no, we went 2-1, but then it was the first game we lost, so it was completely irrelevant at that point. And
We went
Riot actually have previous of making stuff that like flat out just doesn't matter where you do the first thing. Because you remember what was that game mode where you had like loads of mini games in the game, which everyone loved?
WarioWare.
No, on League. Nexus Blitz.
I miss
Right,
it every day.
Nexus Blitz pretty sick. You know the game mode in it where you like had to fight like 2v2s and 1v1s?
Yeah.
The first 2v2 just flat out never mattered. Never affected the outcome of the game at all.
Did it not?
No, never did.
Never.
Because if you won the first one and then lost the next two, it didn't matter. And we're ready to sync up. I'm just grandstanding. So production, if you want to count us in whenever you're ready. All right, so we are on to the Rift. But yeah, the first one never actually mattered at all.
I miss
never
it.
affected the game. So, 200 years plus of experience. But we are in the game now. It gives me the opportunity to shut up about my very minor complaints of a game that I've been playing for almost 10 years. And we'll now get us a chance to talk about these two lovely teams. Kent on the blue side, Nottingham on the red. If Nottingham win this game, they are into the final. If Kent do, it will force a tiebreaker in this best of 3 series.
Someone stole my Penta in Clash.
I heard.
I forget who it was.
Performance afterwards.
Yeah, the game's after a bit rogue. Did I send you my montage of Stan?
No.
It's not a montage because it's 3 independent clips that I did not edit together.
Sorry,
It was just Stan's highlight reel of his Amumu, which involved walking into the middle of 5 people and somehow ulting none of them. Walking into my lane and not using Q or ult on Amumu, like just walking and dying. And then a fun gank where I was like, quick, turn on this guy. And then again, walking in. There was a lot of walking in and dying involved.
That sounds like me playing League of Legends.
Which is standard Amumu gameplay, which makes it a bit interesting to start out with.
Well,
But we still got the dub.
How is Amumu out here not getting a rework? How is Nocturne on the rework slate and Amumu is not?
I don't even know.
Riddle me this. I feel like I'm being very negative this game. I don't know why.
Amumu should not exist in Legend League. Every time an Amumu plays the game and has fun, something's gone wrong. Speaking of having fun, looks like Cabbage community are about to.
Yeah, looking to get that gank and gets the root down damage onto Varus. Mawa is there, but may not even be needed. Jumps forward, looking for the alcove gameplay. Will be able to pick up first blood, and then DPP. He's too far extended, has to flash away in order to not go down himself. That's an easy first blood once again coming in for Knots, and it is the Jarvan who picks it up.
Standard level 2 Jarvan ganks. We see these, and he's able to pick up that first kill. Of course, nobody's seeing that invade happen on the Cabbage community side. Very dangerous. Now, I believe that the Kindred Sean was not actually spotted jumping over that wall. I think he dodged the ward, but there was a lot of pings going through. And so Nottingham, even if they didn't see it directly, pretty well aware of what was going on. And so Mauer falls back to his blue side jungle, but isn't able to get a lot else going. He doesn't run straight over to defend it. Just sort of concedes that there's been a buff transfer here. As he now moves back down towards the bottom half of the map, but is spotted on a ward, I believe. See the pings get out of the way. Yeah, it was on a ward, but it died. And now he's found out again in the tri-brush. So that one's not quite happening. Just get a good idea of where Kindred is. Smart pings, knowing she's probably around about that half of the map. Who wins the 50-50 for her mark? It will be not the Kindred.
It will be the Jarvan.
Jarvan securing the Kindred mark for himself, gaining absolutely nothing in the process, but denying it away from Sean.
I mean, the shift in power is the same, right? Because denying and not denying, you're still keeping equidistance, if that makes sense. I didn't explain it well at all, but
I
Yeah.
promise you, it's a good. I promise you, it's a good point. I just didn't make it well. This is why I play because I literally just need to say what's happening physically on the screen without actually thinking.
Understandable.
And if those of you who've been watching today, you'll understand why that's the case with me. But we are moving into this top lane. Okay, no, you want to talk about Jarvan? Fine.
Well, he's
be my
very-
guest.
He's deep behind enemy lines here. Didn't have any vision in the jungle. Does not spot Kindred, and neither does Articuno.
No, Gega's the knock up onto DPP though means the Desire will go down. Futon picks up that one. Sean chasing onto Articuno will be able to return the kill across the map, and Gregor's actually turning 1v3 around and trying to chase them away. Won't get dove and does survive, but 1-for-1 across the board. Still 2-for-1 in the favour of Nottingham overall.
Yeah, a bit of a rogue gank there from Mauer. Doing the Krugs without any vision and knowing that, based on when he knew that Sean was top, you could sort of assume he was going to recall and come onto the bot half of the map. But he still makes the gank happen. They find out that one kill again. Getting the ball rolling in this aggressive bot lane. Because you want to get that Misfortune ahead, because the second that Misfortune and Mauer hit level 6, they are going to be diving. A lot of easy kills to be found there versus this immobile bot lane. And that's something Sean needs to be aware of. You need to see the counter ganks coming in. If they overcommit to a dive and Sean is just chilling in a bush with his ultimate available, he's going to have a very, very good time. Right now, he's not looking to have a good time as he sees his top lane is getting pushed in. Traitor has the prio up there, though mid lane a little bit more even as Articuno gets a little bit of a push going, but important to keep an eye on those lanes as the crab respawns, because at this stage when Kindred has no marks, it's guaranteed to give her one as bit of a roam mid.
Peg it away. Ultimate has been used. Teleport coming in, though. Teleport is going to be returned. First, Order Trader looking to get on DPP. Unable to do so, but the knockup comes in onto Ray Soju on the Shen. Going to be taken pretty low, but does manage to dodge out from those Order attacks. Flashes away. The damage now being returned onto Nottingham. The first kill, the second kill of the fight. Both going in the way of Kent as they do pick up 2. Heeman is now turning up, though. Looks for a flash 2. Lands it only onto the support, though. Articuno has got a kill onto Magic Fridgeman. It's going to be 2 for 2 across the entire fight, as the slow reactions from Nottingham pay off in the end.
Nottingham a bit, yeah, like I said, a bit slow on the draw. Fast rotation there. A nice roam from DPP is not going to be enough to take out Soju. Although, Ray Soju rocking up to that fight with the teleport, not greeting, waiting any creeps for his ultimate. It looked rough, but he was able to stay alive with a lovely use of the Spirit's Refuge there. Blocking a lot of autos, getting that double taunt, really turning the fight around. However, of course, once Futon and the Heathen rocked up, it was suddenly a lot more Nottingham favoured. Off the back of that, 2 marks were secured. So even though it is an even fight in kills, you have to think about the other non-gold values that were picked up. 2 marks for the Kindred, and the flashes lost all across the board. But specifically, I'm thinking about the flashes lost on Futon. If you can now get a nice gank down there, as Sean punish that flashless ADC, who's about to be very immobile versus a level 6 Varus, you can start to set them behind. And if you get the advantage in that bottom lane, poke out the aggressors before they can engage, and you can dissuade them from going for that scary dive with the Jarvan.
DPP and Gregors still the lane that you'd expect to have priority. The bot lane of the Zyra and the Varus is a lot of poke and might be quite difficult for Misfortune and Nautilus. However, saying that, Misfortune was always a champion that was picked specifically into the Zyra back in the day. I don't know when the day was, a couple of seasons ago.
Misfortune support, season 6,
Yeah.
boys.
Oh my word, it was that long though, goodness me.
Yep.
Feels like only yesterday, but in top side, first illustrator and Razor, you going at each other once again. Gangplank still having maybe the better of the trades here, but it's not too far dissimilar.
That's just kind of how it be. Gangplank just mashes Q, and there's literally nothing Shen can really do to stop him.
Yeah.
And then he just gets to farm up for free and just outscale you. And there's really no point in the game that the Shen is happy about what's going on. Even when it comes to Shen in rough matchups, he can usually just ult out, but that isn't going to happen today. He's pretty comfortably just going to match the ultimates if ever necessary. But the dragon was secured during this time by Jarvan, who is now recalling, so not quite diving bot, but
Gage onto the Varus, he's rooted in place, he's killed by the damage from Misfortune. Now DPT Hero will be hit with the depth charge, will be able to walk away though, and the Gangplank Ultimate was there for the assist. A lot of damage coming down in Nottingham, making the bot lane pay.
Yeah, he nabs away that assist there, which is pretty nice. And so again, if he's running Ultimate Hunter, it is something you see up with these two champions. So Grasp Ultimate Hunter, is he? No, he's not. Go for Inspiration Secondary. So the assist is just an assist, but still a nice little bit of gold, even if it was swindled a little bit out of the Heathen's pocket. Still helps to get him an advantage in this lane, where we see he is now 15 creeps up. 2 wave advantage there over Soju, although a little bit of that will be made back as Soju picks up these creeps here. Now looking to try and set up a potential freeze closer towards his tower, as Kindred is on the correct half of the map. Malware is here too, and a little bit of fighting.
Could be a 2v2 first order trader. Needs to be careful, actually getting taken pretty low, and with Sean being the first person there, he's going to have to move into the alcove, moving further away from assistance though, and will be taken out. It's going to be the Shen on that one. Jarvan, undecided whether he wants to go for the 2v1, does try to get onto the Shen, but there's a level down Articuno here now as well. Will land the root, but only onto Kindred, and the damage does not land on the Shen, so that's actually just a free kill going over to Kent. And a lot of resources spent, but now DPP needs to be careful. Rooted up in place, slowed down, but the stand United
That's
will
a low
come
health
through.
Shen.
Zyra goes down anyway, though, as Misfortune will get burnt down by the plants. Can the Heathen get the kill himself? Flash away. Greg is looking to escape, but the root will come through. The damage is there, and the Heathen will clean up. 2 kills for 1 on the bot side, and Shen out used.
Yeah, Futon's just casually tanking up those plants. Those end up falling trades back to the fight. However, of course, the kill is secured at the end. Both of them will go down, and a very nice wave is set up there to crash back into the Cabbage Community Tower. It's actually a bit too big, and it will hit the tower early. Maybe he even could have looked to thin it out a little bit, as they know where the enemy jungler is, but you want to get that recall as fast as possible. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we did see that kill just before that bot lane fight, and honestly, it was a little bit that... there was just a lot of missed barrels, I think, from Traitor. It sort of seemed that they were not procced properly, as like altered a minion for one, or didn't like break a second one, and so on and so forth. And barrel control is obviously the most important part of being a Gangplank player. It's knowing how to use those to their best, how to set them up properly. But now, a very pushed in bottom lane here for Nottingham. Might look to fight with their ultimates, but Sean is there for the response.
Malakali getting Sean on the side, and could be a 3v3. Articuno once again the first person of the mid laners to try and make the rotation, but let's see if it pays off. DP caught under tower, but now they're going to be fighting between the two. Mauer looking for the Cataclysm. You've got to imagine misses the flag and drag, but Gregors has been pulled back in. The bullet time is massive, and the virus goes down. The Cataclysm will keep Zyra in place as well. She goes golden, but it's not going to be enough to keep her alive. And now the Lamb's Respite comes out. Too little, too late from the Sean. He's going to look to try to escape under his tower, but will be caught in by the anchor. Will be taken out as Articuno turns up to secure the kill. Triple down in the bot side for Nottingham in the top side. First order traitor not having the best time against Ray Soju right now, and will have to burn his flash to try and get away, but the Shen is chasing on. Magic Fridge Man looking to save the tower, but 4 of the blades are already claimed, and a lot of gold just being funneled directly into this Nottingham lineup.
And the idea was there for Cabbage Community. They knew what was happening, they knew the gank was coming, they were ready for the counter gank, but they get so split up. Just all 3 of them completely isolated. Gregors goes down first, DPP is then the focus. Sean tries to get the ultimate off, but throws it late, because he throws it after... He's trying to time it with the sort of Zhonya's ending. Not that necessary. If you ult before the Zhonya's ends, they're still going to come out of that one inside of a Kindred ult. Maybe he was just out of range and trying to get that last final bit. Could also be an explanation, but in either case, wasn't going to be enough to save it in an outnumbered situation. That then Sean losing the flash as well. Pretty hefty. This means there's advantages across the board for Nottingham, and they will now look to use those as the dragon begins to spawn. It's coming up in, right about now, 5 seconds, and ultimates slowly returning. Mawa, Heathen, First Order, not quite having theirs, but you have the big ones. You have the damage with Articuno and Futon, and so the dragon is started. Sean, no vision.
Goes in late.
Oh, no.
He
Oh.
already used it, can't get away, and we'll go down. Articuno picking up that one. And that's a big mistake from the jungler there.
Rough moves. Takes the cone, goes way too far over. You want to sort of line it up so they're going at a slight angle.
Kudo looking to get on to Magic Fridge Man, chasing him away very low there. And Nico can do a lot of damage in these early game situations.
Yeah, big trades there. It's which he doesn't have the ult. You're never really at threat of being 100-0'd by her, but
DPP
you can't be by
caught out
naught.
by the angle. The bullet time will not land because of the flash from the Zyra. First order trainer once again being chased away. Mawa coming in for the dive, forces the Varus ultimate to dissuade that, but the tower's going to go down regardless. And that's the first one on the map going out. And honestly, one thing I'm noticing is first order trainer doesn't seem to be having a very good time being caught out by Soju there and cut down as I say that. The gangplank is really not paying off for him.
It's not, and this is a matchup that was chosen by Rei Soju, and it was a matchup that I thought was going to go pretty badly, but Gangplank is a very hard champion. You need to know what you're doing in these situations, as Mauer takes a bit of a chunk here, but and not having proper control of the barrels and really just being too aggressive, and I speak from personal experience, because, you know, last time I was against the Shen, I was like, easy Gangplank game, but...
Magic Fridge Man needs to be careful, gets rooted up, gets Cataclysm. The Stand United will be used though, and the Shen ult will be followed through. Damage coming into Articuno, no ability to ult, and then he goes down. Rei Soju now looking towards Mauer, but there is assistance there from the rest of Nottingham. Will be able to flag and drag away. That fight got turned on its head, and Kent walk away with the kill.
Yes, Super Smurfer, Rei Soju. Another quality roam to the mid lane to stop a fight. Able to come on in and nab himself a kill off of that one and save a life. However, not too much comes of that afterwards. We see the towers are all still standing for the side of Nottingham. Cabbage community definitely want to move towards finding some of those. As we see the lane swap now, meaning that Nottingham are going to look to try and put a bit of damage out onto this top lane tower. However, the Herald is now being attempted by Sean, and that is something that is definitely going to help when it comes to knocking out those objectives. So that is always nice. We'll look to see that. And where it's going to go, they could just run it with a 4-man top to really force down that tower. Could do the same in mid lane and really open up the map just a little bit. But the mid lane tower, whilst it is sort of the most important tower in the game, doesn't really start to come into full effect until you've taken out either the top or bot lane tower with it as well. So a lot of options here for the Cabbage community squad, but they are 4k behind, so they run the risk of getting engaged on by this dangerous Java Nautilus combo. The game could suddenly go very poorly for them. Because of that, they might look to just play it a little bit safer.
They've been effective in doing that so far, to an extent. They are behind in gold, as you say, but are still able to stand toe-to-toe in these larger fights. Top tower will be broken down by Nottingham, second of the game for them, and as you say, mid lane tower is now the focus, because breaking this one open with both the other outer towers gone is so important. In comes the Nico. Articuno gets the sloth, but doesn't get anything else. Can't really afford to dive onto a Kindred supported Orianna. Kindred, of course, has the Rift Tower and Eye as well, so keep your eyes peeled for that one. See where that one is dropped, and members of Nottingham now moving towards mid lane. Standing on top of a ward, do need to be a little bit careful, but should be fine overall. Orianna can do a decent chunk of damage, but it's not going to be enough to dissuade any kind of siege in this mid lane. And once this tower's gone down, you can expect to see a bit of deeper vision. Articuno actually taking a lot of damage from Rei Soju. He looks pretty happy to dive. The ultimate coming in from the Nico and the Gangplank ult in support. It was all a bait. The slow comes through. Articuno gets the damage for the kill. And that looks so good for the Shen until the two ults turned it around.
Oh, Rei Soju lacked critical information. The information there being that Articuno has a lot of damage. And a tower there to back him up. Not a lot of magic resist being picked up by Rei Soju at the time. We can see now as he frantically starts to build towards some more. But he realizes that issue. No, that he'll be side laning versus Nico a fair bit in this game. I wonder what he'll be picking up. Maybe an adaptive helm. Possibly even a Wit's End for some aggressive moves. But does end up falling there and handing over a pretty hefty shutdown, but he does still have his teleport available. We'll be able to use that one to get to any Cloud Drake fights that might happen when it spawns in just 10 seconds.
And of course, this is going to set up for Cloud Soul. on the next dragon, if it is picked up by Nottingham. We talk about the Spooky Third Drake, and this is the Spooky Third Drake for Nottingham. Kent have not got one to their names yet, but we'll still be looking to fight and deny. Feeling confident in doing so, and Sean still has that Rift Herald Eye. It's not too long for this world. They're going to have to make a decision where to put it. The Heathen gets absolutely chunked by Oriana. This dragon is being set up around, and currently it's Nottingham who have the control of it, but with the Rift Herald being dropped mid, someone's going to have to respond to that one pretty quickly.
And Nottingham moving onto the Drake. Cabbage Community now coming through.
Ray Soju looking for the engage. The bullet time comes through. The steal on the dragon is secured, but the depth charge will secure a kill for Nautilus. This fight is not looking too brilliant for the remaining members of Kent. They've already got what they came for, though, and they're going to look to try and escape. Big Frigid Man goes down. Ray Soju gets the big taunt, but isn't able to save anyone else's life. Sean has to flash away, but first Auto Trader goes through, cannot get him with the parlay, and is forced to back away. Dragon crucially secured by Kent, but they pay for it dearly.
The fight was so close to being in Cabbage Community's favor, but they just not having quite the right communication here and there. We saw that the Zyra was taken out on the sides, pretty close to a Kindred, who maybe could have looked for the ult, but Sean is focusing on getting the steal off. That's understandable. But then once he gets into the pit, they get the steal, drops the ult. You have the CC with the Shen, who can really easily throw that down at the taunt, as we saw, and then also if he has his W up, that's an even extra way to just keep people alive, to really swing the fight in your favor. But when Sean is going out, Soju is going in. It's a little bit of a miscommunication. I think they maybe could have found themselves some extra kills there had Sean been ready to commit, if that was the call. But then crucially as well, we saw Magic Fridgeman just taken out at the edge of the fight by Articuno. The ult was already in animation from Magic Fridgeman. That shockwave was about to hit 3 people. It was definitely going to kill 1. But with the kill secured by Articuno there, Magic Fridgeman not able to get that one off, and definitely hurts the fight for Cabbage Community when you don't have an Oriana ult in it. So nice little job from Nottingham there, as the fight does go in their favor, but like you said, Drake was stolen away, and these are some hefty ult cooldowns. Shen, Zyra, Shen and Kindred, massive. They're getting a lot of value from it, and then everyone else just wants to ult as often as possible anyway, so stacking up clouds, pretty nice for Cabbage Community.
Not going to be turned away, not going to be turned up. And Ray Soju looking to try and get onto Articuno, who tries to put the paint back onto him, tries to return the damage, and is able to do so pretty effectively. Ray Soju forced to back away, slowed down, and the Pop Blossom going off. Articuno still has ultimate as Ray Soju looks for the re-engage, but members of Nottingham are moving down mid lane, looking to get the demolish stacks off, looking to take down this inner tower. First inner tower that would be taking this game, and remember, Kent's still unable to take a tower this game, looking for the engage and find it onto Futon. Bullet time will not be secured as Mora goes in, goes low. Might well go down here. Misfortune's already burnt low, and Mauer might be going the same way. Sean sped up by the Oriana, looking for one more auto attack. It's not going to be enough to secure the kill as Mauer can flag and drag to safety. Kent do manage to pick up one, and that's enough to break the siege. Although Articuno's looking to come in. Here comes the depth charge. It will land, and they've called out Magic Fridgeman. He's gone down. Not able to catch out anyone else, though, as they're all too quick on making the excuses and getting out of there.
Yeah, leaving Magic Fridgeman absolutely for dead. The Kindred ult was available. Ooh, you probably don't want to run into the middle of 4 people just to drop it. Sort of just accept that the Oriana is going to die there. Not a lot for keeping her alive for an extra few seconds would do to swing that fight. However, the Shen ultimate was used, and that is on a pretty hefty cooldown. And now actually the Baron will be started up in response. We see that the bot lane are very low on Cabbage Community. They have to reset. They are not ready to get to this fight. The Baron is not going down fast, but Cabbage Community don't seem to have any idea.
Cabbage Community teleporting in. They've clearly got some kind of cluelessness going on, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get there in time. Baron is still alive, though. It's actually reasonably healthy. 63 health. It's going to be secure, but it's secured by Futon, and the fight will break out. Ace in the hole rips through Ray Soju as he's going to go down. Members of Kent falling left, right, and center. DPP and Gregors are scuttling out the back of the fight. Articuno will be slowed for now, but Mara still has Cataclysm, catching it onto the Zyra. She's going to fall. Articuno survives. There's only 1 member left from Kent, and Nottingham, they're bearing down on the base.
You're ready to now move on in with this Baron. Lovely call there from the Nottingham side. They knew that they had enough chunked out members on the enemy team to go for it. It was a bit unexpected, and there was no control set up for the area from Cabbage Communities. They're pretty happy to move for that. Sean tries to get the steal, but Articuno keeping him out of the pit very well. Lovely zoning on that Nico, and they're able to take out the mid inhibitor tower as a result of the back of that fight. Now, the Dragon was spawning in just 20 seconds. We have to see a bit of a reset for that one before it can be attempted, but it is, of course, another Cloud Drake. Still threatening the spooky third Drake for Nottingham, but there was a steal last time for Cabbage Community. Sean will have his flash available to try for it again, but dying for it could cost them the mid inhibitor, and you have to really wonder if that's worth it.
Probably not. You've got to imagine this Dragon isn't giving its soul itself and will be secured very quickly by Nottingham. They're now setting up for soul in 5 minutes' time. Baron will be up in that time as well, just before the Dragon does come up. And now Sean needs to be careful. He's being bared down on by First Order Traitor, who has now gone unstoppable from a very weak laning phase to a very strong team fighting phase. And Articuno needs to be careful, has been tossed up. It's a 2v1 situation, but looks to get the damage onto DPP. It's enough to just instantly take him out. And while Articuno has the flash to try to escape and will not be able to do so, has kept Shen at bay long enough in order to grab the mid inhibitor. Top lane tower will also be going down in short order, as the remaining members of Nottingham, with their Baroned up minion wave, are going to look to get the second inhibitor tower in the enemy base. Kent still have members defending. Will it be enough?
Oh, not sure it will be. However, Sean has respawned and DPP is up soon as well. Articuno a little bit longer on that respawn timer, given his higher level, but he does have teleport if they want to continue the siege. However, looks like Nottingham are okay with what they've got, taking that one inhibitor and getting themselves some kills and towers to boot as well. And even if Articuno died in the side lane, it's all about the flex value. He did get the kill in the 1 versus 2. However, it was a hefty shutdown handed over to Ray Soju. 700 gold extra. 700 gold total going into his pocket there. So not great for the Nottingham side in that regard, but really I think they're not too worried about that extra gold being on a Shen when they have such a massive gangplank and a hefty Nico and Misfortune as well.
Articuno quietly going about his work, doing exceptionally well this game, and I say quietly, has got the most kills for his team, but is doing it so effectively in the team fights and so effectively in the side lane against Ray Soju amongst others, and it's a struggle for Kent. It's difficult to see how they can arrest the decline for their team and how to, well, not really decline for their team, but more the exceptional play coming out of Nottingham. And there's Nottingham lineup right now looks like a team that deserves to be in the finals. And of course, winning that game will secure their berth in that final best of 3 series that will be coming to you as soon as we've got both the teams available for it. And First Order Traitor keeping Ray Soju busy and doing some decent damage as the tower goes down bot. Inhibitor tower number 2 has fallen on the opposite side of the map. No engage there from Nautilus, but the inhibitor may well go down. It's still standing, but no ability to force a fight. The gangplank model that has been used to try and clear away the Kent defenders, and the inhibitor will be taken. Mauer now steps up, has to flag and drag away that Nautilus' ability to engage just for a little while. It's Gangplank still keeping Shen busy in the top side, fighting within a minion wave, looking to stay alive, looking to cause a problem, but First Order Trader actually has to be really, really careful. Articuno looking for the quick rotation within the enemy base to try and give him some support, try and help take down this objective. And it looks like Nottingham will be able to do just that. First Australia picking up a blue buff now. Moving back towards that top lane. Last tower standing outside of the Nexus for Kent. They have still yet to take a tower of their own, and while they're able to clear out pretty effectively these first couple of waves, there are super minions going to be crashing in bot and mid. Articuno could have been caught out there though. He's going to be slowed up and members have collapsed onto him. Gets the big shield from his ultimate, but it will not be enough to secure himself the safety. He's going to take down the virus in return. There's a 1-for-1 trade in a 4-for-1 catch, and that is not what you want to see if you're a Kent fan.
And that Varus ultimate is going to be vital in terms of stopping any further dives. And so it's a worth trade to take him out. He'll be spawning, but Articuno does have the teleport. Teleport also used by First Order Traitor to come and secure this third inhibitor. And now the next target will be that Baron. It's up in just 30 seconds. And after that, Cabbage Community can look to move straight on towards that Cloud Soul. Not a lot. Sorry, Nottingham will be the ones moving on to Soul, because there's not a lot that Cabbage Community can do to stop it. With 3 inhibitors down, we can see now on the next waves, 6 super minions will be colliding on into the base. Spooky, spooky stuff. However, they do have a Shen, and Shen is very strong at dealing with super minions. He does percent max health magic damage, and it is uncapped versus minions. So he sort of cleaves through those pretty easily, and bearing in mind he's a Shen, it's not really costing you a lot to have him, sitting in the base. He'll be pretty happy there, as he can just ult on into any potential fights. However, the Baron is definitely going to be going down. It's the Cloud Drake we have to wonder if Cabbage Community can defend.
Sean is already in the area, but first of all, Traitor will be there. Articuno teleporting down bot lane to try and catch out the jungler from Kent. The flash forward might not be enough as Articuno gets the slowdown. The ultimate coming in from Gangplank will mean that the Shen ult can come through, as Zhonya's will save Sean's life. Stopwatch, I should say. Not the Zhonya's on Kindred. That would probably be a little bit silly, but the dragon has been started up by Nottingham. You've got to imagine they'll be able to secure this one in short order. There it is. There's the Soul as well, giving them that movement speed. And of course, they've already got that lovely cooldown reduction on their ultimates, crashing towards the base with the Baron buff, with the Dragon Soul. You've got to imagine that there will be a miracle play to keep Kent in this game for too much longer. They're even looking for the engage that will end the game. Isn't able to find it just yet, but with all these minions crashing in, the fight's going to happen sooner rather than later. Mao forced to flag and drag away from the fight. Cannot engage on half health, he believes, and Reizoju looking to get engaged himself. Gargoyles has been popped though, as they even will hold in place. Lamb's Respite keeps the members alive from Kent, but the Cataclysm comes through, secures 1, secures 2. Articuno's flying through the fight as well, using his ultimate. The only member left is the Shen, who's going to be taken out on the backside by the Misfortune, and in a nice 2-0 performance, Nottingham make it to the finals.
Straight through to be our first finalists of the day. And of course, be squaring off against somebody in the final match as we wait for the other side to finish up their bracket.
The other side of the bracket
They already
is done.
have!
So
It's Leicester.
Leicester have found their way into the finals. They'll be taking. They took down DMU. That's a bit of a rivalry, is what that is. That's two unis that are geographically quite close to one another. So that would have been an exciting series. But Leicester picking up that one will be coming up against Nottingham. Forgot they were the team we were casting for just a second, but Nottingham looked very, very strong going into this final.
Yeah, Nottingham looking pretty decidedly good. Of course, they did have that slight hiccup with the top laner losing a very winning matchup, but spicy picks coming through from Articuno in the mid lane, turning around on that Nico, having a very good time. And yeah, even with the rough start for that top lane, Traitor still very much able to do what Gangplank does and farm it up, get his way back into the game, get those big items. With a Nautilus and Misfortune in the bottom lane as well, pretty hard to get that execution wrong. You just sort of hook people and they die. But the strong part about it was the early pathing from Mao. The way he's got that strong invade off and then just gets the ganks going, gets the dives happening as well, whilst constantly denying marks away from Sean. We saw Sean never actually picked up any marks other than the first crab that he got in the back of that team fight. He got 2 kills on Jarvan that were his 2 mucks, and that 1 crab that he was taking whilst losing a mid lane tower. So Mao doing a pretty good job of controlling out that game. If he can do it in the finals.
That's what we're going to have to wait and find out. We're going to jump to a break. It's going to be about 20 minutes, I'm being told. But when we come back, we'll have 2 fresh teams ready for this finals. Nottingham taking on Leicester. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you in 20 minutes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to National Students Esports NSE Stay Home Series. I'm Will William, joined by Harry Dr. Evans, and we are going into our finals best of three between the University of Nottingham and the University of Leicester.
Yeah, of course, whichever team comes out on top of this will be the champion of Stay at Home Series, but it's also an important match because we get to see who comes out on top with the kills, with the assists, and with the CS, and nabs themselves a cheeky monster supply drop. Of course, we know that will be those three other options, or three other prizes coming into this series, into this tournament today. You get your grand prize for winning, and then monster, cheeky amount of it for getting the most kills, most assists, and most CS over the course of the tournaments. And pretty safe to say that it would be teams in the finals that do end up with those values.
Unless someone from a semi-finals team had an exceptional performance.
Exceptional KDA. And lots with it.
It's also a case of you want to play in free game series, right? So
true.
Both of these teams have only played 4 games currently. So they can play a maximum of 7. Teams could have got into the finals with teams could have played 6. I don't believe any have.
Only DMU
lost 2-0 to Leicester, so they played 5.
But they were the only team that got a 3-game series in the first round.
And then went through the second round. So DMU have currently played more games than these two teams have. If this is a quick 2-0 and no one impressive, someone from DMU who impressed massively could walk on those prizes. Yeah. But I don't know who those people are. I don't know if we're going to have the information on this broadcast, but I'm sure it'll be all over social media. Make sure to go follow at NSE_GG to find out who won those prizes. And if you could be walking away with a massive amount of Monster Energy drink, and you could send some my way, that'd be greatly appreciated. But we are going to this final. We saw Nottingham last series. They were dominant in their win over Kent, 2-0 in that one. Leicester equally dominant. Words are hard. It's been a day. Leicester 2-0 on DMU. So both of these teams looking good coming into this final, and neither of these teams have dropped a game yet.
No, that's surely about to change. Going into our next game, that is how winning and losing works.
Yeah.
Tell a couple of names here though. We got Fallen Rain, UK mid superstar, sort of known for lurking around about this sort of uni tier and Div 2 tier sort of play. Also Treleep has been lurking around as a Div 2 jungler the last couple of years, sort of taking a few breaks here and there, but we now see them smashing on into this game. So not entirely unknowns here on the side of Leicester. And then obviously we already know who's here for Nottingham. We've seen them before: the Heathen, Articuno, Traitor, the boys. We saw them play last series. We know what they're about.
We do, and a couple of question marks over this Nottingham lineup. They look dominant, but a couple of players need to step up a little bit. I'm looking at Traitor mainly in the top lane. Did not have the most convincing of series. And when your team 2-0s convincingly, not having the most convincing of games isn't the worst thing. It's not the end of the world. But if Leicester come in here and start playing exceptionally well, they could capitalize a little bit more on that weaker laning phase that we did see that he is capable of.
Yeah, he wasn't like running it down.
No, absolutely not.
Was getting solo killed in a winning matchup, but yeah, just things that it looked like maybe he could have been punishable. But then, as we saw, he got through into the team fights in the later stages of the game, was doing more than okay. So made up for it in that regard. But yes, could be a sort of punishable area for that Nottingham lineup. Maybe throw a little few of your resources up towards that top lane. But we haven't really seen a lot of that today. Not a lot of top lane focus. Most people thinking about the Dragons and getting their advantages through the mid lane and the bottom lane. And you said you had some questions about the Nottingham lineup. I've got some questions about Leicester. Like, where are they? We're missing a couple of players.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
we'll be hopping on in pretty soon.
I hate to bait you into thinking that we were going directly into game. It turns out that we are actually going to be jumping to another short break. We're just securing our last couple of players, but don't go anywhere. We promise we'll be back really, really shortly with our best of 3 finals for the NSE Stay Home series. So you're not going anywhere anyway. You're staying at home, so you might as well just keep your eyes peeled for when we go live. We'll see you in a second.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend. It's jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, I walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off. I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused. And to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun and make friends.
Competing in the NSE Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the NSE Stay Home series. I promise this time we are back. I'm Will Voter Whittingham, joined by Harry Dr. Evans. We're going into our finals best of 3 between the University of Nottingham and the University of Leicester.
Yeah, we are diving on in soon. Everybody's nice and ready. We're going to go straight in. We're ready for the agreed upon start time. Bit of kerfuffle because we had a fast semi-final. So maybe we'll dive straight into the finals. And everyone was ready for that one. So we're now here and prepared for our finals. Like I said, NSE, Monster Energy State at home. Winner of this obviously gets themselves a nice cheeky prize pool. But don't forget that we have the extra awards available as well. People who are getting the most kills, most assists, and most CS will walk away with a monster supply drop.
Not walking away outside, though.
Not walking away, they're staying home.
Staying
home.
It will be delivered to them in their homes, and it will be dropped on their doorstep. They can pick it up outside contact because this is the Stay Home series. But picks and bans, as you can see. University of Leicester on the blue side, some new faces, but not too many faces that you might not recognise if you having watched the University and UK scene for a little while. On the red side, we have the University of Nottingham. If you've been watching the NSE today, you'll recognise those faces from the team that 2-0'd the University of Kent last time out.
We've seen them before. Can't say we've seen. I haven't seen the Leicester side quite yet today. Like I said, a couple of them have been in and about the scene. But right now, we're going to pick some. We've got the Nautilus secured as that first pick. So already, we are expecting an aggressive, spicy bot lane. Pair that up with something like the Misfortune, or as we saw last game, the Misfortunes. I realise now it's the same champion.
The Misfortune or the Misfortune. Oh, okay.
It's a strong pairing.
This is why it was banned last game by Kent.
Yes, but did Kent with the? It was the team with the Misfortune that banned it, or was that the first game of the series?
Ziggs was banned both games last series.
I was thinking of the Leona.
Oh no, I'm talking about the Ziggs. Because the Leona's a good support. I'm not surprised to see Leona being picked first rotation, but the Ziggs is, I've seen specifically one player play Ziggs this split, and it was a marksman player.
Was it Caps in that?
It wasn't, because I don't actually watch LEC.
He did not backdoor because he satcheled himself.
Classic! Love that.
People think that maybe he wasn't going to get the auto anyway, so it's kind of hard to say.
But it's funnier to believe that he just satcheled himself away.
Yeah.
Victor and Cassiopeia both have been locked in, which is a bit rogue. Both of these champions traditionally mid lane, but Cassiopeia can see play at the marksman role. We've already seen her marksman today. Could also go top. Oriana also being locked in this first round of picks.
Yeah, now a lot of AP here on the side of Nottingham already, and the Oriana lock-in does seem to heavily indicate that will be a Ziggs in the marksman position. But what's interesting for me here is that we've got the Leicester side over on the blue side, and Treleep is a jungler and Fallen Rain is a mid laner. So unless they've role swapped, they are in the wrong order. Now, what the good people at home don't know is that we had to remake the lobby like 3 seconds before we went live because Riot Games, the whole thing crashed. So people might not be in the right order. That is very much a possibility here. Sorry if that is the case. But if it's not, fat role swaps coming through. Not sure.
I mean, we saw it last game from Kent, didn't we? We saw their top and mid laner swapping over, having a good time.
We did. I don't know why. We've seen Fallen Rain play before, of course, but that was kind of a while ago. But for some reason, Fallen Rain, when he picked Victor in my head, I was like, yes, this is correct. Maybe he's a well-known Victor player. I cannot remember, but it felt right when I saw that one locked in. So
it could well be him. It could well just be a case of the ordering is a bit confusing. I'm gonna have a quick OP.GG. See if he's a big old Victor player. Most played champion this season, 18 played, 56% win rate, if that helps.
Oh, you've beat me to it. I was going to do that.
Haha! I am the color caster now.
That checks out. That lines up then. That is congruent with my previous understanding of the situation.
Yeah, it's good news that you understand champ rules, but Jarvan has been locked in over on the side of Nottingham, meaning that they are going to be saving their counter pick for what we assume is top lane, unless shenaniganry is going to take place.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's marksman and jungler expected to be picked up, and the Graves coming in, something that we don't see
2 for 1.
too much.
The marksman and for jungler. Excellent.
And then they get free pick in the last one. It's a wild card. It can go anywhere, but imagine it will be the marksman, because as one of the highest proponents of the Graves marksman myself, it's not amazing. It's very bad in lane. Late game, it's kind of just Graves. Like, it's fine. It's decent late game because you're Graves, and the Jax being locked in suggests that we're going to see the Cassiopeia going down to the bottom.
Ah, no, you fool. It is Jax jungle, Cassiopeia bot lane, Victor top lane, and Graves mid, which is seeing a fair amount of play. Don't ask me why, because I still haven't really figured it out, but high elo gamers are Graves mid enjoyers. Not even since like the Death Stance changed, but people were just playing it like on other patches as well. But this is a bit of a worrying pick. Of course, all making it all the way through, and
back to the Forge, lads.
Back to the Forge. He's happy to vibe versus for Jax. You think Aatrox would have been a very nice pick here. We can see that was just straight banned because there's a bit of a AP issue here with the Nottingham side. They're very lacking in attack damage with the Orianna and the Ziggs, and then the rest of the team being tanks as well. So you'd like to see some sort of AD carry, but not, of course, an ADC in the top lane. Those being banned away does mean it's on duty for First Order Traitor, and knowing his matchup, he sees the Jax's picks and is pretty happy to lock that one in response.
So now seeing where these teams decide to put their players, it does look like Fallen Ray and Trilby will just be in the wrong positions because of the lobby remake, but it will be Fallen Rain on the Victor. Trilby will be taking, or Trilly, I should say, is probably how you pronounce that.
Trilly, he is a French man, this is my understanding.
Well, that's nice. Good for him. He's going to be on the Graves in the jungle, and it will be... Is it the Nautilus in the top lane, or do you think that Stripes is also not in the correct ordering right now? Because I'd be surprised if it was Jax support.
Jax support's a bit rogue. Not something you see every day. Pretty safe to assume that it's a Nautilus Cassiopeia bot lane. And that's okay, but they may struggle a little bit with the Ziggs Leona push. In particular, you think that Ziggs sort of spends mana on one bomb and hits a lot of minions, and then Cassiopeia spends a lot of mana to hit one minion. It's not great. So keep your eyes on the push down there, but Nautilus can match a Leona shove because he has W and E, so it's a little bit there, but realistically, I'm here talking about like pushes and waves, and people are just going to be hitting each other 24/7. There'll be all-ins left, right, and center, a lot of bursts down here. Expect to see some early jungle action, which is important to note. Jarvan is a early ganker, Malwa picking that one up. We might see another bit of a, cheesy level 2 Jarvan gank. We've seen that quite a few times today. That is not something that the Graves can really fully respond to. Graves is a more control-oriented jungler. He's not really known for his early ganks. His counter ganks aren't even that great in the very early stages of the game, unless, of course, he does have the red buff himself. But if he has the red buff and Jarvan has a red buff, he's not counter ganking that level 2. So keep your eyes on Maua. See what he looks to do to get an early lead in this game. Because, of course, the Wombo is very heavy for the Nottingham side. And if you can get that going, you can just start to take some monkey fights where you just cataclysm the first person you see and throw all of your damage on top of them before they've built any magic resist. And you'll usually have a pretty good time.
The Ziggs Leona bot lane coming in as the response to the Cassiopeia and Nautilus. That's what are we making of that matchup specifically?
Well. They both want to all in. They're both mages. But at the same time, they kind of both want to poke. The thing is that the Ziggs takes towers. That's the defining trait here in this lane. Like I said, Ziggs can sort of outpush the Cassiopeia pretty easily. And because of that, he's going to be the one that's actually getting those tower plays and having that nice threat. The downside, of course, is when you push up in a long lane versus something like a Nautilus, it makes it very easy for him to engage on you and run you down. But you look at something like for Leona, her W reduces the damage taken by giving her armor and magic resist, but it also just knocks off a flat amount per instance of damage taken. It makes her very strong against things with damage over time, or hitting lots of small spells, which is exactly what Cassiopeia does. She fits both of those descriptions. Couple that with the fact that Zig's satchel can actually be used whilst he's grounded or rooted to still get himself to safety. And this lane actually gets a little bit harder to kill than I think the Leicester side would like.
Yeah.
I think Nautilus engages in onto Leona. She's too tanky after the shock and W, and she's fine. Engage onto the Ziggs. If you don't kill him immediately, then he's actually able to get out quite easily. And I wonder what summoners will see down there in that lane, because you might just see barrier on the Ziggs. Usually they take teleport to help with that laning, but you could just take barrier if you're a little bit worried about that fat engage. But we see that both of these bot lanes have gone for ignite on the supports and teleport on the mage.
Which interesting mirrored there, and we will be getting into this game very, very shortly between the University of Leicester and the University of Nottingham. Of course, this is the best of 3 series, and it is the final. So the team that wins this series will be crowned champions of the NSE Stay at Home series, or Stay Home series, I should say. It's no out there, but we're just getting ourselves synced up for this final. Thank you very much for staying with us, and we'll be jumping in very shortly.
All right, we're all nice and ready then.
And we are into game, ladies and gentlemen. It is the University of Leicester on the blue side, University of Nottingham on the red. Both of these teams undefeated so far in this series, and both of them will be playing for that championship, as well as playing for their own personal KDAs, kills, assists, and farm in order to grab the monster supply drops, which is always something that's going to be proud of. So you might not win the game, but if you don't win the game, you want to be going out with a bang in order to pick up some energy drinks to keep you sane throughout this little isolation period.
Oh, it was so close. Is he? One more. One more. Can he do it? You're so close, Charlie. You're so close. It's 3rd and 4th. Need to swap on the blue side. It's a bit rogue. Neither of them usually play that lane, but...
Yep, there you go. Love it.
Smurf in it.
Big thoughts from production.
These are not champions that are usually seen in the bottom lane, Cassiopeia and Victor, but champions that could be seen in the bottom lane, so...
Do you remember when Victor was a top laner? Or like all the pro players were convinced he was, and he would lose every game because he really wasn't. But all the pro players...
He was, but people were very bad at him.
No, but the thing is, it was every pro player was very bad at him. I don't think I saw him win lane in season... Was it? I think it was season 9. Beginning of season 9, everyone was brute forcing Victor top. And no one was winning on it, and everyone was like, but it's good. And it's like, yes, but he's 0-7 in all competitive games. He's clearly not.
Big ups the time that Ego Speed went 0-14 on Victor.
That is a name that 4 people in chat will recognize.
The original Proving Grounds.
Oh, Futon has been caught out half health already, but now Fallen Rain needs to be careful. Wait a second.
Yeah.
We've bamboozled us all. Fallen Rain.
Charlie was right. He was right. What a smurf.
So Harry, how many like optional modules do you get?
Yeah, I took a fair few in Clown College. Yeah.
Shralik needs to be careful. We'll be able to slide over the wall, but we'll be chased from stealing that red buff away, forced back into his own jungle. But won't be too concerned about that. Still has his own buff to go to, but still making his way back in. Might try and catch up with Jarvan at the second buff, and expect to see some action there pretty shortly.
Big steal.
Big steal away. Flash force from Jarvan as well. That's pretty painful, as we do see top lane First Order has to be a bit careful, but interesting to see how First Order does in this game. We saw him in the last series, of course. We had a little chat about him on his laning phases, where maybe they could be abused, and has gone for the Ornn pick on a champion that is very hard to abuse in lane. So I like this adaptation from him, something a little bit different, a different side to his game. And I'm interested to see how he does in this game, especially.
Yeah, and that's interesting that he chose this matchup into Jax, because it's very hard to lose as Ornn, but Jax is kind of one of the few champions that does have that advantage, because
a lot of damage going in onto Stripes. He flashes the Satch charge, the Ignite going down, but shouldn't be enough to take down the Nautilus. But that's very close to first blood in the bot lane.
Yeah, losing that summoner, pretty good for the Nottingham side, because I think that is nice aggressive offensive tool that can be used onto the Zig. So now if ever they get engaged onto him on this kind of health again, they could be looking for a kill. Remember, there's no defensive summoners in this lane. That's a lie because we've swapped the Cassiopeia in the Victor round, haven't we? So there's actually a cleanse available for Fallen Rain, but still not a heal, which is kind of what Stripes wants right now. However, mana very low for Futon. Looking to recall and slide out of this one. Might just teleport back into the lane, but he doesn't quite have enough for a lost chapter or anything like that just yet. So mana's still going to be an issue, which is why he opts for another Doran's Ring instead. Now, talking about the top lane, we're saying that Ornn is kind of hard to lose lane on, but we just see exactly what happens right there. It's all of his damage is very loaded into one big auto, you know, with his brittle proc, and then also the fact that he's running grasp as well. And Jax is pretty well equipped to get rid of that one as he spins around and dodges the brittle, the grasp, and then gets the stun as well. Pretty good to trade out onto first order there. However, kind of rough to ever actually kill him in the matchup. And that one is worth noting. So first order might take some rough trades here and there, but solo kill potential not quite there for Jax. So even though Jax will maybe get a few CS leads here and there, he's also got a lot more expensive items than the tank Ornn player will. So in that regard, it could well even out unless we see a little bit of jungle difference up here in the top lane.
No jungler is shown in that top side yet, and First Order is able to give as good as he's getting. Going in onto Fallen Rain, the cleanse is used. They're re-engaging onto Futon, but it's only Stripes able to do so. Fallen Rain, it's gone so low already. Forced to back away. Another decent trade in the bot side for both teams, in fact, with both marksmen with the biggest asterisk in the world going below half health.
Marksman players need to be more like this. A lot of people are very hesitant to play anything that's not a right-click ADC. And you don't see that in any other lane, you know, yeah. I mean, you kind of do. Hishinshin exists. But for the most part, you don't see like people going like, oh, I'm never playing top lane again because I can't play tanks. They usually tend to just adapt. And same with junglers, same with supports. Not really with ADCs. They're not too happy to play things that aren't marks people. But these guys...
In the bot side, Mauer looking to get the flag and drag. Will be able to land it onto Stripes, who's going to go low, and Ziggs will start to charge the execute for first blood. Going to be picked up by Futon. Now First Order trying to get onto Ernex. The flash is clean. First Order not able to follow up, and almost 2 for 0 on that side. Articuno has to be careful. Dodges out the ultimate. Doesn't look directly at it. Mauer coming in to make sure that the robot gets out alive. The action is ramped up in the past minute, but it's to not go to spoils.
Yeah, and almost getting the Ornn solo kill as well. That is not something that you commonly see. Maybe First Order knows something about the matchup. I don't, because he was looking pretty good up there. But the kill was secured, like you said, onto Futon down in the bottom lane, taking advantage of that Nautilus that didn't have the flash, bringing in the Jarvan to get those early ganks. So you can see he is falling behind the CS. He did have that red buff swiped away in front of him and lost the flash in the process. So to be able to go through and get these ganks out now, get some assists, extra money, always nice.
To Fallen Rain, the Ignite is popping and the Heathen is there. Flash forward to grab the kill. Tanking tower though will be rooted up, needs to be careful but should be able to survive. Stripes hasn't got enough to take down the Leona, and another kill on the bot side going over to Nottingham.
Just another one. When the summoners are blown, the kills are free. And this one is picked up now. The kills are split between Futon and the Heathen, so the gold a little bit lacking on that carry, but much more importantly, that's one less assist for the Heathen. If he was playing for that most assists.
Yeah, you don't want to split
right?
You don't want to split your assists or your kills. You want to be giving them one each, but of course, imagine if someone had all of the supply drops. Imagine if they just got like, they walked out their door and just into just a wall of monster energy.
One super smurfer.
Yeah, one
picks Sivir every game.
And just goes to town every single time. We have not yet seen a Sivir, because I guess it's a case of, yes, this would help me get monster, but it might not help my team actually win.
And... well, you don't care if it's the final game, right? Even to like...
no, but you have to get to the finals in order to maximize your chances, right? So,
yeah.
Whichever team wins this game, I expect their marksman to pick Sivir next game.
Right? We're going to see it in game 3, you know? When Percy was like, okay, like, well, we could win, but also energy drinks.
And then we'll just see people playing nothing but farm and teammates turning against each other. It will be brother against brother.
Oh, do you reckon the team that wins this game is going to throw so they can have a 3-game series and increase everyone in the lobby's chances?
Yeah, if they're worried about getting bamboozled by DMU, who have played an extra game.
It's going to get stunned up by the knock-up. The brittle is still being held. First Order happy to hold on to that one, but not happy when the trade goes down to the Jacks. It's a difficult matchup when the dodge is afoot, and one Bauer gets to work on the Dragon. Top laner still went down.
Yeah, the advantage still now beginning to be found by the Jacks. There's a bit of a trade hit in the mid lane, but Jacks with those combat stats, having that Vamp Scepter able to heal up throughout the trades, and that extra bit of sustain means that when you do go for an all-in, you make it out with the skin of your teeth. The Dragon now finished off by Mauer, and no Cloud Soul today, but also no Mountain Soul, the only one we get to see. Mostly Clouds coming out onto the map today. We don't know what the next one will be. However, Treleep moving on to that Rift Herald is spotted out. Plates are secured down bottom. Remember, when that tower goes down to, I think it's about 20% health, maybe it's 25, Ziggs just kills it, which is pretty broken. In fact, he will decimate that tower at 25% health. So keep your eyes peeled for that one. When it hits a quarter on the health bar, it is dead to Ziggs. And you'll get that plate very rapidly. And they can move on to the next one, which is why this Herald is going to be so important. Because a Rift Herald with Ziggs is a guaranteed tower.
Stripe's trying to get the engage where be able to. He even does manage to get onto Fallen Rain, but Ziggs has been locked up. Has the ultimate available if he wants to use it, but doesn't have the damage just yet. The Heathen is going low. The Satchel Charge will get a lot of damage down, but Foodon needs to flash away, needs to be careful. Stripes will not be able to get the final anchor as the ultimate comes in from Leona to keep him down. Cassiopeia needs to be careful, but the stun comes down. The Petrify directly onto Articuno. He's going to be taken out. Graves was there as well for the assist, and now in the top side, First Order is forced to move away from the Jacks once again, but a good play there in the mid lane evens up the score.
And it's a lovely stun under the tower there from Ali. Like I said, even out a bit, and we now see a very nice freeze being set up here in the top lane, potentially. Never mind, wave got cleared out a little bit too much. That one's actually going to now slow push back towards Traitor, but having that wave is still pretty decent because you know that the Rift Herald is very important. So building up a massive wave in the top lane, if you can, but you can then crash alongside that Rift Herald is going to be nice if you want to then look for a dive after that one. So you do have the options, but the Herald is just a massive focus in this game, as we said earlier, because of having a Ziggs. If you get the Herald, you can start to knock down towers very rapidly and get all of the plates. And, you know, Herald does 2k damage. Ziggs is essentially doing 1.25 with his satchel, so you're pretty happy to grab that one.
Definitely won't mind it. Articuno coming down to assist the Heathen, looking for the damage. Mauer is there as well. Stripe's already gone very, very low. Fallen Raid has already gone down. And it looks like there's going to be a 2-0 as 4 members of Nottingham turn up to ruin Leicester's day. They're now going to press towards this bot tower. Top lane, Rift Herald has been started up because so many members of Nottingham did show. But as you say, Satchel Charge will be used.
Yeah, so the Herald will be secured here for Leicester. Traded away for the bottom lane tower. And of course, those 2 kills as well. But even without the Herald, Futon could still look to land mid. He's going to be handed the solo gold there by Heathen. Very polite.
Nice.
And now, likely, we see the Lagoon squad run on down into the mid lane and knock down this tower. We can even see that Traitor is moving onto this half of the map as well. He's sort of moving back and forth between mid and bot. Could be looking for a lane swap. Could be looking to just ult mid, force it with the solar flare and the big bomb from Ziggs, and see if they can take down that tower.
Decided to move Ziggs up to the top side. Rift Herald has been dropped in response and should be able to get some nice plates up for the Jack. Ziggs is not going to have a good time on his own up there, just into Jacks, which means that Moa is there trying to catch Treleep, but he's 2 levels higher on the Graves, has been farming like a madman on that pickup, and Futon should be able to clear out the Rift Herald. No second charge for it, but towers are now 1 apiece.
Yeah, and the Herald secures all the plates up in the top lane, and it draws Futon up there.
Articuno takes a lot of damage. Bot Ali not going to be able to follow through and get the kill at the end, but Cassiopeia already doing so much work, and will have to burn the flash to avoid 2 ultimates coming out from Futon on the Heathen.
Bit of a heady commitment there, but they do get her flash, like you said. Now, those ultimates won't be available for the dragon, but neither will Ali's flash, and he's a Cassiopeia player with phase rush. You have to assume he's got some pretty good movement. Maybe he won't need the flash, especially when Solar Flare isn't available. So, with the dragon spawning up pretty soon, that could be a potential fight breaking out. Now, because the Herald was deployed top, Futon went to defend that. He's not actually able to knock down the plates on the mid lane tower, missing out on a fair bit of gold, but he will grab that tower at some point during the game, we can only assume, as now Dragon spawns and it's the focus. Articuno does have the teleport whilst he farms up here in the top lane, but everyone else on the side of Leicester is just already here, not wanting to waste any big cooldowns when they could just walk to the fight ahead of time instead. And they know they have to start it now before Articuno gets some real damage out onto the top lane, and it's going down pretty fast. It's a Cloud Drake, it's the squishiest Drake in the game, and there is no contest from Nottingham.
Leicester able to take on for free. The Inferno blazes across the rift. So will be a damagey Drake coming in for this one.
The first game of our final at the NSE Stay Home series, supported by Monster Energy. Moving towards the mid lane, Ziggs, of course, just needs 1 auto and a satchel to take it down, and all of the outer towers are now piles of rubble for Leicester. We've only been able to take 1 in return.
Yeah, finally putting this Ziggs to good use, knocking down those towers, like you said. Now we get to a bit of a state, you know, the Herald not really spawning for a while, no outer towers, no Brown either, but Cassiopeia.
Bot alley needs to be careful, is taken out instantly. Articuno and Heathen make that pick happen, but they're going to be chased out of town by the other members of Leicester. Moving over, securing the area. Rift Herald not going to be up super quickly, but
it'll be up at some point.
Yeah, it'll be up. The Herald was taken quickly enough for it to respawn, I feel.
Yeah, it was.
So that way we're going to see that one coming up in about 2 minutes' time. So good time to get some vision in anyway and make sure that there's not going to be any more objectives taken or any more camps stolen away by the members of Nottingham.
So we're in a bit of an awkward situation here for Nottingham, of course. They are ahead in kills and in towers and, of course, in gold. And they're hitting their spikes. But we already see a huge amount of magic resist being built, you know, by the Leicester side, because they understand that this is a almost entirely magic damage team. I mean, even if you look at the Ornn, that's the damage is magical from him on his Bellows Breath and his Sunfire Cape as well. But, of course, the main threats are the Orianna and the Ziggs. So we see, you know, 900 gold of magic resist on that there. Nautilus in the bottom lane, we see no magic mantles being picked up mid, Mercs and a Hex Drinker on Graves, and even a Wit's End on the Jax as well. So really ready to just stack up the magic resist, which is very worrying for Nottingham, because obviously if that gets too high, their damage suddenly gets very low. So Nottingham are looking to close this game out pretty fast, and they want to look to press their advantage as hard as they can, but when there's no objectives to be found on the map, that gets a little bit difficult as you struggle to knock down these towers at this stage of the game without a Herald. However, a bit of a flank coming here from Bot Alley.
Bot Alley coming in behind First Order, Traitor and Moa. The Ornn's going to blow the horn, has been stunned up. Will he be able to get the knockback? Will be able to get the knock up onto 2. Fallen Rain is in the back though, and there goes Mauer. First Order Trader is going to flash away, but still will be taken down. Nowhere for him to run, as he is going to be secured by the victor. That's a double kill on him. The Heathen also got low in that situation, but mid lane tower will be secured by the remaining members of Nottingham. They lose 2, but they do take an objective. Now moving up towards Dragon, trying to get some vision around it. That's going to be spawning in just under 2 minutes' time, but the Rift Herald is going to be in next week on the menu.
So it's a good idea from Leicester, and you can see at the early, it's like, okay, we'll get the TP flank, we'll try and find some kills here. They're a bit overextended, we can collapse. But they leave the mid lane open, and even though the kills are found, Futon's able to take out that tower. It's, of course, the terrifying thing about playing versus Ziggs, just how rapidly he will take out your towers if he is left alone with them. And knocking out that mid tower is huge for Nottingham, because it sort of gets away from this a bit of a lull state that we had, but hold that thought, Articuno.
Nice ultimate, but he's been caught out. He's gone pretty low. We'll be able to get the back of the fight. Stripes has been caught out, but Mauer is going to be the one that goes down initially. Futon looking for the bombs, looking for the damage. Will he be able to find it on Trilly? He will be able to. The grid is not enough, and the Heathen now trying to keep Botelli out of the fight, trying to bring him into an unfavorable one, as Articuno moving up as well. Has to be careful. Very low on health, but the ground is now down. Ali being chased away, chased onto the wrong side of the map, looking for the escape. We'll use the blast one, looking for Articuno. Won't be able to find him. Nice shield there coming in to keep the Oriana alive, and they'll be able to take down the Cassiopeia. But a lot of time wasted there allows Jax to pick up a tower.
And that is precious time that could have been spent on the Rift Herald. Because of that, they're not able to go for that when they want to look to defend the Dragon as well. And so the Nottingham side have to choose. They have to make their priorities, and they choose the Dragon. So tower also secured by the Jackson. Like I say, it's decent enough for Leicester. Trying to close up that gold gap just a little bit. However, the Dragon is spawning the next 10 seconds, and there's already members there for Nottingham in the pit with the vision, with the control. Articuno isn't quite there yet, but he has to teleport, and that one's being deployed now. Dragon soon to be started, although there might be a little bit of a trap being set here. A little bit of a bait with Nottingham waiting around the corner.
Even looks for the engage, only finds it onto Stripes, who will be knocked up by the onslaught. A lot has been blown into this Nautilus, and look at Alex on the backline looking for Articuno. Will he be able to get us down? He will, and the Oriana is going to survive just a second longer. It does go down eventually, but they will trade it for the Jax. Mauer in the backline did also manage to pick up the kill. Now Ali is looking to get the damage down onto the Orn, will be able to do so. Stripes picking up the kill before going golden. Heathen has jumped in to a whole heap of pain as Fallen Rain will be able to get the shutdown. It's actually going to go over to the Cassiopeia, but the only member left is the Jarvan. 4 members of Fallen for Nottingham, and this will give a free Dragon over to Leicester.
This is a fight that Nottingham chose, but even though they had the element of surprise, they didn't quite find the burst onto the key targets, and already it was seeing a pretty big issue. All the magic resist is adding up fast on the Leicester side, and because of that, they weren't able to find out the damage, find out the priority targets, and then they're taken out by the heavy sustained damage that you see a comp with Victor, Cassiopeia, Graves, and a Jax is able to dish out. The Dragon is, of course, the prize for Leicester, but not quite the mid lane tower. But there are some strange pinks coming out onto the top half of the map.
Oh, we're looking at Nottingham. They're moving towards Baron. Could they be looking for the old rush? They have started this one up, but Nautilus is going to spot them out. Ping's coming down.
No, he doesn't.
They know that Articuno's there, though, but they don't know that the Baron is being done. Nautilus still has not found it. Will be a little bit maybe more aware now, but okay, now he definitely knows.
Now he has to know.
Like, guys, Baron is being started. You can see members moving over. The Jax is almost there. Baron at 4k. Nautilus is engaged, looking for Mao. They've taken out. The jungler is dead. The Baron's on 2k health and dropping lower. Futon might be able to get a kill onto Stripes, unable to. The Leona ultimate misses as well, keeping him in the fight just long enough to pick up the kill, but now Futon has been chased away. Trilby will get the snipe. The damage comes down. Articuno falls as well, and Nottingham are just routed away from Baron. They're going to be ace double kill going over to Trilly. Will end it, and they're going to pick up the Baron themselves.
And it's a fast response from Leicester. Stripes was able to spot them out there. There's a little bit of here and there about if he actually knew what was going on, because he never really saw inside the pit. He just saw that the Oriana was there. And the call goes horribly wrong for Nottingham. But you can't really fault it. Yes, they don't really have the damage to clear it out, especially with the Ziggs ADC Oriana mid. They're not doing it fast, but it was such a sort of unprecedented Baron that was slightly only found by chance that it almost worked out. Because the thing is, they knew after the last fight that the game is over for them because of all the magic resist that has been built by Leicester. When you're playing a team with so limited in its damage sources, you kind of need to look for the plays like that. We do actually see that Mauer is building AD. He's gone for Warrior and the Cleaver, but it's not enough, I think, to keep his team in this game right now. And just the itemization, the damage distribution is too huge an issue for Nottingham. They had to go for something like that Baron. It seems really weird to say when you're only 2k behind at 21 minutes into the game, but it was a pretty understandable play. Now, however, the Baron is secured, of course, by Leicester, and they can start to use that to try and push on into the mid lane. However, the wave clear is still pretty high when there are two mages on the side of Nottingham, so they don't have to be too worried about that yet. But as we're beginning to see, just the control of the map that Baron allows and taking away even more camps does now mean that we see that Trilleep has a 4-level lead over Mauer. And so even if they're not getting towers, the Baron still has a pretty good use in that regard.
Personal trader moving in on the side. Of course, the Ornn will still be giving his items over, but when there aren't that many items to give, Trilleep needs to be careful. There has been engaged on, will go down instantly. Fallen Ray loses his Banshees to the Ornhorn as well, and the Cataclysm is a death ball, but not for the right team. Ernax picks up a double and is looking to chase away. 3 members of Nottingham stand, 4 stands from Leicester. The Baron is still in play as well, and not the fight they would have wanted. Ernax actually looking for more, looking for the stun, won't be able to land. It takes a decent chunk of damage. You can see Fallen Rain's moved up to the top side rather than the mid, so the fight's actually going to be even if it's decided to be taken. They're just trying to spread out this Baron as much as possible, get as many objectives as possible, and take this game even further under control.
Yeah, just get the Baron out into the side lanes, get that 1-3-1 going. A nice shutdown was picked up onto Trilleep. There's a good fast engage from Mauer when he saw the opportunity, but at the end of the day, it's the same problem as before. They managed to get the fast kill with the early burst from the AD threat, but then the second the fight gets extended, you know, when you have Ziggs, Orianna, burst mages as your carries, you are not winning an extended fight with a Cassiopeia and a Jax in it. It's simply not going to happen. And there we saw Mauer dying sadly within his own ult, and it all goes downhill from there. Although the Baron push is dissuaded, and the Baron has now expired. However, Epic Monsters still are the topic of conversation as Infernal spawns in 10 seconds, and control of the area is in favor of Leicester.
And this will be their 3rd Dragon of the game, 2nd Infernal of the game if they can pick this one up, and that's pretty scary because that was set up for the the Infernal Soul in 5 minutes time. Dragon absolutely melted away, no contest available for Nottingham, and their situation is getting more and more dire. Leicester didn't have it in the early game, but they've definitely got it right now, and it's going to be tricky with the damage portfolio that has been displayed by the University of Nottingham for them to get back into this game.
Yeah, it's weird to talk about the team with an Ornn and say they're going to get outscaled, but that is happening a little bit here as we see Ornn putting out his first item, and rough one. It is actually the Ludens going over to the Orianna. Now, that is a strong spike right now. Nice bit of damage for the team right now. But building the Ludens for her means that you can't get the death cap for her later. And yes, Nottingham get outscaled, but they're also definitely not winning now, you know? So you have to think maybe they try to go late and pray that avoid stuff is enough to, one-hit the right person. If you put enough damage in, especially with the upgraded...
Even looking for an engage, getting a decent amount of damage onto Trilleep, who might well go down. The Cataclysm will trade 1-4 with the Jarvan, but the rest of Nottingham unable to do anything against this lineup. There's just too much MR. The Heathen trying to back away from the fight, but they're just going to turn directly onto the Ornn. First Ornn trader does go down. Articuno in the fight, looking to take down Fallen Rain, might be able to, but he's going to survive on a sliver of hell. But Ernax is here. Articuno actually manages to get one. The Heathen is chased down and poisoned. Articuno, only one left standing on the Orianna. There are so many members left. Bot Ali is going to look to get the 1v1 kill to finalize the ace, to finalize could be the game, and we'll pick it up. University of Leicester on fire right now. Nottingham left wanting.
And you see it right there, the perfect wombo was landed. No, not quite perfect, but there was a hefty Orianna ult from Articuno. First Order gets a lot of knockups. You know, the damage is definitely there, except for the part where it's not, because the magic resist is built. So even in a perfect storm for Nottingham, they're not able to win out that fight. And at this point, we are waiting for Leicester to walk this one in and go on right into the next game. Of course, Leicester take the time to drag it out. Let's all pad our stats a little bit, get the CSs up, get the kills up, the assists up. There isn't a shortest game monster supply drop. That's not a stat that we're worried about here. There isn't a risk of throw monster supply drop. It's only the things that you see on the scoreboard down there. So Leicester happy to make this one go a little bit longer. Okay with drawing it out. because they want to get themselves some cheeky supply drops.
They want to keep themselves awake, and keep themselves gaming through this self-isolation period, and all the more power to them. Might well look towards this Baron as the epicenter of the final fight, because it is now on the map. Leicester know that if they take this one, victory is all but guaranteed. Maybe Nottingham looking to collapse mid lane, get the knock up onto the Victor, getting a lot of damage onto the Victor, but he's still half health and able to walk away. Here comes Jax directly onto Ziggs, will be knocked back, but he knocks the stun back into his team. Futon will get taken down anyway as the Jax dunks, and is now looking towards Articuno. Nice ultimate there, but Trelip is following, still alive in this fight, looking towards the Heathen now. Ernax is just chasing members away, gets the second. Jax does not mind at all, looking for more, won't be able to find it. The anchor back in, might get him onto first order. Traitor only doubles so far as the members move away. The order will go down to Trelip, and it looks like Jax will be able to pick up his triple. The legendary status is given onto the Jax pick. He's not going to be able to pick up the ace just yet, though, as Articuno has moved back to base. The inhibitor will be cracked open. The inhibitor tower will, of course, go down. Can they look towards the Nexus?
Yeah, they're going to try and walk it in. They have reasonable damage to put onto this tower, especially with Trelip here on the Graves. They have a cannon minion as well to tank up the tower. That will stay alive and keep that debuff off the Baron.
goes low. The ultimate will land onto Articuno. He's going to be taken down. Futon will go down too. The Heathen can only stand and watch as the rest of Leicester take him out. Leicester go 1-0 in the final of the NSE Stay Home series. Nottingham have it all to do.
Leicester looking to close this one out, and stats just across the board: 11 kills on that Jax. You know, we don't know what Ernix was up to.
Give me that
before,
monster energy, boy.
He's looking for some energy drinks. That man has CS in the game as well. I wonder if he's keeping track of that one, if he knows if he's close or not. But yeah, pretty decent game there for Leicester. It was lost a little bit in Champ Select, of course. When we look at the Nottingham lineup, I don't think they'll be trying that one again anytime soon. But at the same time, of course, there was very, very strong execution there from Leicester. And, you know, we saw in the last series, there was a team that was very full AD, and it took a long time for armor to really start being built. You know, eventually people started going for things like the Guardian Angels and whatnot, but even things just like getting Tabby first item is very strong in a situation like that. And we saw that in this game with Leicester. They're going for very early Mercury treads on most of the champions. People picking up non-match mantles, even if they weren't really building them into a lot. And they're going to get, you know, more items with them later. And then itemization on Jax, you know, Wit's End, and then the Death Stance as well. Huge amounts of magic resist and lovely lifesteal to go alongside it in the form of that blade. Get through the tanks and have some CDR with the cleaver. It's an excellent itemization for this game. Yes, you're obviously not having the Triforce, but burst isn't the issue for Jax right now. He's never bursting through a Ornn, and when you can become like, okay, I just need to not die to their burst and their lockdown, and then you can roll over a fight. And that's exactly what we just saw in that game. So smart choices coming through from Nottingham, and they earn themselves the 1-0 lead in this best of 3 series.
When you say smart choices from Nottingham, you mean smart choices from Leicester?
I mean Leicester. Poor choices from Nottingham on account of the draft and the damage distribution.
Leicester do take the 1-0 in this series. It's, of course, a best of 3. So after the break, we're going to find out if they can 2-0 or if Nottingham can come back and deal them their first defeat of the tournament. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend. It's jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
You go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused, and to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super, super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day, we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
this could be it for the NSE Stay Home series, or it could not be the final game. We are in the finals. It's 1-0 in this best of three. University of Leicester lead University of Nottingham. I'm Will Viper William. I'm joined by Harry Dr. Evans, and we're still keeping our eye out for who can take home those Monster Energy supply drops. We are going straight into picks and bans. No mixing around. The teams that you need to get into this one, and so
Yeah, just diving on in, and respect being put on Bot Ali's name here, with Cassiopeia being the first ban of the series.
no nonsense at all. Doesn't want to mess around with that, and we'll be showing that with the ban. Darius also being taken away. Jax as well. None of those picks are coming in from Ernix again, because he was pretty scary on that champion last game. Kind of got ahead of himself.
He was
just solo killing just anyone he really fancied.
Got pretty spooky, especially when you hit 4 items. You know, most people talk about Jax having a 2-item power spike.
4 items is pretty good too. And again, there was a sort of a very good situation to be Jax there, really, where you sort of get to go up against the tank, beat them, and then sort of just very easy to itemize in that game. Very easy to make there's some pretty strong decisions to be made there. Of course, a lot of people do just autopilot and would just go for the standard like Blade, Triforce, or Triforce Cleaver. Good to see that he goes for the sort of Blade, Wit's End, and then the Cleaver, and then of course the Death Dance as well. A bit of a alternative itemization, but you know, you're not building the same items every single game, and that's a pretty prime example of why not. So we see the first pick of the game going to be the Syndra, back again in Articuno's hands.
Champion that is very strong, currently does so much damage, a load of burst available, but the Nautilus and the Elise gonna be picked up. The Elise, of course, was banned away, but was one of the champions that made way for the Jax and the Cassiopeia bans this time around. So nice aggressive jungler going to be going over Treleep. Nautilus as well will likely be going into Stripes' hands once again. Again, a very strong champion, a very well played champion in the last game, and no reason to change what isn't broke. The Olaf at the last second going to be locked in as well. Mauer coming in on that one, a champion we see quite a lot of. I feel like you're kind of a fan of this champ.
I despise Olaf because I don't like playing it, and I don't want to play against it because of how it dominates the game.
You're a fan of the pick when you're casting, though.
It's just interesting. Like, no, I'm not, because it really takes over a game and becomes a very, very big deal. It's disproportionate, the amount of attention that an Olaf sort of calls for, you know?
Yeah.
But it is up against an Elise, which is a champion that cannot outfarm an Olaf, cannot stop him invading you, cannot stop his engage. It's a champion that Olaf kind of just runs straight over. But Elise does have the benefit of being able to gank early, something Olaf struggles with, and she can dive pretty effectively as well. When you pair that up with a Nautilus, you start to have a very fun time down, especially in your bot lane, as we see that Misfortune is locked in, so that is going to be the squishy and mobile carry of choice that will be taking a very heavy amount of damage under their tower in a few minutes, because with Nautilus Elise, your dives are very easy to set up. We see the Echo has been locked in as well, could be, I was going to say could be jungle, couldn't be jungle, because Elise is already picked, so that's going to be in the mid lane. He's very happy to dive champions and also roam a lot, so we've already set up for a very nice goon squad here in the bottom lane, and the only question is, what will be the final ADC? We're thinking something a bit more on the bully side, like Lucian, could have been a good choice, but that has actually been banned away by the Leicester side. Now, maybe they actually look to go for something that's a bit more of a carry. You could go for something like Vayne or Jinx. And whilst that doesn't sound like it's going to pair up very nicely with the Nautilus or the Elise, if you're diving as hard as you are and you're bringing in the Echo as well, you might as well funnel all that cheeky extra gold onto someone. However, another champion that fits both of that sort of fits that Vayne Jinx criteria is also Kai'Sa. It would be a lot safer to do the same. So I'd expect to see something like a Kai'Sa here, maybe a Xayah, someone who's got some really good scaling, but just maybe that little bit of extra safety when it comes to going for these dives, just a little bit of extra CC. And then you can really start to put the pressure on this Misfortune. However, we aren't seeing the ADC quite yet. Leicester wanting to see the support pick finalized before they lock that one in.
And the Gangplank is going to be what is picked in its stead. Aatrox, the response to that one, we've seen a Gangplank today. We saw First Order Traitor playing it. We also have seen him play the Aatrox already in the first series that we saw on these guys in the semi-finals. Interesting matchup for sure, and looks like we're going to get the support as the last pick. The only role that hasn't been taken up. Will it be something aggressive? Will it be something defensive? He even hasn't quite decided yet, but looks like we'll be going towards that Rakan. So a little bit of everything. He's a jack of all trades, and now the question is, do you go for something hyper carry? Do you go for something with self peel that's a little bit more defensive? Do you go for something that's a bit in the middle? Something like Tristana, maybe? That can get itself out of dodge, but is also an absolute monster when it comes to damage in the late game. Could be an option to go along with this Nautilus, and it'll be going into the hands of Bot Ali, whatever it is, and it's not going to be a ranged champion at all. It's going to be the Yasuo being locked in.
I see. This works too. There's someone else who can enjoy the dive with the Nautilus and with the Elise. You just want someone who can really hard commit to that. You're also now bringing in a Gangplank ult into the mix as well, if you so choose. And that's very nice. The Rakan choice is interesting one. We, of course, saw some very spicy Rakan play earlier in the day. And then saw the sort of potential of that champion. But to pair it with Misfortune, yeah, he does a pretty good job of setting up for her, especially with the ultimates. But in the earlier stages of the lane, he's not quite as able to match what she might want to. And this is a lane that has potential to be very strong level 1, but then these two champions do not get an awful amount from their level 2 and 3 abilities, whilst Nautilus has a pretty hefty level 2 spike. Yasuo as well enjoys having 3 abilities. So keep your eyes down there, because it might look a little bit Nottingham-sided at first, but as it goes on, a lot of potential for that one to go over in the way of Leicester. But then as we go on, it's a pretty standard run-at-people team fight, with Rakan attaching himself onto Olaf. That one usually goes pretty well. You have a good time. However, you don't really have a good way to set up for the Misfortune. Yes, you've got stuns with Syndra, you've got the ult engage with Rakan, but if they're going in with Olaf and Aatrox, which is sort of how you assume it's going to go, there's a chance that Futon is left a little bit to the wayside and might struggle to get some of those big ultimates. Which is why it's very important to get the early lead in lane, so that even if Futon is just getting 1 or 2 waves out from the ult and also here and there in the team fights, that's still doing a lot.
Which one of these comps do you prefer, Mr. Doctor?
Me dive. Smork. Like a Leicester one, it's because it dives. It started off a lot stronger with the Nautilus Elise Echo. It's a very strong comp. Yasuo going to help out with that dive and Gangplank on the end as well. Now, the thing is, we've seen that the Aatrox has been played by First Order earlier, and he did okay with it. He did pretty well, but we also saw him play the Gangplank. So you'd have to assume he kind of knows this matchup, because he seems to play both sides of it and knows what's going on there. What strikes me as a bit of a worry is that a big thing about Gangplank, both playing as and against, is his barrels and how you break them as either player. And that could be a pretty hefty waste there for Traitor. When you're playing Aatrox, if you're using the Mutilator passive, his big auto, if you're throwing that onto a Gangplank barrel, you are missing a lot of damage. So it's a small, minor part of the trading pattern of the matchup that I haven't seen before, and I'm interested to see what goes on up there. But realistically, Director Cam is not going to spend a lot of time up in the top lane, because this is a game that will be focused down bot, with the dive strat going to be employed by Nautilus and Trelip on that Elise.
And Elise is a champion that can be very, very effective in the early game, but the Olaf is as well. So how do you expect this jungle matchup to go?
Dive and farm are the sort of 2 options you have here.
You can't just say dive for the answer for every question I ask you.
I can't. Okay, so when I used to do my vocab tests in French at school, I would always remember, there was a couple of words, and if I would remember a word that I hadn't written already, I sort of had 4 words left or something, and I knew I know that dive is the answer to one of these questions. I would just fill it in for all of them, because I know I'd get at least one right. And that's a similar situation here. But realistically, that is kind of what Elise wants to do. Is that, if you're Elise, you dive because you can. and you have a Nautilus Yasuo lane. That's pretty strong. You have an Echo on your team. He can roam. He sets up for dives very well with his big stun, big shield, and also with the ult Resurrect as well. He has a very good time. And then you throw on a Gangplank ult as well for good mix. When you're playing against an Olaf, you need to win early. You need to be very proactive on the map. You need to get ganks. You need to get your laners ahead so that it becomes scary for him to try and invade you. And even if he is out farming you and out leveling you in that regard, you're still keeping up by getting your income and your experience from the lanes instead of from the camps that he'll be picking up. So there's a lot of pressure on Treleep in here. And for the Olaf, it is a lot easier. You can just sort of AFK it. But of course, that's not what will happen. Mao probably looking to get some good invades going and try and counter jungle away from Treleep. Get some camps and nab to there when possible.
We're going to be jumping into the game pretty shortly. The only reorder for Mr. Production is that the 3rd and 4th on the right-hand side need to be swapped, and the top and bottom on the right-hand side need to be swapped.
Yeah.
Perfect. Except for, now we need the 3rd and 4th placed on the right-hand side to be swapped as well. Yeah, him and the one below him. Excellent. That's what we'd love to see. Wait, that's not right. No, that's
you're
wrong.
full of... Wait, what have you done?
The top one now needs to be in the middle. So that one's swapped with the middle one. Excellent, yes.
Boom.
That's what we love to see. Unless this is where they all lane swap.
Yeah.
But technically, that should be correct. We've got a pause. We've got a pause going into this one, ladies and gentlemen. So don't worry about us talking about stuff that maybe you can't see. We will be getting into this game as soon as possible. We've just got a couple of lag issues on players that will be resolved soon, you'll hope. But Harry, looking at the old runes, what we see? Anything exciting in the selections here?
No, nothing particularly spicy going on here. Pretty standard across the board, unless some of these players like to go Conqueror. I don't fully understand it. Elise likes Burst, and so we see that Treleep has gone Electrocute, as is pretty standard. Other than that, everyone here pretty locked on into their rune choices. We've got Phase Rush again for Articuno on that Syndra, and Conqueror for Fallen Rain in the bot lane. Now, when you're playing Yasuo versus range matchups, you can go for Fleet, get yourself a little bit of extra sustain, but now you're here bot lane, you can sort of commit to fights a bit harder. Your fights are going to be more extended because you have a Nautilus setting them up for you and locking people down with you. So the Conqueror is a fine choice.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get into this game very shortly. Just going to get our sync up for what could be the final game of this NSE Stay Home series between the University of Leicester and the University of Nottingham. And we're in, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the University of Nottingham on the blue side. We've got the University of Leicester on the red side. Leicester need one win to take home the title. Nottingham looking to get the reverse sweep in this best of 3. Of course, remember, keep eyes on kills, assists, and CS, because the top numbers in those columns throughout the entire tournament will win a Monster Energy supply drop with some lovely Monster Energy cans in it. Don't know what flavour they'll be. Maybe there'll be a mixture. Maybe there'll be some variety.
The picture was original.
I like to think that they'll mix it up, though. I like to think that... Okay, that's a nice double knockout from the Heathen, forcing some flashes away. Flash away on the Elise only. But that's a
pretty big one. That's a big one.
We do like ourselves some Elise flashes. It makes it pretty easy for her to get the dives going. And if she doesn't have it, it's a bit worrying because she kind of wants to... If you're trying to really hard force, which is what Treleep wants to do, you go just walk into a lane, E-flash someone just right in their face. Not having it available, you're going to make that one a little bit harder.
I've just seen productions taking a lot.
I saw a screen cap, and I was I'm worried. I'm sweating.
It's not that bad. It's just we both have our hands on our heads at the same time.
Oh no, Will! It was seen on stream. We were not off cam.
No, that's fine. It's been a long day. I'm stretching.
I was kicking back. I'm like, all right, time to
get you were kicking back. You are a criminal.
I looked over and I was like, I've been talking. I don't need to be near the mic. Will's good to go. And I look over, I'm like, we're still on cam. I thought that now the game had started, we would be in the game. And
we're just showing off how to do sit-ups.
True.
That's all that was. We're helping out with fitness at home.
How's your fitness regimen been going since isolation? Because obviously gyms are closed. I know that you're a bit of a gym rat yourself, so...
I bought some dumbbells. Do it every day.
How, is that all you do? Do you just do weights? Do you do cardio? Do you do
no,
general fitness at all? Or is it just the weights?
Just the weights. All that matters.
Is that all that matters? Bodily taking a bit of damage, but this is more important. The general well-being.
I pick up heavy pieces of vinyl and put them down again. Don't know why that's what the weights are made out of, but it is.
It's pretty interesting. Stripes going in, and we can see Treleep is in the neighborhood, maybe looking for the Cocoon flash forward. Exhaust has already been used onto Fallen Rain, but it's not going to matter. First blood secured by the Spider Queen. Scuttling back onto the jungle.
0 out of 10, they didn't dive. No. When Elise in the lane dive, they didn't quite have the wave. But, yep, Elise, me, gank. Very easy lane to turn up to. The lane you definitely want to be ganking is Fallen Rain and Stripes down here in the bottom lane. The Yasuo and Nautilus pretty happy to go in on that one as Ali takes a bit of a rough trade here.
Yeah, taking a very rough trade here. Articuno not going to be able to get the 5 loss it needed to get the kill. But not a bad trade. Will force the Echo back to base, and Articuno not going to mind that on the Syndra, of course. Not having the kill pressure just yet, but showing off that not far away.
Yeah, and a lot of minion damage there picked up by Ali. Always pay attention to that one. It's a lot of damage. And very important to get that pressure there, because that's going to build up a very big wave. So although Ali teleported back to lane, he had his recall very inefficient. You know, he came back with just that Dark Seal and picks up, you know, I think it was about 6 creeps, about a whole wave there picked up under tower. And that's gold, but he doesn't get to spend with that TP buy. Meanwhile, Articuno is going back and comes back, you know, with the extra boots and the control ward compared to the items of Ali. And that's just because they got to buy after farming the wave. Whereas Ali had to, you know, obviously recall and then spend his money before he got any more.
Okay, Doctor, I've got a question for you. If you had to, currently in isolation, replace your current fitness regime of lifting a weight every once in a while with any League of Legends Champions fitness regime, which one would you choose?
Well, probably Ivan, because that's the one that's most physically similar to me.
But he doesn't really do fitness though, does he? He kind of just skips around. And...
He skips. That's good.
Are you gonna skip around your room?
Well, I'm not gonna say Braum, because whatever he lifts, I can't. You know.
Yeah,
I'm
of course.
I'm not benching what Braum's lifts. And does Ezreal? I now have to list off just the weakest champions in the league. So thanks for this, Will. Who else is? I don't know. Who's weak?
I don't know. I mean, Swain's pretty decrepit. I don't know.
Oh, he's missing a hand, so...
He is missing a hand, so you're not going to be lifting any weights if you're Swain.
Yeah, you'd get a pretty heavy imbalance doing that one.
Yeah, I mean, Teemo's a good shout production. He's pretty speedy, but he's all about cardio, and we know that Harry doesn't want that.
True.
I was going to say, you don't want to be Sarah either, because she's all about just fasting and diet. She's not about...
True. That's not gains.
That's not gains.
Nautilus lives underwater. Does that count? He gets...
He's swimming, but again, that's not really weights, and the pressure's probably not great for you. No, because pressure's not good for your body mass. It's the same with astronauts, right? So you wouldn't want anyone who lives in not our gravity, because you'll be losing muscle mass. So...
No, but that's the pressure makes it like heavier, makes it harder. But also, like his weights are probably maybe buoyant. But that's not
much going in on the Olaf, who's already gone down. Mawa has fallen. Treleep has also got the kill onto the Heathen, moving in towards that dragon. It's on 2k, doing some decent damage to Ali, and it does look like Leicester want to try and secure this objective for themselves. It did reset, so they're going to have to take from scratch, but there's no one there to contest from Nottingham, so it should be pretty easy to secure.
Yeah, you have a very strong bottom half of the map here with the Elise and, of course, Nautilus Yasuo. So very happy to go and contest these early Drakes. Buy themselves out some nice and early kills. All of which do appear to have gone over to Treleep here, though one being nabbed by the Gangplank ult. So next, pretty happy about that one. And this is obviously very good for Treleep if he's attempting to get any kill-based supply drops. But it's not great for the team as it stands because you're sort of missing out a little bit of extra gold. Like, yes, getting gold onto Elise is very good because she's impacting as many lanes as she can, as often as she can with her ganks. So she's, you know, sparing or sharing for love a little bit, but you still want some in the lane.
Ali needs to be careful. No ultimate available. It was available, but he just goes down anyway, and that's the first kill of the game going over that direction. Now Fallen Rain and Stripes looking to get Trilly back involved in the bot lane, unable to do so as Elise is forced to go back.
Mia leaves me dive. See some big cooldowns were used there with the hook and the wind wall, but the exhaust blown by Futon as well, so could have been a potential redive there, but it would take, you know, 20 seconds to wait for those CDs and the aftershock on the Nautilus. So Leicester decide they're not having it. Everyone's going to calm down a little bit and get some recalls going. Now we do spot the Olaf 2-level lead on Trilly, farming up a storm, taking away his camps in that top half of the jungle, as Olaf is one to do. We have seen this before, and this is why it's important that Trelip keeps on with the ganks, tries to get the gold lead into those other lanes. Again, well, most of the gold is on him right now, which is fine, but he is still falling behind the Olaf, and if he's not applying that gold to other lanes, it's not that useful, which is why we see he's gone for the very early Magic Pen boot pickup. Really just get that move speed, get that spike, get out onto the map as fast as possible. Just gank, 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 gank. You know, don't need jungle item if you are not clearing your jungle. Although he will, of course, pick it up as his next item.
Yeah, of course, but if you want to get that early aggression down the map that Elise really does want to do, and as you say, he isn't going to be keeping it anywhere near the Olaf in terms of farm, especially when the Olaf's got such a strong lead. But the University of Leicester, of course, only need one more win to take this whole series, this whole tournament. Looking to grab that one up here. Nottingham have yet to beat Leicester today. Currently 0-1 down, and Trelip and Ali trying to start a little dive. Look to get onto the Heathen as the bullet time comes through. Teleport coming through as well. Echo needs to be a little bit careful. Articuno comes in looking for the damage, but smartly moves away. The ultimate from Gangplank was also used, but didn't really achieve all that much. Didn't hit anyone, I don't believe, and everyone is forced to back away. Not the play that Leicester necessarily wanted, but it wasn't a disaster either.
It was a zoning ult, but they do get the teleport from Articuno, so Articuno not going to be able to come down to match that dive the next time they attempt it, and now no flashes on the Nottingham bot lane as well. Makes for very easy pickings for Stripes and Trilip, so definitely expect to see a bit of a loop around as Trilip will return to the bot lane post-haste, especially seeing as Stripes has his ultimate and the Ignite Exhaustion ultimate available for Fallen Rain as well. A lot of kill potential down there on that bottom half of the map, although we might see a little bit of a delay as they wait to do that gank when Dragon is available.
To be careful, has to ult away one more time, moving back away from the gank, and in the top side first, Order Traitor needs to be careful. The Gangplank is much healthier than he is, but he will be sustaining up with the ultimate. The Warbringer being used and just keeps him alive in that exchange.
Yeah, the ult has to be burnt there for First Order, but he wasn't really using it too much in lane right now anyway. As he gets his CDR stacked up, that will of course change, but no teleport on First Order Tracer, so he wasn't thinking about TPing down to a lane either, as Trilip is spotted out here.
Yeah, Fallen Rain going in towards the Heathen, won't be able to catch him and not able to get the lock up. Rift Herald has been reset. Looks like Nottingham not happy to let Leicester take this one uncontested, keeping people in the area. Aatrox now moving up as well. Ali might have to slip over the back wall to freedom. Decides against it for now. Still around for the fight. Might look for an engage. You can see Elise and Yasuo coming in. Rift Herald has now just been started up. 4 members here. Should be enough to take it down very quickly, and it's going to be difficult for a contest to come through from Nottingham. They've decided
it might reset.
It could, but it
doesn't reset.
Oh, no. I hate to see it. Not fully. It's only went back up to 5k and should now be taken away, but that really sucks. Waste a little bit of time, and it gives some time to stabilize the lanes for Nottingham. In the bot side, they're getting 3 push down, looking to take some plates potentially, and Rift Herald will finally be secured by the University of Leicester. Articuno and Ali going for a fight. No stun from Articuno means that one just ends in a friendly neighborhood draw.
Yeah. Keep an eye on your patience bars and how the aggro is being distributed. Otherwise, your Rift Heralds will reset. Treleep is the one to pick that up. Will be able to use that to put even more gold onto himself. But again, he is still a level behind. He's got these 3 kills, but he's down 4 CCS, and he's also down another 4 as the Dragon is picked up in response to the Rift Herald by Mauer.
1 dragon apiece now. Ocean Rift brings life. Still not seen a Mountain Rift this series, this tournament, in fact. And Buzzwell Trent needs to be careful. 3 members have come in. The ultimate use from Gangplank as well means it's going to be a very quick, easy kill for Trinic to pick up on the Elise. Does drop the eye of the Rift Herald as well. Should be able to take up this tower. First tower of the game will be going over to the University of Leicester.
Yep. Again, me Elise, me dive. And now Heathen could be the one the sights are set on as he face checks into a Nautilus, but is able to walk away that tower and knock down all the plates secured courtesy of the Rift Herald, as you say. So now we can start to move around on the map. You see, are they going to send Ernix up to our top lane or look to get him out? The issue is going to be a little bit faced with here, is it? Gangplank pretty immobile, and Olaf and Aatrox, 2 champions that excel at just running someone down. So that's a little bit worrying to be the Gangplank. If you push up too far in the lane, and the turret was sort of stopping you doing before, you do run the risk of being completely ran down. However, we can pretty safely assume that mid lane tower is going to be focused in the near future, and that will make life a little easier for Ernix.
University of Nottingham and the University of Leicester, of course, both of the teams making the finals. Both of them looking like strong contenders. Leicester have had the better of this series so far, though. 1-0 up, and in this one have got themselves a 2k gold lead. It's early game. It's early days yet, though. It's early doors in this game specifically. It's going to be tricky to see who's going to come out of it from the situation that they're in, but we talked about how Leicester go from strength to strength with this competition. Yes, Elise will fall off, but they've got members that simply do not. Echo needs to be careful around Articuno, though. Does have that kill button on the ultimate, and with the Heathen there, could look for the CC, will force the flash away in response.
Ali is not a fan of using his ultimate.
No.
Ahead of time, is he? Yeah. True Echo Chad player. Got to use it for the deeps. Speaking of Chad players, Treleep vibing behind the enemy tower right now. Looking to threaten, dare I say it, a dive. From Fallen Rain. Oh, with Fallen Rain and with Stripes. And this should lead to that tower falling. Syndra is moving down and the vision isn't that great up in the area. However, that Tribush ward will be enough when we see Treleep lurking around just in case. So the tower pretty safely secured, and the bottom lane reset, sure to now run into the mid lane and see what else Treleep and the rest of Leicester can force there.
Looks like not too much. Treleep moving in, just clearing out his jungle. Everyone else backs away, but that's the second tower of the game. The mid tower still stands for the University of Nottingham, but none of the other outers do. That will probably be next cross on the war map for the University of Leicester. They want to come in and open up the map for warding before the next dragon spawns, you'd hope, if you're a University of Leicester fan. Next one up in 1.5 minutes will be the first one of the Oceans that will be available for this team. You can already see members moving in. He even comes in to respond, though. Gets the knock up onto Yasuo. Gets the ultimate as well. And Stripes misses the anchor. Gets the knock up onto only the Heathen. It will fall up on Articuno much later, but Mauer has now turned up. Nautilus in a whole heap of trouble, looking to run away, but will be slowed by the Undertow. Stunned up against the wall and has to go gone. Treleep is there, but I do think Nautilus just goes down. He flashed away, actually, and will be able to escape for a time at least. Oh! Will be killed. The Heathen with the happy feet, able to bait out Elise. Will go down to the Gangplank. Looks stylish, though, so star points where they're due. The Cocoon will hit the goalposts, and Ali, nowhere near interested in getting involved in that fight right now. Just trying to get some damage on that bot tower. Treleep should be relatively safe under his own as Gangplank turns up, but a lot of skill on display from both teams there.
Yeah, nice little bamboozle from the Heathen, trying to bait out Treleep a little bit. And he does, blowing that flash. However, Ernix right there to flash on into secure the kill off his own. Now Ali, low on mana.
Does have the ultimate available though, and might look to use it. Going on towards Articuno, gets knocked back towards tower, doesn't take tower shots though, and Ali looking to chase, but here comes the Heathen. This will be a 2v1, and Echo might not be alive. There's the ultimate, and the kill is easily secured by Articuno. No assist even for the Heathen, which feels pretty bad for his energy drink consumption come the end of this tournament, but they're moving towards the Dragon. Oh,
yeah, maybe that time.
Has to jump away pretty close.
So maybe that time the ultimate was held intentionally by Ali. It's like, I won't give the assist. This Treleep should be out.
Has to be careful. Gets over the wall, but leaves other members of his team. Fallen Rain gets the first kill of the skirmish. The Heathen's already gone pretty low, but that's a nice double knock-up. In comes Gangplank looking for the damage, but bullet time splits up the fight. Allows Mother to get away. Fallen Rain has to back off, and First Order gets a nice drag back. Gangplank can't quite secure the kill, but Ali definitely can. Picks up one, the knock-up onto Futon on the Misfortune, forces him to flash over the wall. It's a killing spree for the Gangplank. More kills in the Dragon Pit, and the Dragon will fall as well. That's the ace for the University of Leicester. They get the Dragon and can move towards the Herald.
And Leicester just putting on a clinic. They find out that kill onto Mal in the pit as well, so they're able to secure out the Dragon, forcing him to use his smites just to stay alive. There was a Gangplank ult dropped at some point. Not gonna lie to you, don't know where it went. I think it was just used for a bit of a wave clear somewhere on the map. But the Dragon secured. Herald now the target, like you said, and this Herald should be used to crack open the map even more. And much like Treleep and obviously Stripes are looking to crack open some monsters at the end of this one with the supply drops. But once they have that Herald, it will be. Yeah. Wow. Cracking open a surprisingly warm one in recent weather.
No, you put it in the fridge. Like, you're not... We're not animals here. You put your monster in the fridge to cool off.
I think I can afford to run a fridge.
I mean, yes?
Okay, so we have a suspiciously high energy bill.
Right.
And we don't know why. We just know it's higher than...
It's because you don't turn off your computer.
True! But...
Like...
the rate is based on... Basically, we don't actually know how bad our energy is. They're just like... We got a letter from our energy provider saying like, okay, we'll just like guess how much electricity you owe us, and then like at the end of the year, we'll just charge you for what you haven't paid us, or we'll pay you back based on what happened with last year, which is a bit of a scam. Our house has one less person in it than last year. We actually have an empty room.
You'd think.
So we feel like we'd be under, but we're very over. And we think that it's because we bought a freezer for a $5 that is probably not.
Oh, yeah, no, that freezer is not going to have a high energy consumption rate, I imagine. And that's a lot of damage going on to Treleep. Articuno getting the ultimate down, but that's a nice repel to avoid it. The Heathen might catch him on the way down, though, and here comes the bullet time, but it will only go into the Nautilus. The Articuno's already gone down. Port Ali wants to get the ultimate down, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. 2 kills already secured by the University of Leicester. Baron is up. Doesn't look like they're going for it just yet, though. They want to try and push down this mid lane. Try and pick up that tower. Treleep is dead, though, so no Rift Herald's going to be available for it, but they might not even need it.
When you have Yasuo as your ADC, the Herald tends to be a little bit more important, because you don't really have that ranged threat when it comes to sieging down these towers. When people are hitting away at the minions, they are often hitting away at you at the same time, which is a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Something like the Caitlyn, who's going to be able to pretty safely knock down that tower. Now, Olaf walks in mid and is pretty strong. 2 finished items there on the Olaf. Will be a scary force, and he's been pretty consistently 2 levels up on Treleep right now. It's only 1, but you have to think he must be relatively close. Treleep is very, very strong, though, in this game. We see he is building towards that Zhonya's as his second proper item. Very understandable when you're against so much AD and so much high committal burst, like the Olaf and like the Syndra.
A lot of champions that have to highly commit as well. The Rakan has to bundle in if he wants to get into fights. The Aatrox has to do the same, so... Interesting itemization. But 21 minutes in, almost 22. You can see the gold lead is looking pretty hefty in the side of Leicester's favour. A couple of items onto their Yasuo already. The crit is looking spicy.
Gangplank also hit that 2-item power spike, which is so nice, and Echo lagging behind just a little bit his teammates in terms of itemization, but dropping Rift Herald mid should help with a little bit more gold and might help to even that one out. In fact, it won't help to even out for the Echo though, because he's top.
He's nowhere to be seen. He's got waves to get. He pushes on in up in the top side, not going to be able to do too much to threaten Death Stance Olaf, but the Herald does do its job and get the tower.
Oh, nice knock up from the ultimate. Will be able to take Articuno down. Trellick picks that one up on a spree. Now Stripes looking for the root. He will be able to pick up Futon, and that's 2 easy kills for Leicester. They're looking towards this tower. Moa is forced to back away. First Order Traitor not going to be able to stand up against the 5 members of Leicester crashing towards the inhibitor tower. The wave will be thinned though, and no more pushing right now for the University of Leicester, but they're going to back away, and you've got to imagine the Dragon's next on their menu.
Yep, moving over towards that one, setting up the vision in the jungle on the way to boot, and grabbing a couple of cheeky camps here and there. And of course, tempted flank from Articuno often not going to go well when you're up against Yasuo Nautilus. There's press ult and you die. And the exhaust was blown as well in the process, so not great times to be on the Nottingham squad. As, like you said, the Dragon is the focus. Mauer might try to steal it with a rogue Q, but just not fast enough, as he is spotted out on a ward there and senses the Yasuo.
Oh, Fallen Rain goes very low, has to flash out of that one. The Ragnarok has been burst now though, and Fallen Rain looking for a way back and gets the knock-up. Does not get the knock-up in fact, and Nautilus not tanky enough. Trellick goes down to the unleashed power, and Nautilus will soon follow. That's 2 kills handed over to Nottingham after the Dragon is taken. The objective secured, but the fight afterwards not clean. What can Nottingham gain from this?
Well, they look like they might want to move up towards the Baron, but the health bars aren't quite where they need to be. Of course, Mauer on the Olaf is okay with that, as they sweep through the area and see that there are no wards. That blue trinket might give it away a bit from the blue plant, but the Baron is still started. Nottingham know they're in a bit of a desperate situation.
Now, to be careful. Looking to engage the fight now when they've got the numbers advantage. Bot Ali unable to ult so far, has to flash away. Fallen Rain gets unstoppable against Mauer. The jungler is dead. Looking for a second, will be able to pick it up. Double kill coming in for Gangplank. Even and Futon have to back away. Strong to say that word for a second, but the Baron is stopped. The Baron could well be secured now by the University of Leicester. They're moving in, looking to take it out.
They should be able to do this one pretty quickly. However, the Yasuo is dead. They do still have the crit coming through from Gangplank though, but Heaven and Futon might try to stop it. They do have the misfortune up, but not for long.
Cocoon does land. Heaven is dead. Futon is dead. That's the ace coming in for the University of Leicester. They're now going to turn on to Baron. No threat of any kind of steal. But this one is all but secured.
Yep. Baron taken away, secured there by bot Ali. Trellick didn't even have smite, but of course, like I said, it's not necessary. Nobody is there to contest. And that one's picked up. We now see that the Guardian Angel has finished up on Fallen Rain as well, so he's pretty hefty coming into these fights, and just big spikes being hit across the board. The Zonya's now for Trellick as well, so we won't see a repeat of the last fight, where if he's caught out without the repel, he dies pretty rapidly. Not today. We're now at the point where Leicester pretty confidently can just sort of run down a lane and call it a day. They have an 11k lead, or 10k lead, much closer to, and they're sort of happy to take that Baron, look for the 1-3-1 here, and close out this game nice and methodically, as they have sort of been doing for the whole of the last 26 minutes. Nice and methodical.
Yeah, Ragnarok going in onto bot Ali, but that does make him easier to take down. But Moa actually going to survive and secure the solo kill onto the Echo. Not a good time in the bot side, but it does mean that they can pick up a tower on the top half of the map. Now Yasuo going to be moving back towards the mid lane to rejoin his team. It could be a 45 when Moa gets there. They might look then to break the siege, because these minions, these Baron Dark Cannon minions, are going to be doing a world of hurt to the inhibitor tower. They get taken down by the bullet time, and Ernax needs to be careful. Stripes as well gets knocked up, looks for the ultimate, will land, and there comes the Yasuo Fallen Rain doing a decent amount of damage on the 2, but he will go down. He's going to be resurrected by the Guardian Angel. What members of Leicester are falling by the wayside. They're being cut through, but Fallen Rain is still alive on the back. How is he still there? Looking for the damage. Trulip will be the last one standing. It will be Leicester routed, but that fight was way closer than I expected it to be.
Yeah, so a lot of shutdowns picked up there for Nottingham, going over to First Order. He's playing the Death Stance on that Aatrox, healing up a huge amount, and because bot Ali, it wasn't there, that 5 versus 4 for Nottingham ended up going even. Good for them. They managed to deny out the Barons and pick up these shutdowns. However, there is still a heavy gold lead in Leicester's favour. If anything, this may mean that Leicester wants to just play a little bit more conservative and show a little bit more respect towards Nottingham. But all that extra gold, going to be good for something, as Nottingham now should have some nice items finished across the board. Guardian Angel almost picked up there for Mauer. Cleaver going to be finished for the Aatrox here. And 2 of the most expensive items in the game being picked up for your misfortune, with Syndra nearly finishing her death cap. Not really complaining on the Nottingham side after that fight specifically.
Now we'll look to put those items into practice in the fight around this next dragon. Of course, it will be sold if Leicester can secure it. So, massive opportunity for Nottingham to slow down the advance even further. Gets a nice double stun, looking for damage onto Trulip, who's already below half health, has to back away, but that's the jungler who's being chunked so well. And Echo looking for a flank, but she is taken further and further from the fight. He even goes low, though, has to be careful, as does Articuno, and the members of Nottingham have to back away. The ultimate has been used by Stripes, gets knocked up, but only onto 1. Yasuo will be going, it does get onto Syndra, looking now for the Heathen, will not be able to get Rakan, he's too slippery, still chasing on the flash forward, but the charm will stop him. Aatrox looking for the damage, looking to survive, will be able to do so effectively. Trulip on the side, the members of the University of Nottingham are relying on this Aatrox to secure so much time for themselves. They're going to clear out vision, but Futon and Mauer unable to secure the dragon themselves. And Mauer, I don't know, Chief. Fallen Ring.
Oh, I know.
No, he's there. The bullet time will not be enough as a nice wall of wind will prevent that one. They'll pick up the jungler. They'll pick up the dragon soul. And that could be what they need to start breaking open the base.
These fights have been suspiciously close in favour of Nottingham, but that Ocean Soul could well be the final nail in the coffin. Ali
looking for the dive, unable to find it just yet. Looking for Heathen, but again, not able to do too much damage. Of course, Baron is not up right now, so not able to grab that one, but the inhibitor mid has been blown. Looking towards this bot side, looking towards this bot tower, defending the last inhibitor. Ernex looking to chase them away as the tower will go down. The inhibitor will surely follow, and could they look to end here?
Well, they have the big wave. Again, lacking in the ranged carry by having a Yasuo in the bottom lane makes it a little bit harder to siege, and it is a full 5v5. Their force isn't great.
Mauer wants to start it, but he's going to go into GA immediately. Articuno's been all but taken out and forced back to base. Bot Ali has to rewind time, but gets the damage down, gets the kill down, takes himself back into the fight. And First Order Traitor, he can do a decent amount, but it's not going to be enough when he's surrounded by 5 members of the University of Leicester. I think they may have just done this. Nottingham falling left, right, and centre, and Leicester are going to secure the NSE Stay Home series.
Moving on through, slapping away at these Nexus towers, taking out the Nexus as well, undefeated over the course of the day here in the series. Like I said, they emerge victorious. Victors here in this championship. Now, of course, that means they're getting themselves a nice bit of a cash prize. Ooh. Most importantly, the supply drops. You know, who's getting those? That's what we want to know. That's the spicy part of the games. I mean, what are you thinking? Fallen Rain doing pretty good in that one. He had a lot going for him. He had a lot of gold. Unfortunately, Trulip falling behind in the CS one in that game, of course, as is customary when you play versus Olaf. Of course.
You know, I'm looking at Ernex or Ernxie.
I think there's no. Oh, he was playing the Jax last game. So
the Jax was a lot of kills and a lot of farm. So Lester, if you get that, you want to send a couple of cans over to your boys in the casting booth, just let me know.
I still think very hard for these.
We can
for
sort out. Mate, I am thirsty. I'm thirsty just for Monster and for good League of Legends. But if you want to find out who won those supply drops, make sure to head over to the NSE Twitter where it will be announced. It's at NSE_GG. Make sure to give them a follow to see what's going on and to follow all of the awesome events that they've got coming up. Of course, finals in the not too distant future will be an exciting time to watch out on that one and all the other amazing games that the NSE do provide. But that is all we've got time for, ladies and gentlemen. Harry, do you have an MVP from the whole of today that you want to really give a shout out to?
It's a good question. Fallen Rain looking pretty clean, of course, for the day. Traleep, there's a bit of recency bias, doing good in that game, although he was falling behind pretty hard to Mama, as is customary. I won't lie to you. I have not been given a Monster ANG supply crate, and as such, I'm very tired. And my memory is fading in terms of what we saw earlier. Rapidly.
You're just getting old. Isolation's got you. But I'll let you get back to your isolation and we'll let you all get back to your gaming. Thank you so much for joining myself, Will Viper and Whittingham, Harry, Dr. Evans, and of course, the amazing production team that we have here at the NSE. Charlie, thanks for having us on. We appreciate you greatly. And make sure to keep your eyes peeled on this Twitch channel and on the NSE social media for what's coming next for University Esports. Thanks very much for watching, and we'll see you next time.